Automobiles and emergency response vehicles maintained constant activity. He observed a pair of gentlemen swiftly placing an injured female into a rescue vehicle. She teetered on the precipice of hypovolemic shock due to profuse bleeding. A fellow emergency medical technician reported a separate incident of pulmonary trauma, attributed to contaminated food ingestion. He emphasized preparedness for the immediate delivery of an epinephrine injection. They deliberated on the scarcity of heart stimulants, owing to an overwhelming patient load. A multitude were stricken with the identical affliction. In close proximity, a frantic woman implored her ailing spouse to resist slumber. They were nearly at the medical facility. He bemoaned the dearth of vacant beds and the inundated emergency assistance line. Tien deduced that the healthcare infrastructure was faltering under the strain. The situation was compounded by the repercussions of radioactive discharge from the adjacent power stations. Tien contemplated whether he could acquire sufficient provisions to endure the ordeal. Law enforcement officers were informing residents that the locale was a government-sanctioned emergency resource acquisition center. They stressed the imperative for all to adhere to regulations, maintain organized lines, and refrain from hastiness. Each individual had a procurement constraint: 5 units of rice, 5 units of grain, and a single unit of produce, validated by proper identification. Altercations ignited as people jostled for position in the queue. One individual asserted they had been waiting for 5 hours and merited precedence. Another contended the spot was rightfully theirs. Prior to a lavatory intermission, animosity intensified, particularly when someone professed to be the chief executive of a regional enterprise, precipitating confrontations with fellow queuers. Some were even forcibly ejected. Meanwhile, at the periphery, a juvenile female pleaded with her mother for sustenance. Tien witnessed 2 individuals grappling over a meager resource, each declaring prior claim. A frenetic scramble for provisions persisted amidst the throng. As Tien contemplated his girlfriend's leased dwelling, just a short distance away, a rapidly moving vehicle narrowly avoided him as he prepared to turn. The vehicle abruptly stopped, and a man emerged, tapping on Tien's window, to inquire whether he had originated from the resource center and what he sought. He had spotted Tien meandering around the department store marketplace. The man attempted to proffer various fruits and vegetables: watermelon, cucumber, squash, tomatoes. However, Tien challenged him, stating he would only purchase if the man consumed a portion first. The man wavered, questioning Tien's distrust, and maintaining he had found nothing to purchase for himself. Tien, exasperated, instructed him to depart. The man questioned Tien's hostility, affirming his adherence to the law. Tien then brandished a firearm, causing the man to flinch in terror. He implored Tien to resolve the matter peacefully and reiterated his lawfulness. Tien sternly admonished the man that, if he apprehended him engaging in such unscrupulous commerce again, he would discharge his weapon without hesitation or consequence. The man acquiesced anxiously, gathering his belongings, and pondering his predicament. He hastily entered his vehicle and departed. Tien proceeded towards his girlfriend's residence. Ascending the staircase, he reached John's entrance and rapped, announcing his presence. Receiving no response, he began to apprehend her absence. Retrieving the duplicate key from beneath the welcome mat, he unlatched the door and proceeded inward. Tien was astonished to discover the habitually tidy room in disarray. Tainted produce and medication containers were strewn about. Amongst them, he identified Tianrun's antimicrobial medication, a product notorious for its poor quality, from a regional pharmaceutical manufacturer. He pondered Zhong's rationale for acquiring such items. Discerning no indication of bloodshed or unintended toxic ingestion, Tien deduced that the dwelling had been pillaged, but not in Zhong's characteristically methodical fashion. There was no evidence of forcible entry either. Everything appeared purposefully disarranged. Amidst the pandemonium outside, Tien contemplated her potential whereabouts. The setting transitions to the city's outskirts, where a subpar establishment functions as a temporary lodging. It's designated as a Level 1 sanctuary, furnishing rudimentary accommodations. The Level 1 sanctuary's proficiency reward is Verity's Vision, granting the user the ability to perceive comprehensive details regarding entities and items. Furthermore, the entitlements encompass a remote-controlled sanctuary management system providing instantaneous updates on the haven's condition and inventory accessibility even during the player's absence. The grounds encompass 30 mu, suitable for angling. Contemplating his circumstances, Tien recognized his current predicament. He resided in a deteriorated Level 1 cultivation structure. He determined to accumulate sufficient points to enhance his farming implements, without compromising on radiation countermeasures. As he labored in the plantation, Han arrived, enthusiastically declaring the germination of the seedlings. Tianhan and He congregated to observe the flourishing growth, filling Han Tian with elation. Displayed on the monitors, the successful sowing of the tomato seeds was confirmed, with maturation anticipated within 48 hours. He was gratified with the advancement, observing that the radiation-resistant seeds were performing as projected, developing rapidly and yielding increased points. He and Han could undoubtedly endure in the post-apocalyptic realm. Han voiced her initial skepticism regarding the seeds, believing they had all perished. However, she attributed their success to Tian's efforts. Tian confidently declared his resourcefulness, reiterating the guidelines he had established for her adherence. She affirmed her comprehension and pledged to defy underestimation. Han restated the regulations. Consume only Tian-approved sustenance. Obtain authorization before departing the farm. Report any anomalous creatures. And monitor He to prevent indiscriminate consumption. Tian directed He to heed the instructions as well. Recognizing the ripeness of the anti-radiation crops, Tian resolved to harvest them immediately. He discovered a plentiful yield, particularly with the radiation-resistant tomatoes, which proved to be nourishing. Sustained consumption promised enhanced well-being. With a shelf life of 30 days, Tian contemplated their potential to augment physical conditioning, and eagerly sampled one. Instantly, a soothing warmth permeated his body, alleviating the exhaustion from days of arduous labor. In this food-scarce, post-apocalyptic environment, the enhanced crops provided not only sustenance, but also apparent attribute enhancements. Tian pondered the prospect of becoming a fully qualified farm proprietor. Within this framework, unlocking privileges, acquiring goods from the marketplace, and improving shelters all hinged on accumulating points, primarily obtained through the exchange mechanism. This system facilitated the reclamation of crops, animal protein, and minerals, each categorized and valued accordingly. Supreme God tier items yielded the highest point value. These were superior crops. God tier potent crops commanding substantial points. Ancient medical grade specialized crops were renowned for their therapeutic attributes. Anti-radiation grade crops, engineered for radiation-contaminated environments, led Tian to realize the criticality of mastering this exchange system for their survival and advancement in this formidable new reality. Tian learned the point values for various crop grades. Level 1 anti-radiation grade crops. 1 kilogram equated to 1 point. Level 2 ancient medical grade crops. 1 kilogram yielded 100 points. Level 3 God tier powerful crops. 1 kilogram yielded 1,000 points. Level 4 Supreme God tier enhanced crops. 1 kilogram yielded 100,000 points. This exchange system offered comprehensive services, encompassing procurement, distribution, and reclamation, making it an indispensable instrument for transforming the farm into a premier military installation. Given sufficient point accumulation, Tian eagerly awaited this metamorphosis. Reflecting on the anti-radiation grade crops, Tian contemplated the potential of the 3 superior grades, each promising even greater benefits. Filled with anticipation, he chose to examine the ancient medical grade crop harvest. Inspecting the carrots, he verified their 10% maturation rate, consistent with ancient medical grade crop expectations. Further analysis revealed these carrots had reached full maturation. They possessed the capability to neutralize detrimental effects, including toxins, diseases, and irreparable harm from adverse consequences. Remarkably, they could be preserved indefinitely. Tian grasped the immense value these crops held for their survival and future endeavors in this demanding new world. Tian was astonished by the newfound security provided by the ancient medical-grade crops. Knowing medical care was no longer a concern. Shifting his focus to the recycling interface, he opted to exchange 70% of the harvested crops for points and retain the remaining 30% as provisions in his pack. Confirming the reclamation of 200 kilograms of radiation-resistant crops, Tian acquired 2,000 points and discovered that 3 ancient medical-grade crops were stored in the depot. Content with the result, he now possessed 30 kilograms of anti-radiation grade crops securely stored. To his astonishment, Etienne received accolades for accomplishing his initial recycling assignment and attained the distinction of Recycling Master. His prize was a sophisticated automated agricultural assistant. As the automaton materialized in his hand and gestured, Tian harbored doubts about its practicality. Considering its diminutive size, he pondered the accomplishment framework. surmising it might yield further prizes and valuable implements. Nevertheless, he couldn't dispel the sensation that the robot was fixated on him. In a peculiarly disquieting manner, as the automaton promptly commenced harvesting the produce, Tian was astounded, baffled by how it appeared to foresee his intentions. Could it be that his cognition was somehow interconnected with the system, facilitating instantaneous mental directives to the automaton? He was awestruck by its aptitudes, recognizing that even an agrarian robot could be so state-of-the-art. The notion of accumulating sufficient points to acquire a combat robot entered his mind, contemplating how it could guarantee Han's well-being. Overjoyed by their triumphant crop sprouting, Tian summoned Han for sustenance, requesting she cease viewing animated programs. They relished substantial poultry drumsticks together that day, commemorating their agricultural triumph. Han, although content, reminded Tian of their necessity to be more thrifty with provisions. Hey, their comrade also enthusiastically partook in the repast, Tian assured Han. They could recommence sowing and utilize some of their preserved nourishment. He then cautioned her that if anyone unearthed their food reserves, she would be prohibited from consuming anything for 3 days. Han consented, pledging to safeguard their provisions' secrecy. Tian proposed they dine, knowing Han must be weary of instant ramen. After 2 days, he presented the initial poultry drumstick to He, expressing gratitude for his safeguarding of both Tian and Han. Han affectionately embraced He, proclaiming him the finest. Before releasing him and inquiring about Bai's well-being, Tian consoled her that Bai was still convalescing from grave wounds and wouldn't be able to visit her for a duration. However, he pledged they would frolic together once he recuperated. Han concurred and vowed not to disturb Bai in the garret. Abruptly, Tian detected an alert signifying an attempted intrusion. He swiftly accessed the surveillance display and determined the trespasser was an unarmed, 42-year-old man posing a threat level of 3. To his amazement, he recognized it was Uncle Nan. Tian pondered how Nan had arrived there under these circumstances. Tian ventured outside and approached Nan, inquiring about his presence. Nan, inhaling a cigarette, exhaled gradually before acknowledging Tian as his superior. He elucidated his dire predicament, imploring assistance and inquiring if Tian's farm possessed any excess provisions. Nan was desperate. His dwelling had been pillaged, his stored sustenance purloined, and market costs were inflated due to scarcity. Tian expressed regret, disclosing that his own food reserves were exhausted, exacerbated by a recent harvest shortfall due to genetic alteration. Despite this, Tian offered the meager rations he could provide, conveying appreciation to Nan for caring for his family. Nan, dejected, confessed he had already approached numerous kin, all incapable of aiding him. Tian then presented Nan with a package of instant noodles, encouraging him to explore alternative solutions. Nan expressed profuse gratitude, to which Tian wished him good fortune. Nan, resigned to their unfortunate predicament, departed. Tian estimated the food would sustain Nan for approximately 5 days. Acknowledging it wasn't substantial, in precarious times like these, human motives were erratic, inciting Tian to remain vigilant. He resolved to check on Nan that evening, deeming the ordinary vegetables stored in the freezer unnecessary. At nightfall, Tian, accompanied by Han, discreetly approached Nan's residence, each carrying their personal refreshments. Unexpectedly, they heard Zhao shriek. Nan silenced Tian, cautioning him against alarming Zhao. Zhao continued expectorating blood, his state deteriorating rapidly. Emotionally distressed, Nan questioned why Zhao's ailment was worsening, instead of ameliorating as Zhao continued to expectorate blood. Tian and Han peered through the window pane. Han was visibly terrified by the spectacle. Tian reassured her that everything would be satisfactory, encouraging her to avert her gaze. Reflecting on Zhao's symptoms, Tian hypothesized that Zhao had inadvertently ingested irradiated produce, clarifying the swift decline. However, Tian questioned if Zhao, being the optimal subject for experimentation, would endure this tribulation. Ultimately, Zhao's destiny hinged on chance. The window pane shattered as a satchel hurtled into Nan's dwelling, startling both him and Zhao. Nan became enraged, demanding to know who hurled it. Zhao advocated caution and proposed they examine the parcel. Hesitantly, Nan acquiesced, instructing Xiao to remain stationary while he investigated. Upon unsealing the pouch, Nan was astonished to discover fresh produce and provisions inside. Overwhelmed with sentiment, Zhao voiced his yearning to live, prepared to attempt anything even if it entailed being dishonest about his health. Nan crumbled, confessing that even the medical facility couldn't aid Zhao. but he couldn't endure witnessing his suffering passively. Resolute, Nan persuaded Xiao to consume the nourishment. Imploring him to masticate thoroughly, Xiao shrieked and convulsed violently momentarily. Before abruptly ceasing, Nan celebrated Xiao's seeming betterment. Concurrently, Tian observed a street lamp flickering back to illumination, signaling the re-establishment of power and potentially cellular service. He promptly contacted his partner, Zhang, but she didn't respond despite the audible ringing. The perspective shifted to a vehicle in motion where multiple men were seated. A cellular device belonging to one of them began to ring. They contemplated the owner of the ringing phone until the proprietor identified it as Zhong's, proposing they deactivate it, given that communication had been reinstated. One of them inquired about their food reserves, relieved that they possessed sufficient supplies for a month, content with their choice to heed their commander. They deliberated on their intentions. The most imposing man quelled their inquiries. Stressing the significance of wealth and decisive action, they all concurred following the event at Nan's residence. Tian and Han hastily departed in their vehicle. Han commented on the remarkable transformation she observed in Xiao, how he had been expelling blood prior to consuming the carrot, but swiftly recuperated, his pallor transitioning from ashen to cerulean. Tian acknowledged Han's descriptive account, evocative of her fondness for animated films. Unexpectedly, a creature assaulted their automobile. From above, Tian spotted it, a simian with menacing talons gazing through the window. He directed Han to remain composed and maintain a firm grip. She acquiesced apprehensively, adhering to his instruction. Tian steered the car in a serpentine pattern, endeavoring to dislodge the primate. He then instructed Han to lower her head, which she did submissively, notwithstanding their attempts. The simian persisted, and ultimately positioned itself in front of the vehicle. Reacting swiftly, Tian veered the automobile, resulting in the monkey colliding with a stone. Drawing his firearm, Tian discharged a shot at the monkey, guaranteeing it presented no further menace. Exiting the vehicle to examine the situation, Tian discovered a pool of blood where the simian had fallen. Amidst the blood, he located an encoded communication. Bewildered, he pondered its origin. As there were no proximate breeding facilities or zoological parks, Tian's thoughts reverted to the desperate condition of the city. As he drove homeward, he advised Han to unwind and watch her animation, clarifying that he had some affairs to manage. Concurring, she departed, leaving Tian to confront Bai. Still in his transformed condition, donning protective handwear, Tian pondered if the ancient medicinal carrot could counteract the consequences of radiation on Bai and reinstate his lucidity. Hesitantly, he offered the carrot to Bai, hoping for a favorable result. Bai emitted a loud growl in reaction. Meanwhile, Han, captivated by her cartoon, detected disquieting sounds and became apprehensive about Tian's extended absence, hastening to locate him. She entered the chamber where Tian and Bai were, intending to jest. She lightly touched Tian's back. Startling him, he was relieved to perceive her. Tian inquired if it was her. Han affirmed and playfully chided him for being frightened. However, their focus swiftly shifted to Bai lying immobile, surrounded by blood. Han was overwhelmed by grief. Crumbling in despair, Tian implored her to regain composure as she wept, inquiring why they couldn't rescue Bai. With the carrots that had revived Zhao, Tian somberly clarified that the carrots couldn't undo genetic alterations, like Bai's. Han continued lamenting, expressing her profound anguish at the prospect of Bai's demise. The following day, they conducted the last rites for Bai and bade him a somber adieu. Han remained taciturn throughout. Tian tenderly grasped her hand, proposing they retreat indoors as it was becoming late. Despite her absorption in the animation, Tian interjected to invite her for supper, preparing her favorite dish. Han didn't offer a verbal reply, but gestured that she desired his company within the house, to which Tian consented. Later, Tian was seated outside and noticed a broadcast regarding radiation-resistant crops approaching maturation, prompting him to make preparations for their harvest. Shortly thereafter, they gathered approximately 500 kilograms of radiation-resistant crops and 10 kilograms of ancient medicinal-grade crops. A compact automaton returned to Tian, verifying successful points redemption. Consequently, his Level 1 dilapidated greenhouse promoted to a Level 2 standard dwelling. Nevertheless, Tian received a cautionary notice, indicating his protective haven was merely designated Level 3, adequate for deterring minor wildlife, but precarious against more substantial dangers. It emphatically recommended the immediate implementation of a defensive infrastructure. Tian deemed safeguarding the farm his paramount objective. With existing harvest yields generating significant energy, he opted to defer production expansion, augmenting the barrier fortifications from level 1 to 2, and successfully procuring the boundary energy network. This elevated his security preparedness to level 1. Mindful of the outstanding credits, he prioritized obtaining automated sentinels for Han's well-being. He located a guardian priced at 3,500 points, and determined that liquidating the harvested crops deposited in the storage facility would almost offset the expenditure. Assured of his capacity to amass further points if necessary, Tien finalized the acquisition of a level 1 hummingbird and a level 2 hound. Observing the hummingbird in operation, Tien admired its accuracy, as it methodically eliminated fallen foliage with projectiles. With the aerial patrol drone now accessible, Tien resolved to evaluate the terrestrial combat capabilities, commanding the hound to obliterate a boulder. The hound employed its energy beam to effortlessly pulverize the rock, leaving Tien demonstrably reassured by the triumphant exhibition. He subsequently introduced Han to the hound, elucidating that it would escort and safeguard her. Tien proposed the name Bai, which profoundly touched Han. Concurrently, within a metropolitan edifice, a man informed Liang Honey that they had effectively neutralized the erratic specimens. With solely the data from subject number 7 steadily escalating, he remarked that it could now breach 5mm steel plating. With ease, Liang nonchalantly inquired about the opposing faction status. The man responded that Ren was discontent with their inability to secure medical contributions, which could potentially engender complications if disclosed to headquarters. Composedly seated, Liang disregarded Ren's apprehensions. Disparaging her as a mere girl with negligible sway, he guaranteed the man that their endeavors were conducted covertly, rendering it challenging for Ren to initiate a fruitful inquiry. Lacking a starting point, the man concurred, adding that headquarters remained oblivious to their operations. Liang directed him to maintain close surveillance on Ren, to thwart her from impeding their enterprise. With that, Liang departed the chamber, pondering the prospect of a substantial windfall, awaiting discovery. The setting transitions to Ren, who was pacing irately, demanding Liang's whereabouts. The woman expressed regret, stating that Liang was presently absent from the company. Ren was creating considerable difficulties for them. Therefore, he should remain. Just as Ren opened the door and questioned Liang's intention, he remarked that currently, the entire southern region's healthcare infrastructure was incapacitated. As a medical enterprise, Liang should direct his personnel to proactively collaborate with the hospital, contributing apparatus and pharmaceuticals, rather than being preoccupied with animal experimentation. Liang retorted that it was the general manager's office, and her intrusion was inappropriate. He was an entrepreneur, and his objective was to capitalize on every opportunity. He doubted that conventional medical interventions could alleviate that global pandemic. Ren inquired about the nature of the ailment. Liang responded that she was also a company stakeholder and benefited from dividends. Could she envision the potential rewards if they devised a remedy? Ren questioned if Liang's research had yielded any advancements, observing that even the Yanhuan Federal Authority had yet to formulate any efficacious medications. She declared her intention to inspect his laboratory. Liang claimed he was jesting, asserting that such breakthroughs couldn't materialize so rapidly. He suggested that with increased collaboration and greater personnel allocation to the project, expedition would be achieved. Ren stated she would subsequently visit the laboratory to assess the progress and guarantee her effective collaboration with the endeavor. Liang assured her of her welcome and confirmed the arrangement of personal escorts. Ren consented to depart. Leon escorted her out. As Ren walked, a young man accompanied her and remarked that the technical staff deemed her office visit too brief for a comprehensive scan, and accessing the clandestine laboratory entrance was presently improbable. Ren commented that it was a long-standing predicament and inquired if the youth had obtained a confession from the apprehended researcher. The youth responded negatively, clarifying that they were blindfolded during each entry and exit, but they were in possession of keycards. Ren expressed gratitude for the intelligence. Then she presented a card and pondered alternative locations, excluding those locations, and pondered if the most perilous location could also be the most secure. She stepped into the lab, and a gentleman presented himself as Tuza, tasked with escorting Ren and elucidating everything. He volunteered to provide a tour and then dashed off. The narrative commences in a grocery store where our protagonist, Tian, is procuring provisions and chooses to amass canned goods. Meanwhile, the news report in the background keeps the public informed about the escalating reports of wounded creatures. while advising residents to refrain from venturing out after nightfall. Patrons in the market are also conversing about a contagious illness, known as influenza, capable of fatally afflicting a person in a matter of days. The origin of the malady remains unknown. Unperturbed by these events, Tian is occupied with loading cartons of groceries into his pickup truck, meticulously ensuring the inclusion of every essential provision for his homestead and agricultural land. His remaining task is to acquire sufficient diesel fuel. Upon completing this errand, he intends to visit his sibling, Han, and prepare a repast with the venison he procured earlier. During his commute, he receives a telephone call from his romantic partner, who suggests a suitable occupation for him, one that would confer upon him a respectable standing in the community. Nevertheless, he declines to relinquish Han to an orphanage. This enrages his girlfriend, who harbors no desire to nurture a child. Lacking consanguinity, she even admonishes him, threatening to terminate their relationship and forsake any thoughts of matrimony should he persist in this course of action. Her utterance is abruptly truncated as his truck narrowly avoids a collision. He executes a last-minute emergency stop. Gazing outward, he discerns a creature charging directly towards the truck. Initially, he presumes it to be a canine, but is aghast to discover it is an ovine, remarkably still animate despite sustaining a cranial blow. In the ensuing moment, the sheep flees into the forested area, and he resolves against reporting the episode to the traffic authorities. After a period, he reaches his residence, where his younger sister extends a warm greeting. Observing the abundance of supplies he has brought, she proffers her assistance. He entrusts her with a small sack to facilitate her aid during their journey home. She proudly declares the completion of all the assigned chores. She enumerates her accomplishments. Following these exertions, she is overcome with fatigue, anticipating that the stew he will prepare will provide solace. He inquires whether she desires a carrot and venison stew, to which she joyfully assents. Subsequently, he apprehends his canine attempting to consume the crops, and administers a cautionary tap on its head, emphasizing its prohibition from consuming them. Unbeknownst to them, a portion of the harvest has become poisonous. As they traverse past the barn, the bovine within, which has also ingested the toxic herbage, exhibits crimson eyes with an insect perched upon it. Inside the dwelling, Tian is preparing a meal for his sister, while the news broadcasts the impending occurrence of the most remarkable solar eclipse of the century. She expresses excitement upon hearing this news. She inquires whether daylight will transform into night as a consequence. Meanwhile, she consumes her meal with gusto, reflecting on Tian's advancements not only as a huntsman, but also as a culinary artist. Tian, conversely, clarifies that daylight will not fully succumb to darkness during the eclipse, but the sun will exhibit a diminished luminosity. He grants her permission to observe the event using specialized eyewear he provides. Meanwhile, the countdown concludes and the eclipse transpires. Abruptly, electrical power ceases and the air becomes frigid. His canine commences barking vociferously. Han gestures outdoors and he is astonished to witness a snowstorm. Commencing amidst the summer season, he instructs her to seek refuge indoors while he secures the livestock. He commands his canine to remain by her side. He ventures outside and summons his other canine companion, Xiaohei. Suddenly he perceives the sun's radiance behind the eclipse. The unseasonal blizzard and the sun's reappearance leave him utterly bewildered. In the subsequent instant, his canine's barking transforms into menacing growls directed at something behind him. It is revealed to be the same mutated bovine. While Tian struggles to fully grasp the circumstances, as comprehension dawns upon him, he hastens to retrieve his compound bow, which he espies resting upon a log. He seizes it instantly and aims at the transmuted bovine. In the next moment, he discharges 3 arrows consecutively. However, he is astounded to observe that, despite all 3 projectiles piercing the creature's cranium, it remains animate. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he resolves to shoot once more. Suddenly, a display materializes before him, indicating that his quiver is depleted, while 3 targets are in proximity. Initially, the display bewilders him, but upon inspecting his pocket, he confirms the absence of arrows. He is struck by the bovine, but is now poised to, his attention, however, diverted to his canine companion. The dog was gazing intently towards the residence. He instantly discerned that his sibling was in peril, and dashed inside the dwelling. His other canine had also transformed into a monstrous creature, now menacingly growling at Han before it could launch an assault. Tian propelled it away with a forceful kick, swiftly gathering Han into his embrace, and informed her of his intention to escort her to the sanctuary. while cautioning her against venturing outside. She inquired about their canine companion, and he apprised her of its perilous transformation during their journey. He caught sight of a monitor once more, and deduced that this was unequivocally not an apparition. He placed Han within a chamber, emphatically warning her against exiting under any circumstances. In the ensuing moment, the count of mutated creatures on his display escalated to 5. He secured the girl within the room and hastened forward, where Xiao Bai was poised to strike him, but was thwarted by Xiao He. He pressed onward, formulating a plan to confront the bovine, then retreated to assist his canine companion. He grasped the axe and braced himself as the bovine charged. As it drew near, he evaded the onslaught, resulting in the bovine's horns becoming embedded in the tree trunk. He was on the verge of assaulting the bovine when Xiao Bai sank its teeth into his neck. At that juncture, he questioned the fate of his black dog. Before he could further contemplate, the bovine impaled its horn into his abdomen. Subsequently, he began to perceive peculiar sounds. His display revealed the commencement of the apocalyptic game. His consciousness implored him to resist succumbing to slumber, despite his lack of comprehension regarding the events transpiring around him. Nevertheless, he resolved to safeguard Han as he retrieved the axe once more. In the next instant, a screen materialized, which proclaimed the successful commencement of the Apocalypse survival game match. The apocalyptic game loaded successfully, and Tian became its participant. He found himself in a dilapidated state. Commencing at level 1, he obtained the Eye of Truth as a recompense, and his classification was designated as B. To ascend to a fortress, he required 800,000 points. Prostrate on the ground, he awakened, pondering his survival. His tattered garments and bloodstains persisted. But he was astonished to observe the disappearance of his wounds. Perplexed, he inquired about the whereabouts of Cao and Bai. An unusual sensation enveloped him, and he realized the demise of both the bovine and Bai in close proximity. He questioned the occurrences during his period of unconsciousness, recognizing that such devastation could not be inflicted by a human. He sensed a transformation within himself, welcomed into the Apocalypse survival game. As his status activated, a surge of power coursed through him, feeling akin to being struck by a radiant beam, igniting a fury within him upon seeing the bovine still animate. Tian lashed out at it with his axe. He dismissed thoughts of his recent ordeals, contemplating his newfound capabilities, including his regenerative abilities and the peculiar detonation he had witnessed. As Tian assimilated the situation, the realization that this transcended a mere game intensified. The system had fully initialized, and his sanctuary had been successfully erected. Points were allocated to novices. Initial rewards were disseminated, and participants were encouraged to evaluate themselves. Tian pondered whether this deluge of information was directly implanted into his psyche. He ascertained that the initial wave of devastation had concluded, with the subsequent wave slated to commence in 30 days. Natural calamities loomed ominously, and the sanctuary represented the ultimate bastion of security. Tian felt the gravity of responsibility to not merely endure, but to also reinforce his sanctuary into an impregnable stronghold. The initial wave had already rendered the land toxic, depriving humanity of sustenance, leaving him apprehensive about the implications of the impending second wave. Examining Bai, Tian deduced that he had lost consciousness, based on the information he had gathered. Bai and the others must have undergone mutation after ingesting irradiated flora, contaminated vegetation. After securing Bai within a makeshift enclosure to avert any harm, Tian bound him securely and shifted his attention to checking on Han. Upon entering the sanctuary, he descended the staircase in darkness, attempting to activate the illumination. He discovered that they remained inoperative. His mobile device displayed no signal, indicating the disruption of the communication infrastructure. However, the auxiliary diesel generator provided a measure of respite, utilizing the dim luminescence of a phoenix. Tian scrutinized the chamber, questioning Han's location and the absence of any activity. Detecting Han's legs, he hastened towards her and discovered her recumbent form. His system indicated that Han was in a state of peaceful slumber. She roused at the sound of his approach and inquired as to why he hadn't unfolded the mattress. Instead of resting on the floor, she explained her patient anticipation for his return, recalling a brilliant flash of light and nothing further, before inquiring about his well-being. He reassured her that everything was under control, and there was no cause for alarm. Han inquired about Bai's location. Tian clarified that Bai was wounded and currently unavailable. He recommended she rest further while he attended to some tasks. Han concurred and dozed off again. As she slumbered, Tennessee contemplated the lack of mutated domesticated creatures, and questioned how this framework diverged from internet-based gaming. Upon closer examination, he unearthed an initial perk that felt vaguely recognizable. Nonetheless, it was underwhelming as he had anticipated armaments or proficiencies, but discovered instead that he required an additional 99 points to initiate the application. Gazing at the display, he spotted a question mark in a corner and pondered its meaning. It seemed the principal currency of the framework was points, and he remembered the seed he had sown in the toxic terrain. Recognizing its steep price, he understood he couldn't presently acquire it. He decided to inspect the provisions at his residence, aware that those in immediate contact with the Earth were already tainted in various manners. As the network went offline, Tian grasped it might require a period to restore. He was skeptical the external circumstances were favorable. Pondering the contaminated sources surrounding him, he knew he needed to tackle them shortly. Gazing outward, he unsealed a door within the secure dwelling and discovered an assortment of firearms, methodically arranged. Activating the diesel-powered generator, Tien loaded a handgun and positioned a two-way radio near Han prior to departing. Operating his vehicle at high velocity, he unintentionally lured multiple transmuted creatures towards him and determined to dispatch them swiftly. Abruptly, a military transport approached from the rear, passing Tian and obstructing his route. The transport's automatic weapon targeted Tian's vehicle, menacingly poised to commence firing. As a military scout with a magnified optic observed Tian, he noted that the typically bustling hokey-pokey roadway was elevated. Tien surmised military personnel were deployed nearby and perceived a critical situation within the city. He wondered about Zhongqing's location. The serviceman cautioned Tian about the external perils and recommended he return to his dwelling via the hokey-pokey. Someone broadcasted that Zone B was besieged by mutated felines and desperately required reinforcements. Chen explained to the serviceman that he departed his residence due to insufficient provisions and inquired about the present urban state of affairs. The serviceman directed him to the designated governmental supply depot and stressed the city's precarious conditions, encouraging Tian to return home swiftly. Tien consented and the serviceman left. As a military aircraft soared above, Tien pondered the existence of mutated organisms. Despite his recent separation from Zhonglin, he couldn't disregard the post-apocalyptic reality and decided to check on her during his trip. As he entered the city, Tien encountered extensive devastation. People discussed another looting occurrence on XX Street, and a deceased female had been located at reservoir number XX. Driving through, Tennessee observed only police, agreeing, saying, "Let's assess the experimental subject's advancement first." Tusa guided her to observe Subject 7, the sole entity in the experimental cohort that hadn't become frenzied. Its potency had amplified tenfold, although it remained volatile and exhibited indications of hostility, though not as mindlessly savage as the unsuccessful subjects. Unexpectedly, another individual approached Tusi with distressing information and murmured in his ear. Tusi was noticeably astonished. The individual explained that they were unaware of what transpired and requested Tusa to examine. Tusa inquired how this could have occurred. Tusa subsequently apologized to Ren, explaining an urgent matter had arisen, and he couldn't continue escorting her. He guaranteed a colleague would assume responsibility. Ren responded that it was acceptable, as it was merely a standard examination, and she would stroll briefly before departing. The individual voiced apprehension, asserting their actions violated protocol. Ren confidently retorted, "We're all under constant observation, so there's no need for concern. Just proceed quickly and avoid delays. It appears crucial." Tus concurred and pledged to guarantee her safety continuously. Prior to their departure, Ren was conversing with a youth via earphones, instructing him it was time to initiate action. The youth was positioned in a chamber with his portable computer, verifying the surveillance was obscured. Ren directed him to scan the location for their concealed sanctuary. The youth requested she examine the northeastern corner for a cavity within the barrier or a depressible mechanism. She located and activated it. The youth notified her she had half an hour, to which she consented. Ren proceeded inside through the ajar doorway and located a multitude of corpses preserved in glass containers. The lad inquired about her evaluation. She responded somberly, "It's graver than we anticipated." The youngster questioned if he should summon the commanding officer for assistance. She refused, requesting his patience. As she scrutinized the situation further, she spotted a marine creature and inquired if Ren recognized the appellation, disclosing it was Zhong Tian's paramour. The perspective transitioned to Tian, who discovered his radiation-resistant maize was ready for harvest. Han was elated by the sight. Tian suggested she join him to complete the task expeditiously for supper. She enthusiastically concurred, grabbing an ear and voicing her yearning for roasted corn later. Tian inquired if she was already famished. She retorted that she was too ravenous to merely harvest maize. He directed her to gather some kindling, while he readied roasted corn with butter. She was overjoyed at the prospect. As he cooked, Han sat nearby and playfully inquired what the repercussions would be if she continued consuming food at such a rate and transformed into a plump swine. Tian mused that her hunger had recently surpassed his own. He clarified that the unique harvest could augment their physical well-being, and as her physique matured, her nutritional requirements would escalate. Given she was still developing, increased consumption wouldn't lead to weight gain. She concurred and commenced consuming the maize. Tian observed her in profile and pondered that. After consuming the radiation-resistant produce for several days, both his and Han's physical condition had markedly improved. He jested that even if she persisted in eating so much, she wouldn't morph into a King Kong Barbie, visualizing her potential appearance and chuckling at the notion. Han remarked on the delectable taste of the roasted corn. Tian pledged to prepare a spicy one for her next. Subsequently, he contemplated that with their provisions, even if Han's appetite eventually rivaled Luffy's, they could still manage. Detecting a guest, he wondered who would be visiting at such an hour. Upon inspection, he discovered it was Xiao carrying a satchel. Tian pondered if it contained the sustenance he had provided to Xiao Wei, and what his purpose was there. Tian approached Xiao and inquired about the reason for his visit. Xiao elucidated that Tian had gifted his family instant noodles previously, and his father insisted on reciprocating by sending provisions to Tian's family, which Xiao had delivered. Tian reassured him it was unnecessary, reflecting that he had assisted the right individual. Intrigued, Tian questioned Xiao about the source of the food. Xiao confessed to discovering it in his yard, conjecturing it may have been discreetly delivered by a kinsman or someone who surreptitiously placed it there. Xiao desired to repay Tian's generosity, and also had a query for him. Tian urged Xiao to voice his question. Xiao mentioned hearing about a new grain emporium, commencing operations on the periphery of the southern sector, that still possessed ample inventory. He wished to borrow Tian's lorry to procure some supplies. Tian consented, and Xiao added that he lacked a driver's permit. The emporium was situated in a secluded locale, not excessively distant. Tian comprehended that Xiao was requesting his accompaniment. Xiao guaranteed Tian it wouldn't be protracted, making a plea. Tian reflected on his recent confinement to the farm, and had intended to visit the emporium in a few days to assess the situation. Since the chance arose earlier, he resolved to accompany Xiao. With the automated sentinels at the homestead, he felt at ease regarding Han's safety. Furthermore, Bai's combat prowess could handle even a small contingent if necessary. Tian assented, mentioning their long-standing camaraderie, but he needed to return before midday to prepare Han's meal. Xiao expressed remorse for the inconvenience. Tian instructed him to remain there while he retrieved the lorry from within. Tian directed Han to remain indoors and not admit anyone. She assured him not to fret and lauded Six's competence. Tian inquired about BI's enhanced capabilities. She explained it was an ameliorated iteration and demonstrated its effortless pulverization of large stones with a bam. Bam! Tian questioned if that was indeed the case, and cautioned Han to utilize BE solely in exigent circumstances, in the future, as it could be perilous otherwise. She acquiesced, stating she would refrain from detonating rocks henceforth. Tian affectionately tousled her hair, pledging that he and Zhao would acquire provisions, and return with confectionery for her. Intrigued, she inquired about Zhao's presence and expressed a desire to greet him. Tian playfully nipped her cheek and questioned if she wished to flaunt herself. Bye to others. She asserted that she was now 6 years old and no longer a juvenile, feeling exasperated that no one besides Tian addressed her in such a manner. Tian concurred, and escorted Han to the lorry. Outside, Han greeted Zhao and attempted to recount the tale of Bi, but Tian halted her, instructing her to exit the vehicle and allow Xiao to sit there, so they could depart sooner and return in time for him to prepare a meal for her. As they drove off, Han grumbled that Tian was being unkind, and hadn't permitted her to finish her farewell to Xiao. She rushed indoors to dismiss the incident, and occupy herself with animated shows during the journey. Tian mused that Han could be guileless at times, anticipating a remark like that from her. After a period, Zhao inquired whether it was all right for Han to be home unaccompanied. He voiced apprehension about the prevailing turbulent state of affairs, and worried that the homestead might become a target for malevolent individuals, potentially endangering her. Tian scoffed, asking who would target his dilapidated property, devoid of valuables or provisions. He reminded Zhao that Han was a mere 6 years of age. Even possessing a means of self-protection, she would be incapable of utilizing it. He believed there was no more secure location for her than the farm at present. Zhao questioned if Tian had provided Han with any personal safety devices. Tian responded that he had electrified the farm's entrance, making forced entry impossible and assuring Zhao there was no need for concern. Zhao expressed his ease, then retrieved his mobile phone to send a message. Tian observed this, and Zhao swiftly returned the device to his pocket, clarifying that he was anxious because he lacked sufficient funds and had resorted to borrowing from acquaintances. The scene transitioned to Han, who was engrossed in the animated program. She exclaimed that they should utilize the Rainbow Warriors, proposing a lemon-yellow super transformation, then golden-yellow, and remarked that Zhao possessed the ability to alter his hue as well. She embraced her toy, Hei, and inquired if Xiao could become a member of the Rainbow Warriors. Hei appeared perplexed. Han jested that the previous time she and Tian had encountered Zhao, he was green with envy, but now he was red, which she found amusing. Tian offered some money to Xiao, who was bewildered by the gesture. Tian clarified that he wasn't affluent either, suggesting Zhao accept it for the time being. Xiao refused, asserting that Tian had already provided substantial assistance to his family, and he couldn't accept any more funds. Tian was adamant, telling Zhao to cease his objections and concentrate on driving. Xiao feigned gratitude for Tian's generosity and vowed to reciprocate his benevolence. As they proceeded, Tian realized they needed to continue straight for 500 meters, then make a right turn 300 meters further on. Another 200 meters ahead, they would encounter a road division, and 100 meters beyond that, they were required to turn right. Zhao appeared apprehensive. Just as Tian prepared to turn right, Zhao manipulated the steering wheel towards the left, alleging that the road to the right was impassable, and they should proceed left instead. Tian sensed something was amiss and exclaimed that it was untrue, as he frequently traversed that route. It was the primary thoroughfare in the township, and wouldn't be closed without a significant catastrophic event. He inquired where Zhao had obtained that information. Zhao responded that his companion had informed him. Tian requested his friend's contact details and demanded to hear it directly from the source. Zhao implored Tian to have faith in him and turn back before it was too late, pledging that he wouldn't bring harm to Tian. Hesitantly, Tian commenced turning the vehicle around. In the meantime, onlookers noticed the unfolding situation, and one individual remarked that something appeared awry. He contacted others in a nearby vehicle, questioning how Tian could make the decision to turn back alone. Another person inquired about their course of action. Nan declared his readiness, stating their objective was drawing near, necessitating their intervention. Liang added that apprehending them alive was imperative. They needed to obstruct their potential escape paths and launch an assault from both front and rear. He sarcastically quipped about observing whether they could sprout wings and take flight that day before requesting updates. Xiao then conveyed his apologies to Tian, confessing his betrayal and accepting full responsibility. He tearfully explained his helplessness. As individuals had abducted his father, Tian urged him to compose himself and disclose the identities of those individuals and their objectives. Xiao, weeping, informed Tian that they were affiliated with Tine Run and were aware that Tian possessed the cure for the toxin. They had compelled Xiao to entice Tian away from the farm so they could seize Han and coerce Tian into submission. Tian exclaimed that Han was a mere 6 years old, and they planned to abduct a child. Xiao responded that he was unaware of their intentions, and that they had threatened his father's life, leaving him without any alternatives. At that moment, a vehicle obstructed their path. Xiao informed Tian of their arrival. Tian yelled at Xiao to remain silent, stating that Xiao's inquiries were solely to evaluate him and ascertain if the farm was fortified. When Xiao was using his mobile phone, he was actually communicating with the opposing party. Shortly thereafter, individuals with equipment materialized in front of Tian's residence. Xiao apologized to Tian and urged him to surrender the antidote, as they were significantly outnumbered and escape was improbable. Tian responded that he was enraged with Xiao and had no intention of harming him. However, he was incredulous that Xiao had jeopardized Han's safety. A tearful Xiao offered another apology, expressing his remorse for his actions. But his captors had seized his father, leaving him with no alternative. He implored Tian to provide the remedy. Tian informed Xiao that he would address his transgressions later, and unfortunately for the trespassers, none would escape his property with their lives. Xiao recalled the evening he was restored to health, and Nan expressed immense joy at his recovery, conveying the profound fear he had experienced. Xiao confessed his astonishment at his own survival. Nan remarked on Xiao's foolishness in consuming something unusual that had induced his ailment. Xiao clarified that his hunger was so intense that he could no longer endure it. He discovered an apple in the basement that appeared untainted. Nan reprimanded Xiao for his desperation and audacity in consuming anything from the cellar, as everything there had been exposed to the earth. Xiao countered that they had subsisted on nothing but thin porridge for days, so he had resolved to take a chance. Otherwise, starvation would have eventually claimed him. Nan instructed him to cease his senseless chatter and informed him that he had procured some provisions. They had also been the recipients of multiple food airdrops. Included among these was a miraculous potion that had preserved Xiao's life, which must have been a divine intervention. They couldn't endure witnessing Xiao's suffering, so they intervened to save him. Nan reminded Xiu that numerous individuals had perished from unintentionally ingesting toxic plants. He was the sole survivor. Consequently, they must later visit their ancestral tombs to pay their respects and express gratitude for their Baiyu. Xiao pondered that, if a deity truly existed, such a calamity should not be permitted to occur. He surmised that the elixir had been provided by an anonymous benefactor, someone who preferred to remain incognito. Then he spotted a sack of fruit and heard Nan inquire about his hunger. Xiao was astounded that someone had bestowed upon them such abundance, while his own family had been left to endure starvation. Deprived of even the most fundamental necessities for survival, Nan reassured him that they had obtained all this sustenance, and that he would fetch Xiao something to consume. He stressed that Xiao was still convalescing from a grave illness and required ample recuperation. Abruptly, Xiao recalled something and rose to depart. Nan inquired about his destination. Xiao replied that he would return shortly. Nan insisted that Xiao's recovery was incomplete, and he needed repose. Xiao requested solitude and proceeded to someone's residence, rapping on the entrance. The youth within responded, urging him to cease his insistent knocking, and demanded identification. When Miao answered the door, he was startled by the sight of Xiao, drenched in blood. Miao inquired about Xiao's purpose. Xiao explained that his dwelling had been plundered, and he merely wished to review the surveillance footage. Miao inquired about its nature. Xiao displayed the camera, describing it as a 360-degree cordless remote monitoring device. Miao acquiesced. Xiao requested to ascertain who had assaulted him, as he needed to locate them. Miao consented but urged haste, citing his need for slumber. As Xiao proceeded to examine the footage, he mused that the camera fortuitously captured the ideal vantage point of his alley. He wondered about the individual's identity. Who could it be? Then he observed a lorry and identified its proprietor by the registration number. Upon returning home, Nan inquired about his activities. Xiao declared that he had discovered his savior. Nan inquired about the individual's identity. He revealed it was Tian. He had reviewed the closed-circuit television footage and determined that Tian's arrival and departure coincided with the timing of his rescue. Nan affirmed that Taiyin was a virtuous individual who had not only provided sustenance, but also rescued Xiao's life. Xiao then inquired whether Nan had heard the news regarding the Tianrun Corporation. It was offering a substantial reward to anyone who could devise a solution. Nan was astonished and questioned Xiao's intentions. Xiao responded that he was striving to alleviate their hardships in this infernal realm. He questioned the longevity of their current provisions and their subsequent course of action. He inquired whether Nan still anticipated further provisions from Tian. Nan struck Xiao and questioned whether he intended to repay Tian with such animosity. He lamented birthing such an ungrateful wretch and threatened to incapacitate Xiao if he dared to approach Tianrun. Xiao inquired whether Nan comprehended their dire circumstances, asserting that their survival depended solely on their own resourcefulness. He maintained that he was merely doing what was necessary to endure. That was his sole consideration. As he contemplated their inability to evade their pursuers, he realized they were being relentlessly pursued. 2 vehicles obstructed his path, Suddenly, he found himself encircled. He emerged, firmly clutching Xiao. Chen contacted Tian. He identified himself as a representative of Tain-run Pharmaceuticals. He clarified that he employed an unconventional approach to secure a meeting with Tian. He reassured Tian that his intentions were benign. Chen disclosed their knowledge of Tian possessing the antidote to the widespread toxic contamination. He suggested a collaborative venture. Tian would furnish the remedy, and they would provide their resources, generating substantial mutual financial gain. Tian inquired about the repercussions of refusal. Chen stated that Tian had but two choices. The initial option was collaboration, ensuring universal contentment and enabling all parties to prosper joyfully. Tian then inquired about the alternative. Chen retorted that they would independently procure the cure, insinuating the potential use of coercion. Tian responded that his discovery of the antidote was serendipitous, and that there existed only a single dosage, which he had already administered, and which he had already utilized. Chen telephoned Tian, presenting himself as an associate of Tain-run Pharmaceuticals. He elucidated his intention to discuss a partnership concerning Tian's remedy for the pervasive toxicity. Tian lamented their futile journey, observing their lack of weaponry and Xiao's inconsequential value to them. Had they possessed firearms, they could have simply wounded Tian without resorting to intimidation. Chen remarked on Tian's apparent imperturbability, even when confronted with peril. Chen initiated a call, inquiring about their arrival at the farm entrance, directing them to apprehend the young girl and force-feed her the toxic fruit. He questioned the purpose of electrifying Tian's damaged fence, acknowledging the presence of seasoned insulation specialists. He implored Tian to recognize his own significance and collaborate for financial gain. In conjunction with Tain-run, Tian's expression darkened, and he voiced his abhorrence for coercion. Chen expressed astonishment at the menacing glare of a simple agriculturist. Tian cautioned Chen to appreciate their separate arrivals at the farm, lest their survival be jeopardized. Chen dismissed Tian's admonition as preposterous, confident in their numerical superiority. Chen insisted on Tian's compliance, guaranteeing the safety of him and his sibling. Observing Tian's recalcitrance, Chen commanded his subordinates to sever Tian's limbs while preserving his life. These individuals successfully breached the perimeter of Tian's farm, creating a cacophony that disrupted Han's viewing pleasure. She yearned to permanently silence them. Meanwhile, Tian found himself solitary, repelling adversaries and forcibly ejecting them. Chen, aghast at the tumult, inquired about the unfolding events. The farm's possession of anti-personnel armaments was apparent, necessitating the diversion of the intruders. Observing Tian's farm from afar, a man detected an anomaly as rocks were violently dislodged. His initial suspicion of explosives was validated, prompting his decision to capture Tian alive. He realized that Tian's true capabilities had been underestimated. Tian himself was astonished by the unanticipated augmentation of his abilities, resulting from his consumption of radiation-resistant produce. Over a mere few days, his physical attributes, velocity, potency, skeletal density, and responsiveness had all drastically surpassed his anticipations. In antiquity, one could attain enlightenment through swordsmanship. But Tian opted to commence with a fist. A man brandished a blade at Tian, but he evaded it, sensing his proximity to enlightenment. Let's establish some distance initially, he mused, recognizing the gravity of his enhanced physical state. He aimed his firearm at Chen. A terrified Chen lamented his failure to bring a weapon, unaware of Tian's possession of one. However, if Chen could diminish the gap, the firearm would become ineffectual. He cautioned Tian against provoking the formidable entity supporting him, emphasizing the potential ramifications. Tian conceded, shooting others to showcase Chen's worth and neutralize superfluous threats. As individuals fled, Tian pursued and eliminated them. Chen sought refuge within the forest, awaiting Tian's depletion of ammunition. Evading assaults, he sought cover behind a boulder, noting Tian's cessation of gunfire, indicating a probable lack of cartridges. Relieved, Chen remained concealed, contemplating a surprise assault on Tian, hoping to secure a victory. Meanwhile, Tian accessed his stockpile and retrieved a handgun from the storage facility. He positioned himself above A bewildered Chen inquired why Tian still carried a firearm and questioned if he also practiced martial arts. The setting transitioned to Tian's residence, where all the interlopers lay vanquished by an unseen force, having commanded the elimination of the final trespasser, whose head was obliterated. Bi worried about Tian's potential homecoming and his interpretation of her deeds. Bai dreaded that he might perceive her as brutal and spurn her. Resolved to conceal the carnage before Tian's arrival, she hastened to dispose of the incriminating evidence outside. A grievously wounded Chen conceded that menacing Tian with a child had been a dire error. He implored Tian to cease his torment, vowing to divulge everything if spared. Tian retorted that releasing Chen was inconceivable, but he proffered Chen an alternative, a swift, agonizing demise or a chance for recovery and prolonged suffering, as Chen had ample ammunition and time. Confronted with these choices, Chen acquiesced to answer Tian's inquiries. Tian initially inquired about the mastermind behind the assault. Chen disclosed that it was Liang, the head of Tianrun. Tian commented that it was logical, considering Liang's merciless disposition and his complicity in price gouging. He then probed if any other individuals were implicated. Chen asserted that Liang acted alone, keeping the affair clandestine. Even the most senior managers within the corporation were oblivious. Furthermore, Chen mentioned Liang's recent disputes with the company's vice president and his scheme to exploit this predicament to augment his power, curry favor with headquarters, and remove the VP from the Southern City office. Chen contemplated the central office, recognizing that Tianrun Pharmaceutical, which held a monopoly over Southern City, was merely a branch of a larger conglomerate. He jolted Chen awake and inquired if Liang had reported the incident to the head office. Chen refuted this, clarifying that the other vice president had influential contacts there, and Liang apprehended that escalating the matter would jeopardize his ambitions by divulging the information to that vice president. Chen reasoned that since the issue remained localized, it would be easily manageable. He then insisted that Chen escort him to Liang. Chen received a communication from Liang, who inquired if the task was accomplished. Chen responded that they had apprehended the target, but the target demanded an audience with Liang and the elder. Before disclosing any information, Liang berated Chen, labeling him incompetent if he couldn't resolve such a trivial matter without his direct intervention. Apologetically, Chen explained that Tian remained reticent, and they had suffered casualties in the endeavor. Liang consented to the meeting, directing Chen to bring Tian to warehouse number 78, guaranteeing his imminent arrival. Chen abruptly terminated the call, enraging Liang, who seethed at Chen's impudence. Liang, already present at the headquarters, resolved to replace Chen and promptly departed his office. Liang remained unaware that Tian had coerced Chen into making those statements. Tian then bound Chen and instructed Xiao to exchange attire with him. During the car journey, Xiao expressed gratitude to Tian. Tian responded that Nan was a mere casual acquaintance and Xiao shouldn't become excessively sentimental. Xiao apologized. Upon reaching the warehouse, Xiao and the captive Chen entered. Liang, flanked by 2 men and a bound Nan, awaited them. Liang inquired why only they had arrived and about the whereabouts of Nan's son. Xiao elucidated that the courier had been incapacitated and abandoned in the vehicle, and Chen was experiencing a stomach ailment and had gone to the lavatory. Apprehensive of Liang's growing impatience, Xiao had brought Nan first. Liang scoffed, deriding them as a pathetic group. He guffawed, gesturing towards Nan's battered state, and remarked that he must not have inflicted sufficient harm before demanding Nan to speak, pledging to release him. Nan deemed it prudent to remain silent, knowing Liang wouldn't spare any of them. Nan attempted to speak, but a gag rendered it futile, making it impossible. An enraged Liang insulted Nan and demanded to know why he was making noise before assaulting him. Xiao fixated on Liang, trembling. Liang noticed and snapped at Xiao, questioning his stare and ordering him to bring Nan closer. The other 2 men continued their assault on Nan. Liang sneered, denouncing them as insignificant failures. Abruptly, Tian burst through the ceiling, landing a blow on Liang. Everyone was astonished. Liang remarked that the wall presented a challenge to scale. Tian aimed his weapon at the prone Liang, paralyzing the 2 men with terror. Tian commanded them to remain still. Liang demanded an explanation for Tian's arrival, Chen's location, and if Chen had betrayed him. He then challenged Tian to harm him. How an individual with Liang's intellect ascended to the leadership of Tianrun, implying Liang had dedicated all his aptitude to ruthlessness. He disclosed that the harmed individual was Chen. Liang cautioned that if Tian harmed him, he would have Nan eliminated instantly. Chen inquired if he was certain, positing that terminating Liang was more economical than rescuing inconsequential individuals. Liang commanded his subordinates to rescue him, but Xiao implored Tian to cease. Disregarding the plea, Tian shot the 2 men, challenging Xiao's cognitive abilities. Xiao then hastened to liberate his father. Xiao and Nan prostrated themselves before Tian, conveying their appreciation and regret. Xiao expressed remorse for not holding Nan responsible for his deeds and conceded that apologies were insufficient, but thanked Tian nevertheless. Tian reassured them he didn't subscribe to imputed culpability and that Nan had not wronged him in any manner. Nan censured himself for not preventing Xiao's transgressions, experiencing profound remorse. Tian informed Xiao that perpetual apologies were unnecessary and proposed relinquishing the notion of seeking absolution, as he deemed Liao undeserving of injury. Tian guaranteed Xiao he wouldn't inflict harm needlessly, and entrusted the subsequent actions to Xiao. Zhao affirmed to Tian they were uninformed and could be relied upon, then inquired how Tian intended to resolve the predicament. Tian directed them to assemble the individuals and pile them together, pledging to provide the vehicle. Nan questioned Tian's intentions. Tian responded they had no alternative but to eliminate the incriminating material. After amassing the 3 corpses, Zhao inquired if Tian planned to enter them. Nan assented, drawing Chen aside, and concurring it was imprudent to leave them vulnerable in the desolate area. As Nan extended to reposition Chen unexpectedly assaulted him with a fractured mirror shard. Nan evaded the strike, astonished by Chen's nimbleness. Zhao was startled by the abrupt aggression. Chen elucidated that he was desperate and had nothing to forfeit by taking someone down with him. He brandished the shattered mirror at Nan, but Zhao intervened, absorbing the blow himself. Nan was stunned by Zhao's self-sacrifice. At that moment, Tian arrived in the vehicle and struck Chen with it. Zhao shrieked in agony and succumbed. Nan commenced weeping, confessing to Tian that Zhao was correct about his ineptitude, and lacking the courage to be either virtuous or malevolent. He reproached himself for jeopardizing his father. Due to his egotistical yearnings, Nan accepted that Zhao's fate was deserved and desired to relinquish his own life in return. Finally, at peace, he requested Tian to convey his gratitude to Han, adding that the confections intended for Han's meal that evening were from him, understanding they were something a youngster would cherish. With his final respiration, Zhao expired. Nan was consumed by sorrow. After a period, he and Tian ignited the warehouse and departed the location. The setting transitioned to Ren in her workplace, serenely imbibing tea as someone rushed in, visibly disturbed. She instructed them to compose themselves and elucidate gradually. After regaining their composure, the individual informed Ren that a momentous event had transpired. Ren inquired about the occurrence, and they hesitantly divulged that Liang had perished. Ren promptly scrutinized the remains and questioned the physician if they had verified their identities. The physician confirmed via DNA procured from dental pulp that the cadavers were indeed Liang and Chen. However, the genetic repository lacked correspondences for the other remains, and no missing person notifications aligned with them, owing to limited law enforcement resources. Further examination to ascertain their identities was unfeasible. Ren dismissed the significance of verifying identities, and instead probed whether the fatalities were accidental or premeditated. The physician concluded they were homicides. Multiple corpses contained bullet fragments, signifying they were shot, prior to being stacked and incinerated within a vehicle. Some exhibited indications of torment. Examining one of the cadavers, Ren deduced that whomever committed this was confronting a merciless persona. She contemplated whether the assault targeted Liang specifically, or Tian Run Corporation. If the former, she intended to commemorate with 2 bottles of vintage wine that evening. If the latter, these individuals were now her adversaries. Tian procured a small explosive device and inquired if Nan genuinely desired retribution. Nan affirmed, proclaiming his willingness to imperil his life for it. Tian then relinquished the explosive to Nan, clarifying that he had addressed the manageable traces, but couldn't ensure that Tian Run wouldn't uncover any clues implicating him. This served as a cauty. Nan comforted Tian, guaranteeing the bomb would detonate as planned without a hitch. Tian then divulged all his secrets to Nan and accompanied him home, ringing Han to inquire about her presence there. Nan was perplexed by Han's composure amidst everything, even the presence of a robotic canine in the residence. Outside, Han had positioned a hoist in a small sand pile to conceal the corpses. She noticed Tian and Nan's arrival, and refuted any misconduct, asserting she was merely engaged in an excavation game and hadn't uttered anything inappropriate. Tian rebuked her, having observed her actions. This prompted her confession of dishonesty. Due to her fear of his disapproval, should he uncover her brutal deeds, dreading his potential rejection, he questioned the possibility of ever not wanting her. She clarified that her fear stemmed from taking lives. Nan pondered if that was the root cause. Tian soothed Han, declaring unwavering support regardless of her transgressions, pledging to shoulder any burden together. He stressed her paramount importance within his family. From start to finish, he expressed joy in her self-preservation skills, encouraging authenticity, and promising guidance, alleviating any sense of obligation. He commended her for neutralizing those with harmful intent, thwarting potential harm to others. Han then proclaimed she would retaliate against any would-be tormentors. Tian and Nan contemplated the rapid global transformations and the necessity of adaptation. Han then disclosed everything to Tian, who sought clarification about the individuals clad in red and her resulting animosity. She commanded BI to eliminate them, a directive BI acknowledged, recalling how those individuals had breached the barrier and interrupted her cartoon viewing, a color she found disquieting. Tian inquired if others also possessed colors. Han affirmed, describing Tian with a tranquil blue, He with an inviting green, and Xiao also linked to the unsettling red hue. She noted Nan's color as gray with a tinge of green, observing that some passers-by were also gray. Tian pondered the commonality among those emitting red, suspecting shared malevolence towards Han. Beyond perceiving colors, he inquired, had she detected any accompanying words or symbols? He questioned if Han was also a participant. She denied observing any textual elements. He asked when the color perception began. She responded that it commenced about a week prior. Tian speculated that this aptitude manifested after the destruction season commenced, confirming Han's non-player status due to her lack of system awareness. Pondering this, he pinched her cheeks, a habitual gesture during contemplation. Tian deemed it a probable evolutionary response to consuming radiation-resistant produce. He smiled, and she playfully remarked on his potential for intimidation. He expressed his contentment. Tian considered that, in that scenario, the food system's crops lacked the adverse effects of irradiated produce, but carried a higher mutation probability. They had both consumed radiation-resistant food for mere days, yet experienced substantial physiological enhancements. Han had also developed emotional perception, resembling a proximity program or humanoid reconnaissance apparatus. Yin christened his ability the Eye of Truth, and dubbed Han's the Eye of Good and Evil. He expressed marvel at her talent, noting its utility to him. When she inquired about future assistance, he assented. He confirmed that any future detection of red-emitting individuals warranted his notification, as she was his most invaluable aid. His gentle touch elicited her happiness. He then inquired about her hunger, offering to prepare a meal. He readied the food, and the trio dined together. Tian informed Han that henceforth, Nan would reside with them, assisting with agricultural tasks. Nan admitted his incomplete understanding, but vowed compliance with Tian's directives. Delighted, Han inquired about Nan's living arrangements. Nan explained his intention to construct a straw hut near the entrance, for habitation and surveillance. Han then questioned Xiao's fate given Nan's cohabitation. Nan explained Xiao's departure to another realm, for atonement. Han remarked on the seemingly short lifespan of those emitting red light and harboring ill will towards Tian. She pledged Bai's retribution upon anyone who dared to harass Tiano. Tian lauded Han for her sharp intellect and recommended she concentrate on her meal. Nan believed the situation couldn't escalate further. Moreover, his hands were already crimson with blood, but now he was free of concern, provided he could facilitate his son's vengeance. He was prepared to be Tian's loyal guard. The perspective shifts to a man observing a news briefing. A spokesperson declared it was a fortnight after the calamity, with a total death count of 38.6 million on Blue Star and 4.7 million within the Yanhuang Federation. The national government was diligently relocating grain stockpiles and hydroponic. Cultivation techniques would soon be amplified for mass production. He implored everyone to remain calm. The man's son drew near and inquired about his potential contribution. The man questioned if he had perused Ren's analysis. The boy affirmed and stated that Liang was deceased. The man commented on Tian being a lucrative asset and mourned his demise, observing that the transmutation process had accelerated. He indicated that the Military Police Command Center had apprehended a level 5 metamorph in the mountains. On the southern Jing border, his son expressed astonishment at this news and inquired how a level 5 mutant creature could have developed when their current research capabilities only extended to level 3 or resulted from his synthetic accelerants. In the dense, uncharted forest depths, radioactive flora flourished. Even the most basic organisms consumed one another, heightening the mutation rate. The father remarked that their present fabrication methods were susceptible to unforeseen organic evolution. He directed King to assume control of the laboratory there, and Ren had uncovered that Liang's clandestine tests had employed numerous fascinating techniques. They intended to merge these findings with their existing assets and guarantee the swift retrieval of the virus. Jing concurred with the strategy. Ren sat in her office contemplating that. The documentation from 48 hours prior seemed completely unremarkable, implying the cause of his death resided within that brief time frame. However, the surveillance recordings from those critical days had been purged by Liang, depriving them of leads Focusing on this appeared unproductive currently. They needed to determine the site for the new research facility. And Ren still had to receive the incoming director. Exiting her office, she greeted Jing, who arrived from the south. Following a handshake and introductions, Ren observed a man behind Jing and inquired about his identity. Jing clarified that he was Kui, King's aide. Jing then mentioned hearing from Ren about a suitable research center and requested a viewing. She consented, indicating several locations on the city's periphery from which he could select. Meanwhile, the scene transitioned to Tian, who was examining the aquatic livestock in the pond. Tian possessed fish ranging from level 1 to level 5, and he admired the diverse array of species. He remarked that the points needed to acquire various fish types at the same level remained uniform. Suddenly, he noticed a bluefin tuna, a rare pre-apocalyptic delicacy available for 500 points. Enthusiastically, Tian inquired if Han enjoyed bluefin tuna. She asked if it was the pricey fish that melted in one's mouth. Tian confirmed her query, adding that they previously lacked the means for such extravagance, but now they could indulge freely. Han gleefully expressed her eagerness to consume it. Tian assembled his tools and proposed they utilize the excavator to construct a fish pond together. Han enthusiastically concurred, and He accompanied them with the excavator. Ian, Han, He, and Nan reached an open expanse. Tian directed them to commence digging there. Nan caressed He and inquired about its age, observing its substantial growth. Tian clarified that He had reached maturity and shouldn't be increasing in size further. Nan speculated if He had gained weight due to the farm's nutritious food, recalling when He initially only reached Nan's knees and now extended to their thighs. Tian concurred, realizing that constant proximity had rendered the incremental changes less apparent. He worried about potential abnormalities like Bai's, but felt reassured as all toxic plants had been eliminated since Bai's incident. Tian pondered if He's growth stemmed from consuming radiation-resistant crops like Han. He resolved to observe He vigilantly to avert any complications. At that moment, Tian detected an approaching guest and wondered about their identity. As he turned to investigate, Nan inquired about the source of his distraction. Tian noted 2 men and a woman nearing, posing a threat level of 8. It was Ren, Jing, and Kuai. Jing knocked on the gate, and Ren addressed Jing if a personal inspection of the chosen property was truly necessary. He highlighted the superior facilities and reinforced security measures available there. Jing confirmed the farm's prime location and ample dimensions, planning to conclude the acquisition before relocating their operations. Ren yielded to Jing's choice. She sensed that beneath his smile, he remained aloof and unapproachable. He hadn't even acknowledged her diligent efforts in securing those limited options. She remarked on the prolonged absence of prospective buyers. Expressing doubt that any would materialize now, Jing directed Koi to persist in knocking, resolute in her attempt to capture Tian's attention. Upon Tian's arrival and inquiry regarding their purpose, Jing identified Tian as the proprietor and requested a private discussion regarding a business matter. Tian declined entry past the gate, insisting on a brief conversation from their current positions. Citing his busyness, Jing acquiesced, attributing the urgency to the external turmoil. Perplexed by Tian's attitude, Ren presented herself as the chief executive of Tian Run Company and stated their objective to acquire the farm. Inquiring about his asking price, Tian questioned their prior knowledge of his property. Ren pledged to accommodate Tian's requests regarding the name, the financial terms, or any other stipulations. She even extended an offer of a residence in the city's central villa district, should he require it. Tian resolutely declined, articulating his desire to remain in his present location. Ren urged him to consider their proposition, implying that as a fellow Southerner, Tian might be familiar with Tian rune standing and potentially reconsider his stance. Tian reaffirmed his satisfaction with his circumstances, declaring that even immense wealth wouldn't persuade him. Exasperated, Koi angrily slammed the gate shut, activating a security warning on Tian's system. The alert indicated a low-level breach with a force of 2 and inquired about Tian's desire for countermeasures. Tian declined, observing that Koi could effortlessly provoke a substantial retaliation. With a single blow, Jing reprimanded and struck Koi, invoking their leader's principles and cautioning against such unauthorized actions. Koi apologized, acknowledging his transgression. Tian found the episode curious. Jing reassured Tian, urging him not to be offended, characterizing Koi as foolish and uninformed. Tian disregarded the matter and beckoned Koi closer to the gate. As Koi approached, Tian swiftly and accurately delivered a blow, employing his hummingbird maneuver, forcing Koi to his knees. Tian remarked that Koi had struck his gate, and in kind he had reciprocated, suggesting they were now quits. He then indicated their departure if their business was concluded. Jing, silently smiling, offered no objection. Jing penned a short message, conveying apologies for any disturbance caused to Tian, and expressing remorse for the imposed inconvenience. He included his contact information, implying Tian could reach out should he reconsider. Ren deemed Tian's dismissal disrespectful and presumed he wouldn't call. She observed Tian shredding the note containing Jing's number, fueling her determination to resist being underestimated. As they entered their vehicle to depart, Tian contemplated the remarkable swiftness with which Run had discovered his farm. He pondered whether they were intentionally seeking him or if it was merely fortuitous. Tian resolved to retrieve the discarded fragments of the note and watch their departure. He mused that their paths would cross again shortly. With roughly 10 days remaining until the next catastrophic season, Tian noted the consistent yield of the agricultural zone and the initiation of excavation in the aquatic zone. He envisioned developing a livestock sector as well. Bracing for the impending trials, after preparing the meal, Tian settled down to dine. Han encouraged him to sample her homemade sesame sauce, extolling its exquisite flavor. Tian acknowledged her culinary efforts and tasted it, concurring with its deliciousness. Han remarked on the soothing nature of mutton hot pot during winter, to which Tian expressed his appreciation for its warmth. Nan inquired about the suitability of their attire, given the prevailing weather conditions, and voiced concern over the declining arability of the land. Tian alluded to Han's long-standing curiosity about a certain matter, but refrained from elaborating further. Nan understood and assured Tian of his discretion. Tian explained his desire for Nan's mental preparedness, revealing the extraordinary nature of their current meal. He explained that it could induce gradual bodily changes, such as heightened resistance to cold, augmented physical prowess, and potentially even extraordinary capabilities. Tian anticipated observing Nan's potential metamorphosis. Nan inquired about Tian's meaning, remarking on its resemblance to a science fiction narrative. Tian explained that the apocalypse mirror, materializing and pondering the presence of fossilized remains, it wouldn't be unreasonable to envision primeval forces. He compared it to biological development instead of a paranormal phenomenon. Nan confessed he hadn't completely comprehended Tian's clarification, and proposed they resume their meal. He then questioned if any visitors had arrived that day. Tian affirmed that delegates from Tianrun had come. Nan was astonished and commented on the ramifications. He facetiously pondered if even he, as an elderly and seemingly unproductive individual, could derive advantages from the farm's produce. Tian concurred, recommending Nan retire early while he departed for some tasks. Tian sought the whereabouts of Hummingbird numbered 1 and ascertained it was situated in the Harmony Villa neighborhood. Meanwhile, the perspective transitioned to Ren, who escorted Jing and Kui to her residence. She guaranteed they could lodge overnight and pledged to secure lodgings for them the following day. Jing expressed gratitude, voicing apprehension about the inconvenience. Ren notified Jing and Kui that their quarters would be on the lower level, in one of the 4 vacant chambers, granting them the liberty to select whichever they desired. She vowed to have supper prepared and brought to their rooms. Jing consented to her arrangements and proceeded upstairs, encouraging Ren to also retire early. In the meantime, the miniature hummingbird from Tian's possession flitted around Ren, which irritated her. She vocalized her bewilderment at the presence of mosquitoes in such frigid weather. After bathing, Ren perceived her face as appearing weary from the prolonged day. She resolved to indulge in a skincare spa treatment. Following a revitalizing shower, while gazing at her reflection, she contemplated whether a prosperous and attractive woman, like herself, allowed any space for others. Applying a facial mask, she detected the mosquito still buzzing nearby, misinterpreting the sound for a beetle. Ren opted to open the window to allow it to depart, relishing the invigorating gust of fresh air. After the air conditioning had been operating for some time, as she unlatched the window, she abruptly perceived a youth standing outside beside it. Startling her, the lad vaulted inside. Ren attempted to summon assistance, but he silenced her by stifling her mouth. She questioned if any security personnel were stationed outside. The youth compelled her to recline. She contemplated dismissing all those guards. The lad possessed such strength that she was unable to move or resist him. She needed to pacify him initially. He cautioned her that he would release her, conditioned on her remaining silent and compliant. Conversely, he menaced that he would react more swiftly than her bodyguards with his blade. Ren endeavored to compose herself as the youth uncovered her mouth. She informed him of the substantial amount of money, jewelry, and gold within the nightstand. He could seize it all provided he refrained from harming her. She pledged to avoid involving law enforcement. The youth remarked on her apparent willingness to cooperate. Ren conveyed to him that the world revolved around acquiring wealth, and injuring her would only generate problems. If he appropriated the funds and departed promptly, it would suffice for him to purchase ample sustenance. The youth retorted that he hadn't arrived to plunder her money. She was stunned and then inquired if he was a sexual deviant, fabricating a false pretext for not complying with him. The youth interrupted her and asked if she had dispatched someone to eliminate Liang, inquisitively asking why it had taken her so long to uncover the perpetrator. She deduced it wasn't a robbery and inquired if he was affiliated with Liang. She mused that all of Liang's confidants were deceased, wondering about his origins. The youth responded that Liang had performed a service for him, and now he pursued retribution. He had learned that Ren was probing Liang's demise, and requested she divulge all the information she possessed, as he also intended to investigate. She discerned the youth had come to voice his allegations. She elucidated that she and the authorities were examining Liang's passing, but the leads were scant, and there was no method to identify the true offender so expeditiously. The youth stated she had assumed Liang's role following his death, insinuating her potential culpability. She was astounded recognizing her lack of proof and having amassed numerous adversaries in the southern region. It appeared logical for someone to capitalize on the disarray and inflict vengeance upon Liang. So tragically slain, she maintained she harbored no profound animosity towards him, and his post as general manager wasn't worth resorting to murder. The youth conceded Ren's point and acknowledged her intellect. He found it incredulous that they lacked any potential perpetrators. Ren affirmed the genuine absence of suspects. Liang had eradicated all records, and monitoring related to recent clandestine activities. How could she single out a suspect without knowledge of his interactions? Prior to his demise, it presented a formidable challenge for her. The boy conjectured that Liang desired everything for himself. Offering no trace, she inquired if he would release her. Just as he detected approaching footfalls, the youth swiftly impacted Ren's neck, rendering her unconscious outside. Koi hammered on the door, attempting to force entry, as the servant alerted Ren that the security system had activated, signaling an incident. Koi implored him to rescue Ren. Upon gaining access to the chamber, they discovered Ren recumbent. The servant attended to Ren while Koi examined the window and directed Jing to prevent the youth's escape. Descending, the youth pondered how the formidable Kui had succeeded in breaching the door. Jing commented that forcibly entering a young woman's room in the dead of night was disrespectful. The youth spotted Jing and questioned how he had located him, considering he had vanished without a trace. Jing responded that when the youth triggered the pressure-sensitive mechanism at the window, he had requested Kui to obstruct the exit. If the youth desired to avoid a direct encounter, Jing deduced he would likely attempt egress through the window, which would be his sole means of departure. The youth admired Jing's ingenuity, but questioned if a frail individual like him could hinder him. He lunged to strike Jing, but Jing parried the blow, and the youth suffered a counterattack. Jing bore cicatrices on his leg and remarked on the peculiarity of how the bones in his arm were insignificant in comparison to his knee. He calculated that his forearms, specifically the ulna and radius, should have sustained fractures from the direct impact force of 700 kilograms, and his wrist joint should have been pulverized and dislocated due to their incapacity to absorb such pressure. Yet there were no visible indications of trauma. Jing inquired if the youth had trained in martial arts, observing he hadn't witnessed any exceptional maneuvers. Perplexed, Jing pressed the youth for a response. Otherwise, he would not permit the youth to leave that evening. The youth's hands trembled as he confronted Jing. The youth wondered if Jing had ever engaged in martial arts training. He was incredulous that Jing had successfully intercepted his punch, even though his present physical prowess exceeded that of an ordinary human. It was problematic to be engaged with a proficient combatant. They perceived approaching individuals discussing the commotion they had heard. The youth expressed remorse to Jing, claiming he lacked the time for games, and threatened that during their next encounter, he would fatally injure Jing. Jing sprang to attack, but the youth dispersed powder to obscure Jing's sight. Jing's coughing provided the youth an opportunity to flee, mockingly suggesting Jing cleanse his eyes as he departed, leaving Jing enraged. Jing barely managed to open his eyes and observed the youth leaping over the wall to escape, bidding farewell. Jing's associates arrived and inquired about his well-being and whether he had allowed the youth to abscond. Jing, still recuperating, expressed astonishment at the youth's intellect and exceptional physical capabilities. Recognizing his remarkable martial arts aptitude, resolute, Jing pledged to locate him. Jing assured them of his well-being, simply requiring to wash his face. He advised the man to exercise caution and inquired whether they should pursue the youth. Jing refused, explaining that the youth's velocity would render pursuit futile. He then inquired about Ren's status. The guard proceeded to assess her and reported that her condition was not critical. The youth had merely rendered her insensible. He recommended administering medication from the medicine chest upon her regaining consciousness. As the prescribed amount was indicated on the containers, the servant proposed contacting law enforcement. But Jing argued that the southern region was excessively turbulent and involving the authorities could potentially jeopardize their allies within the military and police. The servant concurred, expressing appreciation and remarking on the prevailing disorder. Kui arrived bearing unfavorable news, revealing that he had inspected the room and discovered a missing hard drive. Jing inquired if it was the gray hard drive connected to his computer, which Kui affirmed. The third boy was Tian, who returned home assuming that detaching the network cable would guarantee no complications. He desired to comprehend Tianrun Company's true objectives, connecting the hard drive to his laptop. He uncovered experimental data and questioned if Jing was a scientist. Accessing the files, he discovered that despite countless creatures perishing as a consequence, Jing remained steadfast in his belief that the world would improve. Tian discerned it wasn't a classified document. From Tianrun, he read about the radioactive sustenance, inducing drastic alterations in the appendages and physiques of animals and humans. These transformations were not merely devastating, they initiated an evolutionary process. Jing felt they had embarked on an erroneous evolutionary trajectory, culminating in untimely demises midway through their lifespan. He was resolute in his quest to discover the true course, even if it necessitated the sacrifice of human existence. He posited that it would propel mankind into the subsequent epoch of advancement. In this prospective era, humans would not be divided by fatal ailments, nor enter the world prematurely with inherent deformities. They would not be perceived as liabilities due to their feebleness. They would command power comparable to that of tigers and panthers, attaining a lifespan exceeding a century. Whether mortality or ultimate triumph awaited them at the path's conclusion, they would confront it with unwavering courage. The narrative transitions to Jing and Kui, who announce their fruitless pursuit. Jing conjectures that the opposing faction might have employed methods to circumvent discovery, or perhaps they hadn't yet accessed the hard drive's data. The primary disk was not registering any communication from the secondary disk. Kui inquired about the significance of the information. Jing dismissed it, stating the hard drive was antiquated and its contents incomprehensible to outsiders. Jing fretted about the point of no return. Should his records be unearthed, they might deduce his genuine purpose for venturing south. Kui remarked on the improbable timing of the attack. Immediately upon their arrival in the southern region, they pinpointed the assailant as subject number 7. Jing countered that if subject 7 genuinely intended to harm them, he wouldn't have dispatched such an inexperienced operative. The individual possessed remarkable physical prowess but lacked honed expertise. Darkness loomed ahead with an abyss stretching behind them. Retreat was impossible. Concurrently, Tian observed the date, November 21st, 2025. According to the Yangguang chronology, he contemplated Jing's philosophies, finding them compelling. Yet the hubris of sacrificing human lives disquieted him. He questioned whether human experimentation had already commenced. Tian possessed a first-level Bamajian piglet, a first-level Windsor rabbit kit, and a first-level Qingyan chick. Upon presenting them to Han, her face illuminated with delight as she inquired about the origin of the adorable creatures. Tian deemed a complex explanation beyond her comprehension, contemplating how to simplify it for her. Inspiration struck. He claimed possession of a doryman satchel, capable of producing any desired object. Her excitement surged as she questioned its veracity. He affirmed its truthfulness. Tian urged her to maintain their shared secret. She readily consented, surprising him with her swift understanding. He then observed Han cradling and playing with the rabbit kit. He cautioned her against trifling with their valuable sustenance, and instructed her to return it promptly to the enclosure. She was stunned to learn of the rabbit's culinary fate, and pleaded for its life, citing its charm and diminutive size. Because it's so adorable and still a baby. Tian tantalized her with descriptions of zesty rabbit cuisine, then transitioned to savory pork belly burgers. He enumerated Hainanese chicken rice, barbecued chicken drumsticks, sautéed diced rabbit with preserved peppers, chicken and rice casserole, and pork cutlet with rice. He continued with fiery rabbit stew, pepper and ginger rabbit served with rice. Han contemplated the necessity of adopting vegetarianism. She wavered, but Tian urged gratitude for their hard-earned provisions and insisted on consuming every morsel without waste. He explained the potential anguish of developing emotional attachments to livestock, advising her to entrust that responsibility to him. He extended his hand and she relinquished the rabbit, pledging to henceforth devour everything completely. Tian received congratulations on the plantation's cultivation of a remarkable specimen, albino maize, requiring immediate harvest. He pondered the nature of this extraordinary yield. Tian instructed Han to amuse herself while he inspected the maize field. She acquiesced and departed. Tian's examination revealed the albino maize as a second-level rarity, a single-use consumable. It was an exceptionally uncommon mutation derived from radiation-resistant maize, occurring with a probability of 1 in 100,000. Its effect: inducing a frenzied state in the consumer, augmenting strength, velocity, and reflexes tenfold for a duration of 30 seconds. Tian likened a 30-second rampage with decuplicated strength to the effects of Popeye's spinach. He wondered if it was unique or if additional rare specimens existed. He conducted a thorough search, but was met with disappointment. He concluded that such rarities were exceptionally elusive and arose only from extraordinary fortuity. During planting, the system provided no indication of special yields. Jin considered the discovery of the albino maize a pleasant windfall. Intensified cultivation seemed necessary to amplify their harvest. Wouldn't this enhance the likelihood of generating rare maize variants? However, he recognized a potential misdirection of priorities. Expanding the cultivated area would undoubtedly elevate the possibility of generating exceptional produce. Nevertheless, it also risked diminishing the overall harvest quality. Furthermore, it might yield a multitude of frail and deceased specimens. He resolves to cultivate his land with integrity, eschewing expedient measures. His paramount need currently is to accumulate points, and acquiring uncommon commodities would be a welcome bonus. The perspective transitions to Ren, who is recuperating and contemplating the burglar who infiltrated her residence. Inquiring about Liang, she pledges to apprehend him and inflict severe retribution. She condemns her own security measures, denouncing her guards as incompetent for their failure to detain a lone individual. Despite their numerical advantage, the armed forces and law enforcement lack the available personnel for an inquiry. Consequently, if she desires to ascertain the thief's identity, she cannot employ conventional methods. Ren recollects possessing one of his hairs, which became entangled in her garments. It's too fair to be her own. Therefore, it must belong to the assailant who accosted her that evening. She endeavors to banish thoughts of him, yet she remains resolute in her pursuit to apprehend him. Subsequently, she descends the stairs, informing Jing of her desire to converse. Jing, engrossed in a book and partaking of tea, glances upward and inquires about her well-being. She takes a seat, expresses gratitude, and remarks on the efficacy of the massage techniques he imparted, emphasizing the complete absence of discomfort she experienced that day. She appraises him of having secured premises for his research facility. Situated in proximity to the central district, the building formerly served as a manufacturing plant. Owing to unforeseen circumstances, it ceased operations and was acquired by them at a minimal cost. Its locale is advantageous, characterized by tranquility and seclusion ideally suited to Jing's prerequisites. Jing expressed remorse, stating that her visit undoubtedly implied a further matter for discussion. She concurred, acknowledging a degree of awkwardness. She conceded, admitting a slight embarrassment. She posited that Jing, as a specialist in biological investigations, possessed the capability to conduct comprehensive DNA comparisons. She inquired about his willingness to assist in identifying a DNA correspondence. Using a hair specimen originating from the southern region, he responded that comparing it against the entirety of the southern population would be an arduous undertaking. Analyzing approximately 100,000 samples would be a protracted endeavor. Merely procuring the DNA specimens from such a vast number of individuals would constitute a formidable task. He subsequently inquired about the individual's significance. She responded that the matter was not of paramount importance. Her sole objective was to identify the perpetrator who had assaulted her. However, if the task proved excessively challenging, they could abandon the pursuit. Jing countered that it was not insurmountable and pledged his assistance. She conveyed her gratitude and inquired if she was imposing upon him. Jinjid was conducting experiments and ascertained that the administered reagent had been diluted to a concentration of 10%. Following the injection, the test, subject exhibited a marked increase in muscle fiber thickness. Cellular activity surged by a factor of several thousand. They inadvertently engineered a creature with multifaceted eyes, as the subject's genetic material had been compromised by extraneous organisms. The experimental subjects transitioned into a state of heightened aggression and breached their restraints. Experiment 5, utilizing virus B, culminated in its 34th consecutive failure, resulting in the shattering of glass and instantaneous devastation. Within a dream, Jing reminisced about a past gathering where several boys were engaged in conversation. One inquired about Jing's isolation. The other boy, identified as Jing's sibling Jin, cautioned against disparaging remarks about his brother. He used a derogatory term. They devised a plan to torment Jing by submerging his face in water, intending to restrain him until he consumed it. Their actions were intended to humiliate him. Jing's brother instructed the others to exercise restraint while holding him, emphasizing the importance of avoiding any visible marks and reminding them that despite his illegitimate status, Jing bore the family name and was obligated to fulfill their father's aspirations. The others concurred, while Jing, amidst coughs and tears, implored his brother to release him. Their continued taunts further incensed his brother. Jing awakened in his bed, perspiring and pleading for mercy, before realizing it had been merely a nightmare. Currently, V-shaped viruses had attained greater stability. Jing believed that the creation of the ideal mutant would bring him closer to eclipsing his brother's achievements. The setting changed to Tian's residence, where Han was observing the news broadcast. The report indicated that 19 days had elapsed since the global transformation. Numerous carcasses of mutated livestock, exceeding 100 in quantity and of indeterminate provenance, had been discovered amassed in Nanxi town. The epidemiological division had already disposed of the remains. Tian inquired why she wasn't viewing animated programs, and if she had commenced watching news broadcasts. She retorted that she was weary of being treated as a juvenile and had been diligently monitoring current events. She asserted that she couldn't perpetually remain under his protection. He reminded her of her ability to perceive malevolent intentions, which was already proving beneficial to him. She smiled, expressing her desire to accelerate her progress and provide greater assistance, commensurate with his increasing strength. Therefore, Han required increased strength as well. Qin pondered that he had been monitoring Han for some time. He observed that she didn't have a tendency to become frenzied. The alterations in her physique appeared to be attributable to adaptation. This stemmed from the radioprotective substances, a fact which eased his concerns. He informed her that he and Nan intended to proceed excavating the pond, so that when Han experienced hunger, she could consume some nourishment. 60 minutes later, feeling slightly peckish, she spotted a diminutive container on the surface and questioned its contents. Upon opening it, she discovered divine gain seeds. Level 4. Tian had previously stated that he and Nan were cultivating the nuts. She revealed to Han that there were 2, one for each of them. She sampled one and offered the remaining one to Han. Deeming it unpalatable due to its bitterness, she expelled it, finding it difficult to consume. The experience necessitated rinsing her mouth afterward. Han experienced intense drowsiness and malaise. During the nocturnal hours, as everyone slumbered, Han vocalized loudly, rousing Nan, who inquired about the source of the commotion. Illuminating the area, Nan witnessed Han regurgitating blood, subsequently transforming, undergoing a metamorphosis. She lunged towards Nan, initiating an assault. Nan, through some means, successfully rescued him and pondered Han's predicament. She appeared drastically different from her prior state. Nan speculated that she had genuinely morphed into a Lupin creature due to the transformation, yet it deviated from typical occurrences. Discerning no immediate indications of further hostility, Nan endeavored to pacify her. He reassured her of his identity as her Uncle Nan. Han surveyed her surroundings and Nan scrutinized her movements. Nan inquired about her hunger and offered to provide sustenance. Han's bark startled Nan, shattering the window. Han leaped outside and subsequently scaled the elevated barrier with ease to make her escape. Nan was astonished by her nimbleness. Etienne appeared, inquiring about the events that had transpired. Nan recounted Han's sudden outburst and subsequent flight. He was perplexed by Han's abrupt descent into madness, as she bore no resemblance to any other mutated creature he had encountered. Furthermore, she seemed to acknowledge him. Tian was stunned and bewildered upon hearing this. Han joined them, calling out to both individuals. She became aware of Han's disappearance and awoke to discover her absence from her bedside. She inquired about their presence outside. Tian soothed her anxieties, proposing that Han might have been experiencing boredom from prolonged confinement within the dwelling and might return after a brief period of roaming. He urged her to resume sleeping. Assuring her that all would be well, Han protested, emphasizing that Han never departed from her side during her sleep, and inquired about Uncle Nan's implication of erratic behavior. Tian noticed her unshod feet and lifted her, expressing solicitude. She articulated her apprehension about Han potentially emulating Bi's fate. Tian counseled her against excessive worrying, and inquired whether Han had ingested anything atypical recently. Han responded that they typically consumed food cultivated on the farm, and had also partaken of some of Tian's container containing the developing nuts. During the afternoon, Tian questioned if she was referring to the level 4 divine grain seeds, and hypothesized that Han might have undergone an evolution. He pondered the cause of her agitation, and subsequently consulted his system, inquiring whether consuming the level 4 grain seeds could induce adverse reactions, potentially resulting in a loss of control. Discovering the system's unresponsiveness, Tian became apprehensive. Tian informed Han of his intention to retrieve Han, requesting her to be well-behaved and return to bed with Grandpa Nan. She adamantly insisted on Han's return. Tian reassured her, alleviating her worries, pledging to return Han safely due to her familial status. Han continued her flight, experiencing escalating heat. A transformation was affecting her eyes. She contemplated attacking the throats of all living beings, but recognized the prohibition against harming humans, lest she forfeit the ability to return to her master. A female attired in an overcoat identified Han as a consecrated creature from the oracle, and felt an irresistible urge to retrieve her, believing it would garner divine favor. Tian utilized his bicycle to search for Han, while his surveillance mosquitoes reported their unsuccessful search. He deduced that Han must have departed the vicinity and required swift retrieval. Should the military authorities locate Han, her demise would be probable. Subsequently, the woman approached Tian, having observed Han and inquired whether he was seeking the melanistic canine, and if she belonged to him. Tian inquired about Han's whereabouts. The woman questioned his knowledge regarding the underlying cause of the apocalypse. Bewildered and preoccupied with locating Han, Tian urged her to simply disclose the canine's direction, and asserted his disinterest in any other matters. The lady elucidated that the calamities were retribution for humanity's transgressions, and the apocalypse would persist until the entirety of humanity was eradicated. She proposed that Tian could secure his own survival by affiliating with their self-improvement association, and offering a heartfelt apology to the divine for a shot at survival. Tian pondered if this was some sort of novel evangelical scheme. He then inquired about any prerequisites for enrolling in this association. She responded that their mutual aid group had a tiered system of affiliation, catering to all entities with varying ranks, necessitating diverse subscription charges. These ranged from 3,000 to 300,000 credits. The loftier the tier, the nearer one was presumed to be to the deity, and the more substantial the likelihood of redemption. However, given that Tian was the guardian of the hallowed creatures, she proposed he could merely enlist the animal in the fellowship. Tian retorted, advising her to educate herself on indoctrination and manipulation prior to attempting to mislead individuals. Insulted, she questioned how he dared to profane the Almighty. Tian dismissed her, stating he lacked the leisure to indulge her, and questioned if deliverance could be attained through devoutness, contending that individuals were responsible for their own salvation. With that, he departed. As Tian exited, she remarked that those who lacked faith in the divine would endure perpetual torment in the abyss, deeming him the most despicable of beings. He was reminded of the bygone days, when Tian was positioned roadside, indulging in a cigarette beside Hei's vehicle. Abruptly, he perceived a sound and proceeded to examine, discovering a canine prostrate encircled by blood. Tian speculated it might have been struck by an automobile while traversing the nearby roadway. He spotted a diminutive and endearing canine adjacent to the deceased one. Tian lifted the small canine and was astonished to find it still living. It appeared the lifeless canine was the pup's maternal figure and had perished several days prior. Yet the tiny canine was remarkably tenacious. He held the charming pup in his hand and commented on the multitude of individuals who had been bereaved of their parents. Akin to this pup, Hei disrupted his contemplation as the pup nipped at a man's leg, provoking a scream from the man. Several men were nearby with apparatus. One of them recommended escalating the situation, declaring Xiao Wu wouldn't endure much longer. Jing arrived and inquired how the transmuted beasts infiltrated. The man clarified that Xiao Wu had developed a nicotine dependency and had ventured into the forest to smoke. He discarded his cigarette ember at the creature, inciting it to become aggressive and assail him. Jing questioned how they permitted such an incident to transpire. The man countered that the beast wasn't concealed in the undergrowth, and Xiao Wu hadn't detected it until subsequently. They had already alerted the military authorities to address the predicament. Jing requested him to reiterate his statement, inquiring if they were alleging the mutant was lurking in the shrubbery. The man affirmed this. Jing contemplated that inferior mutant beasts would simply roam, aimlessly, pursuing the warmth of living organisms, implying this could be a superior mutant beast. Furthermore, the mutant merely bit the security officer's leg without terminating him, suggesting it comprehended the peril of firearms and was endeavoring to utilize the guards as a barricade, which was alarmingly astute. If they apprehended and examined it, they might be able to overcome the volatility of the V virus. This was the ideal mutant beast Jing had been seeking. Jing commanded them to assemble all available personnel and secure the mutant beast alive prior to the arrival of the military police. They were to be furnished with tranquilizer rifles and sedatives, stressing the necessity of capturing the beast alive. Jing dispensed firearms to everyone and cautioned them to exercise prudence, targeting the extremities as they discharged their weapons. He evaded some projectiles but was struck and commenced fleeing. Jing ordered them to pursue him. Meanwhile, Tian was at his residence when the secondary hummingbird communique arrived, indicating substantial canine paw imprints, located approximately 700 meters southeast. Tian hastened to the locale and scrutinized the paw impressions. He detected vestiges of recent blood and deduced that they hadn't been present for long, likely belonging to He. He pondered what had transpired and how He had sustained such grievous injuries. The individuals from Jing's contingent were pursuing Rao, the canine, in their vehicles. Jing mused that no transmuted creature could achieve such velocity, and he was enthralled to observe its muscular definition while in motion, marveling at the creature's elegance. He was resolute in his intent to apprehend the canine. Meanwhile, Tian located He and directed the hummingbird to display him. He witnessed He being pursued by automobiles. Upon magnifying the image, he recognized Jing amongst the occupants of the vehicles. Tian questioned why Jing was pursuing He, and if he intended to capture He for experimentation. Tian retrieved an Alban core from his repository, resolved that those individuals wouldn't escape accountability. The pursuers were discharging their weapons at He, who evaded their assaults as he continued onward. Jing communicated with the other two vehicles in his group and instructed them to encircle He from both flanks. They concurred and assumed their positions. As they readied themselves to implement the strategy, He detected their presence. Utilizing a tree for leverage, he vaulted over a vehicle, precipitating a collision. A man discharged a firearm at He, but Tian rapidly intervened, enveloped in a brilliant white aura. Employing his abilities, he intercepted and deflected the projectile. He discerned that, having ingested the album core and entered a frenzied condition, he had a mere 26 seconds remaining before its effects dissipated. He pondered if the individual who obstructed the bullet was Tian. Xing was astounded by the luminous white light encompassing Tian. Tian was aware he had a scant 26 seconds left and acted swiftly, neutralizing all the men before the power completely subsided. Jing was startled by Tian's unexpected capability. With a mere 5 seconds remaining, Tian closed the distance and delivered a forceful blow, causing Jing to collapse as the 26 seconds expired. Tian retreated, suspecting potential adverse reactions from utilizing the album core. Jing comprehended the imminent peril he had faced and concluded that Tian was too perilous to remain alive. He aimed his weapon at Tian. The bullet struck Tian just as He initiated an assault on Jing. As Tian regained awareness, he found himself atop He, who was in motion at the time. He inquired about He's well-being. Attempting to engage the system, Tian discovered it was unresponsive. He then observed a white substance materializing around and enveloping He. Tian questioned its nature. The perspective shifted to Jing, who was recumbent, receiving medical attention. Someone expressed remorse, explaining the gravity of the preceding events. Jing had sustained a severe cranial trauma, inducing disorientation in his pituitary gland and constricting the cerebral blood vessels. This included a life-threatening cervical laceration. Jing's survival was deemed extraordinary. Another individual conveyed apologies to Ren, affirming they had exerted their utmost effort, but Jing's prognosis remained dubious. Ren interjected, reminding them of their obligation as guards to safeguard researcher Jing's well-being, even at the cost of their own lives. Now, Jing lay hospitalized, his destiny precarious. Yet another man apologized to Ren, elucidating that Jing was resolute in capturing the mutated creatures, and had departed first with the vanguard team. Upon their arrival, the advanced unit had already incurred substantial casualties. With only Dakui surviving, Ren interrupted him, stating she had no interest in justifications. She inquired if he had directly witnessed the assaults. He refuted this, claiming it was too fleeting, merely a white light. Ren abruptly turned to him, admonishing him to fabricate a believable narrative before attempting deception. The man reiterated his apologies, asserting his honesty. Ren reminded him of their substantial remuneration and her disinterest in his attempts to evade accountability. The physician reported Jing's worsening state, citing a declining heart rate and the discovery of another cerebral hematoma. Ren commanded them to exhaust all measures to preserve his life. The doctor responded that it was in vain. Jing was beyond saving. Ren insisted on administering epinephrine, allowing him to convey any final thoughts. Jing managed to open his eyes and addressed Dakui, who confirmed his presence. Jing requested an injection of the V-shaped virus. Dakui declined, explaining the absence of successful human trials and the potential consequences of failure. Jing would not find eternal rest with an intact human form. Jing countered that perishing as human or monster was inconsequential. He refused to be defeated. They resolved to inject 5 milliliters of the V-shaped virus into Jing and prepare restraints and an explosive neck collar. They inquired if Jing wished to contact his relatives. Jing stated it was unnecessary. His family consisted solely of those who shared his bloodline, but that was not his home. He instructed them to commence. As the physicians injected the V-shaped virus, Jing emitted a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently. Ren was astonished by the vehemence of his response, while Dakui remained taciturn, hoping for a favorable outcome. The scene transitioned to Tian, where He was encased within the white material, which abruptly fragmented. He metamorphosed into a hybrid being and emerged. Tian wondered about He's whereabouts. He tapped Tian's shoulder. The focus shifted to Han and Nan. Nan advised Han to retire for the night and not await Tian's return. He remarked that He could not have ventured far, and Tian would soon retrieve him. It would be undesirable for her to contract a chill in such frigid weather. She retorted that she was impervious to illness, due to her robust health, and would await Tian's arrival. She requested Elder Nan to grasp her hand, as it felt warm. Upon holding it, he discovered it was indeed quite warm, and marveled at the extent to which one's well-being could be enhanced by consuming locally sourced farm-fresh produce. She declared herself a highly developed superwoman. Nan guided her to a seat on his lap, offering to keep her company while they awaited Tian's arrival. As they waited, dawn broke, and they both drifted off to sleep in that position. Han, startled by a noise, hurried outside, calling out for Tian and inquiring if he had located any He. She then spotted He carrying Tian and anxiously asked what had happened to him. Tian responded that he had simply brought He back. Nan appeared, taken aback by the sight. Tian then assisted He in donning regular human attire. As Han examined He closely, she remarked on He's significant transformation. Despite the dense fur, He still retained his distinctive azure hue. He hoisted her onto his shoulder, musing on Han's persistent mischievousness. Tian discovered that He was a Czechoslovakian wolf dog with human DNA, genetically advanced with the potential for limitless data enhancement. Tian deduced that He's prior loss of control stemmed from primal instincts triggering a ferocious outburst, prompting his escape to prevent harming them. The integration of human genetics likely occurred during that period. With Tian injured, Nan fetched the medical kit. Tian requested to sterilize the blade and extract the projectile. Nan complied, inquiring if Tian intended to remove it directly, and expressing concern about potential infection. Tian instructed him to leave everything to him. Tian extracted the bullet and contemplated retrieving some ancient high-grade medicinal carrots. He materialized a carrot in his hand, astonishing Nan with its sudden manifestation. Tian consumed it, leaving Nan to wonder if it possessed miraculous healing properties. The wound on Tian's shoulder mended and his fractured bone was restored, leaving only residual soreness. Tian pondered how genetic cells in all living organisms continuously regenerate and divide. On the plateau, aged cells perish and new ones emerge to sustain life. Throughout this process of division and duplication, cells generally remain stable, precisely replicating all components of the preceding cell. However, under specific circumstances, this stability can be compromised, and a novel generation of cells may abruptly materialize at a location, supplanting the original generation. This phenomenon is termed a genetic mutation. Genetic mutations are classified into two potential outcomes. The first is positive development, exemplified by Tian, Han, and He, granting their bodies new and beneficial capabilities, in addition to their pre-existing functions. Tian interpreted this as evolution. The second outcome is negative development, as seen in numerous mutated animals worldwide. These creatures possess formidably powerful limbs and immense strength, but their genetic makeup harbors lethal defects. Even if fortunate enough to regain their sanity, their lifespan remains severely limited. Such is the brutal reality of survival. The scene transitions to Jing awakening, pondering his survival. Others deemed it a miracle, since no human had ever maintained consciousness after being injected with the V virus. Jing's survival at that juncture signaled the progression of their experiment to the subsequent phase, and he received commendations for it. Jing clarified that it wasn't straightforward. Despite surviving, it didn't guarantee that the V-shaped virus had perfectly mutated him. His mutation was still deemed a failure. While possessing enhanced strength and agility compared to average individuals, his physique had deteriorated overall. He had a maximum of 7 days to live, unless he could locate a flawlessly mutated creature and acquire its DNA. By the second day, he still faced imminent demise. Qian braced himself, his upper body ribs configuring a defensive framework across his back. Decay announced the arrival of an investigator from the Southern Military Police Department and questioned the prudence of investigating the trespasser and alerting the military and alerting the armed forces. Jing asserted his expertise in boxing, Muay Thai, Sambo grappling, Sanda, and various other lethal combat techniques. He also possessed a 65-kilogram Golden Dragon insignia from the Federal Sunda Association. His reflexes and physical conditioning surpassed those of an average adult by over 2.8 times. Essentially, he could be considered among the most formidable individuals globally, with few capable of defeating him in direct combat. Nevertheless, his assailant defied human classification. The attacker's power source mirrored that of the flawlessly mutated wolf dog, suggesting he might also be a perfect mutant. Perhaps their perfect mutations shared a common origin, potentially explaining his intervention to rescue the wolf dog. The individual's movements evoked memories of the previous assailant. Dake inquired if Jing suspected the two were the same individual, but questioned the prudence of divulging their arduously acquired research findings. Jing assured him he was aware of his actions. The V-virus hadn't facilitated his attainment of complete metamorphosis. However, if this knowledge could guide him to the ultimate mutation, he could justify the gamble. After all, his remaining time was limited. He proceeded to a rendezvous with Detective Yuan. Expressing remorse for the delay, he hoped his presence hadn't startled her. She calmed his concerns, confirming it hadn't, and inquired if the information he intended to share with the military would pertain to her. He excused his actions and unfastened his attire, exposing the transformations in his physique. He clarified that his current condition defied normal survival expectations. The supplementary bone protrusions continued to proliferate as his body matured, and should his heart be punctured, it would signify his demise. Time was dwindling, and in return, he anticipated her complete cooperation in locating that individual expeditiously. She consented, conveying her satisfaction in collaborating with them. The setting transitions to Tian, situated on his agricultural land, where he procured 19 exceptionally potent divine-level seeds. He contemplated the level 4 divine-level seed classification. Specifically, the cherry tomato. Its cultivation prerequisites demanded rich, superior soil with consistent daily hydration using pristine water. The maturation period encompassed 18 days with a viability rate of 18%. Its benefits included augmented genetic acuity, amplified positive genetic progression, mitigation of detrimental genetic mutations, and accelerated evolution. China elucidated that, essentially. The principal objective of level 4 seeds was to catalyze evolutionary advancement, which he perceived as the catalyst for a transformative epoch for humanity. He pondered the possibility of humans ascending to godhood in the future. With such progress, would he be the progenitor of deities? He deemed the planting conditions demanding, recognizing the necessity of expending substantial points to enhance the land. Despite the considerable cost, he finalized the acquisition. He disbursed 95,000 points to procure 19 good land enhancement vouchers, leaving a balance of 568,000 points. Consequently, 19 standard plots were elevated to goodland status. He observed the nutrient-dense dark soil, suitable for cultivating crops exceeding level 4. and augmenting the output of crops below level 3, cognizant of the limited time remaining prior to the second surge of the destructive season. He contemplated growth accelerators. Despite their expense, he acquired 12 growth agents, acknowledging their restricted efficacy in hastening the maturation of level 4 crops. He intended to deploy additional agricultural automatons to expedite planting, and needed to conserve points for procuring standard seeds to further develop his farm. All the miniature robots were diligently engaged in cultivation, and Tian understood the imperative to maximize his harvest of mature crops prior to the second onslaught of the destructive season. The scene shifts to the urban environment where two individuals in head-concealing white lab coats enter a structure. The first individual poses a question to the second, inquiring about the feasibility of someone of modest standing, like Immaculate Eagle, encountering the Holy Lord in human form. The second individual responds, stating the first individual must convey his observations to the Holy Lord, who will subsequently render judgment. Despite failing to garner the requisite number of devotees that week, if the intelligence proves accurate, they could still obtain blessings from the Holy Lord. The first man expresses his elation and gratitude, observing that his family could endure another month. Only those who exhibit unwavering devotion to the Holy Lord can persevere through the apocalypse. They proceed, conversing as they walk, reaching a chamber where the first man informs the Holy Lord that the pure sheep has dispatched a message, declaring the discovery of a novel sacred creature. They discern two individuals already present within the chamber. One of them requests further details from the coated man regarding the news. He then applauds, proclaiming it favorable news that would amplify the Holy Lord's power. The coated man extends congratulations to the Holy Lord, asserting that with the sustenance provided by the new sacred beast, the Holy Lord's manifestation would soon culminate. He inquires about the possibility of examining the recent arrivals. The adjacent man concurs, remarking on the Holy Lord's weariness with consuming minor delicacies. Their sole task was to retrieve the sacred beast and offer it as a sacrifice to the Holy Lord following his full emergence. From behind them, a cloaked figure utters a desire. He expresses a craving. A man responds with understanding, expressing gratitude for the Lord's benevolence. The figure reiterates his longing to consume wolf offspring. The scene transitions to Tian, who is observing the news. A female newscaster delivers a breaking report regarding a train derailment on a mountainous highway in the southern outskirts. A privately owned vehicle plummeted approximately 100 meters down a precipice on a mountain roadway curve, overturned and subsequently ignited. Yang confirmed the presence of 3 occupants in the vehicle. 2 grown-ups and a youngster, local fire crews, reached the location. The 2 adults were discovered deceased inside the automobile. However, the young girl was located suspended from a tree limb, adjacent to the accident site. Remarkably, she endured and was transported to a nearby medical facility for care. Tian, amidst chopping vegetables, experienced profound sorrow for the little girl. He remarked on the injustice of such a youthful individual. Enduring the bereavement of both parents, Tian then inquired about the current time. His thoughts turned to his own mother and father, who had indicated their arrival home by 3 p.m. It was growing tardy, and he pondered their delayed return. He attempted to contact them, only to discover their lines were disconnected. While preparing the meal, he persisted in dialing, but their phones remained unreachable. The perspective then transitioned to his vehicle, where a blaze erupted and firemen battled to suppress it. Anticipating supplementary fire engines, they discovered the young girl, Han, unresponsive, dangling from a tree. They swiftly extricated her, cognizant of her tender age and a minor bone break, handling her with utmost delicacy. As they conveyed her to the hospital for medical attention, at the hospital they questioned if Han had spoken. Given her youth, she likely lacked clear recollection of the event, and might have been psychologically scarred. One nurse speculated about her relatives, while another proposed consulting local law enforcement and uncovered that Han was an orphan, placed in adoptive care merely 2 days prior. Another nurse expressed astonishment, inquiring if her adoptive parents were among the fatalities, and lamenting the tragic circumstances. A co-worker recommended ceasing the conversation, citing discrepancies in the adoption procedure and the unofficial character of the orphanage, from which Han was acquired without due process. One nurse inquired of another if law enforcement had contacted the deceased's kin. The second nurse responded in the affirmative, confirming the family's notification and imminent arrival. Yuan arrived and asked the location of the mortuary. The nurse questioned if she was present to retrieve the remains. Yuan, in the company of Tian, requested the nurse's guidance. The nurse acquiesced and escorted them to view the two deceased individuals. Yuan offered her sympathies to Tian. He clarified that they were not his parents, and a blunder must have occurred, as only the two of them had ventured out. He questioned the child's origin. Yuan apologized, conveying empathy for his emotions, and recommending DNA analysis for verification. Tian concurred, asserting his parents' likely disappearance. Yuan requested his presence outside until the results were finalized. While Tian remained outside, Han approached and expressed remorse, burdened by guilt, because had she not sought her aunt's aid when the dean struck her, her aunt and uncle would not have taken her in, and these events would not have transpired. Tian embraced her, assuring her of her blamelessness. Yuan arrived and informed Tian that the parent-child DNA correlation was confirmed with 99% certainty. She conveyed her condolences, and Tian, overcome with emotion, tightly embraced Han. Abruptly, a woman rushed towards Jing, proclaiming the arrival of the results. The intruder was identified as Tian, age 26, an alumnus of Jingnan Normal University, possessing exceptional scholastic accomplishments. 2 years prior, his parents had adopted a 4-year-old girl. Tragically, both parents perished in a vehicular accident. Tian had returned to the southern outskirts from Jingnan province, inherited his parents' agricultural land, and resided there since. Jing inquired if that constituted the entirety of the information. The woman affirmed that Tian's history was unremarkable. Even with DNA evidence of the flash drive theft, his culpability in Jing's assault remained uncertain. Jing observed Tian's remarkably average demeanor. However, an average individual would likely have been unable to subdue him effortlessly that night. Tian had displayed extraordinary physical capabilities. Such aptitude was atypical for an average individual who had been unremarkable for over 2 decades. This level of skill was unattainable for such a person if he had been concealed for over 20 years. His skills indicated a lack of extensive experience. Thus, such a hypothesis could be dismissed. Only the second explanation remained viable. Tian's physical condition had recently undergone a significant enhancement. The sole plausible reason was perfect mutations. This also clarified the assistance provided by the flawlessly mutated wolfdog hybrid, as their abilities stemmed from a common origin. The potential of an entity capable of generating 2 perfect mutants was formidable. The woman questioned the accuracy of their initial assumptions, proposing that the Po originated from something beyond scientific explanation. Jing inquired if her words suggested that the opposing side's flawless transformation wasn't attributed to the V-shaped pathogenic agent Tennessee, responded that the likelihood of a V-shaped virus inducing a complete metamorphosis in an organism was a mere 1 in 100 million. Globally, there existed only a dozen or so perfectly evolved individuals. Counting the Beastmaster among them, then how could it be feasible for 2 flawless transformations to occur within the southern suburbs? That rate of success was exceptionally improbable and utterly defied statistical probability. Jing clarified that within their realm, there existed an alternate catalyst capable of inducing complete metamorphoses. The setting transitioned to an office where a man was seated. Yuan presented him with the documents. The man remarked that, should a genuine instance of successful human advancement exist, their armed forces would also express interest and would likely dispatch personnel to observe both factions. Yuan concurred with his evaluation. The scene shifted to Etienne in the agricultural area, where he procured 2 growth accelerators. After distributing them across the field, he observed that the maturation period of the level 4 sacred crops diminished by half. The remaining time until harvest now stood at 128 hours. Nan contacted Etienne, voicing apprehension regarding hay. Tian inquired about the issue. Nan elaborated that lately, hay had been perched on the rooftop and refused to descend that day, regardless of the volume of Nan's shouts. Typically, hay would dutifully descend when summoned, but this day proved different. He remained on the rooftop, surveying the surroundings. Tian found the behavior reminiscent of the eve of the initial devastation period, and theorized that Hay's sense of peril had intensified following his reversionary evolution. He resolved to have the hummingbird sentinel scrutinize a 1-kilometer perimeter around the homestead. Chen pondered aloud the illogicality of receiving text communications at such a juncture, inquiring which telecommunications provider would still be functioning amidst a global catastrophe. Chen examined his phone and was stunned by the content, causing a container of fruit to tumble from his grasp. Nan and Han questioned the occurrence. Tian wondered if it was a hoax And who would perpetrate such an insensitive jest? Han addressed him. But Tian swiftly leaped into his vehicle and sped away from the residence. Meanwhile, Jing observed Tian departing the farm and made a mental note of it. Dakui, who was observing the monitors, commented that deploying a sophisticated reconnaissance aircraft like the UBTWZ covert drone to surveil a farm seemed disproportionate. They maintained their observation of the farm, and Jing directed Dakui to concentrate on a particular zone. Dakui inquired about his focus. Jing explained that they were compact, automated surveillance drones. He expressed surprise at the presence of such miniature apparatuses on a dilapidated farm. Jing also highlighted that the farm's crops flourished in contaminated soil, which Dakui acknowledged. Jing continued, observing that globally, excluding hydroponic plants, all other vegetation harbored the V-shaped virus. He stressed the gravity of unintentional consumption. Yet the crops on that farm remained not only unaffected, but appeared meticulously cultivated. An unusual ambiance pervaded the location, and it was challenging to discern the presence of heavy armaments. Jing, recalling his previous severe trauma inflicted by Tian, proceeded cautiously evaluating Tian's capabilities. Dakui still perceived the site as a mere agricultural holding, but Jing regarded it as akin to a fortified installation. He had meticulously charted the farm's arrangement and intended to utilize microwave pulse weaponry to neutralize any potential hazards. Presuming Tian's absence, Jing anticipated encountering a fully transformed creature, enhancing their prospects of securing it alive. He commanded the unit to mobilize. Helicopters soared above Tian's field, emitting 3 shockwaves to scan the vicinity. Content, they unsealed the gate, and a man confirmed that despite the shockwaves, all electronic apparatuses remained functional. He and his troops disembarked from the helicopters. Meanwhile, Tian arrived at a cemetery to discover his parents' burial site vacant. Astounded, he asserted that it wasn't a prank and pondered the perpetrator. Tian received communications from an unidentified entity, professing possession of his parents' remains. They challenged Tian to verify this personally. The sender granted Tian a day for deliberation, pledging to exchange the ashes for Tian's hand and foot, along with the sacred creature. Tian contemplated the sanity of the individual issuing these directives. His folks would be enraged should they discover the truth. Tian considered bartering his own appendages for their cremated remains. They might even materialize in his slumber. He mused on the import of the Holy Sword SST and questioned if it could be mere fodder. Concurrently, He embarked on a stroll, garnering the gaze of countless spectators. Tian dispatched a text message to the person, inquiring how they presumed to exert dominance over him, employing a container of inorganic compounds. He proclaimed that the individual could proceed as they pleased with the remains of his parents, but pledged to compel them to genuflect and implore his parents for forgiveness. Tian harbored suspicions that He was the individual's target, and dreaded they might eliminate him upon discovering his capabilities. He contemplated the possibility of the individual being the aforementioned woman, although it appeared improbable. A formidable enterprise like Tianrun wouldn't employ such contemptible strategies. If vengeance was the objective, Tian remained perplexed regarding the true persona and motivations of this individual. Tian received an alert of a farm intrusion, observing that the foes possessed high precision, contemporary weaponry with a menace level of 99. Under the cloak of night, troops encircled Tian's residence. They reported, thermal imagery has registered movement within the building's confines. A soldier signaled to hold position, but the thermal signature abruptly vanished, leaving them bewildered as to the interloper's whereabouts. Meanwhile, He perched atop the dwelling with Han on his shoulder. A visibly irate Han declared that those individuals were wholly malevolent. She then commanded He to comply with her instructions and transform them all into fertilizer. Abruptly, every pane of glass shattered, and numerous explosives were hurled into the residence, triggering detonations. The commander instructed the other soldiers to commence their search. All troops stormed inward, and after their examination, they questioned if the dwelling was truly unoccupied. Jing was present among them. Jing sensed something amiss and urged them to evacuate immediately. Suddenly, a luminous beam assaulted them all, and miraculously Jing and 2 companions managed to escape. Jing pondered the feasibility of their survival and questioned the ineffectiveness of the shock weaponry. They discovered that the exterior guards had also perished. Jing contemplated the events transpiring on that unremarkable farm and the presence of combat automatons. He questioned the utilization of such advanced technology. Chen arrived, declaring that it was indeed Jing, and that Jing was present to exact retribution upon him. Tian expressed gratitude for this, remarking that Jing must have invested considerable effort in his investigation. It was a laborious undertaking. Jing countered that investigating Tian wasn't overly challenging, but that Tian had truly surpassed his expectations that night. Now that clarity had been achieved, there was little left to discuss. His lifespan was nearing its conclusion. Failure of the plan would result in his demise. Perishing there was no different than expiring in a hospital bed. Tian relied on his abilities. The victor would claim all. Nan implored Tian to eliminate them, asserting the inherent wickedness of the company's personnel. Tian responded that prior to Jing's execution, he desired a confession. He then inquired about the location of Jing's parents' ashes. Jing questioned Tian's meaning. Both were perplexed. Tian inquired if Jing hadn't pilfered his parents' remains. Jing questioned his seriousness. The scene transitioned to Sheng, Jing's sibling, who erupted in fury and hurled his phone in exasperation. He denounced Tian as an impious scoundrel and questioned Tian's disregard for their mother's ashes. Shang declared that in his place, he would sacrifice his entire being for their mother. He then kicked the phone and exclaimed, "Tian didn't even proffer the sacred creature, resulting in the depletion of all the treats our mother craved." Several men present urged Shang to compose himself and presented new provisions, offering them for Shang's mother's enjoyment. Shang lamented his own inadequacy and his mother's wariness of consuming those vile substances. The two men concurred. Shang continued, explaining his mother's desire to consume wolf pups, but those men were incompetent individuals in positions of authority, who couldn't even acquire a sacred beast. A man attempted to offer an explanation, but Shang interjected, refusing to listen. Just then, his mother summoned him. Sheng regained his composure and expressed his profound longing for her. His mother, utterly pallid, materialized from the well and addressed Sheng affectionately. Sheng was overcome with emotion as she emerged to reunite with him. He embraced her, accepting blame for the situation. He confessed his failure to obtain the desired wolf pups. He pleaded with her to refrain from anger, abandonment, and physical harm, since he vowed to be obedient from that point forward and guaranteed to deliver them to her. She anticipated joy upon consuming them, eliminating any need for anger towards him. It revealed that his mother was in truth a dark creature who declared her desire to devour them. Tian inquired if Jing had pilfered his parents' remains. The revelation astonished Jing. Tian deduced that Jing appeared innocent. Yet the situation remained peculiar, for Jing had undeniably suffered a bite to the neck from He, but he persisted in standing there. Tian employed his abilities to assess Jing's vital statistics and discovered a mere 118 hours remaining for his survival. The analysis indicated malevolent tendencies, revealing Jing's utilization of sinister evolutionary forces to avert his own demise. Failure to trigger the malignant mutant gene fusion within his sibling within the 118-hour time frame would result in his damnation by the very entity that had rescued him. Tian speculated that the Flora's emissions had induced the evolutionary malfunction. However, He's flawless mutant genes and their amalgamation had granted Jing a temporary reprieve. Subsequently, Tian grasped Jing's ambition to acquire He's superior mutant genes. Tian declared that even without the theft of the ashes, Jing's objectives would not serve Tian's interests. He couldn't permit Jing's departure. The automatons targeted Jing, poised to fire. Jing pleaded for a pause, proposing that, given the significance of his parents' remains to Tian, perhaps he could aid in their retrieval. He stressed the absence of irreconcilable animosity between them, suggesting a transformation of their conflict into a bargain, predicated on evolutionary genetics and survival. Tian commanded his automatons to cease fire. Jing proposed a reciprocal exchange of assets. Tian inquired if Jin could assist in locating the ashes. Jin affirmed his possession of a comprehensive network of contacts, capital, and technological prowess. Locating someone in the southern sector would be significantly expedited with Jin's aid, compared to Tian's solo efforts. Tian countered that if Jin desired the evolutionary genetics, that single bargaining instrument might suffice, even without Jing's involvement. Tian was confident in his eventual discovery of the individual. Nevertheless, Tian observed Jing's emphasis on his affiliations with Nectar rather than Tianrun, prompting him to inquire about Jing's connection with the latter. Jing clarified his independence from Tianrun, asserting his autonomy and lack of allegiance to any faction. He harbored no animosity towards Tian. Regardless of Liang's demise, the villa's invasion, or Rin's assault, these events were inconsequential to Jing. Obtaining his necessities was his sole priority. Essentially, Tian would serve as an instrument for Jing's ambitions. Tian remarked on the intrigue of the situation, while Nan expressed disapproval. Jing approached Tian, suggesting Tian could retain the convenient accommodations, while Jing acquired the evolutionary genetics for his survival. A mutually beneficial arrangement, he proposed, extending his hand for a handshake. Tian declined the gesture. Instead, Tian moved before Jing and directed Jing's subordinates to crouch in the corner, hands upon their heads. He then instructed Jing to accompany him. Tian escorted him inward to encounter Hai. Han utilized her ocular skill, detecting a verdant aura enveloping Jing, signaling to Tian that all was well. Tian urged Jing to remain calm, revealing that this was the gene Jing sought. A startled Jing inquired if this was the flawless mutant, questioning its current state. Tian responded that, if his deduction was accurate, He had integrated a human gene during his perfect mutation procedure. And the human whose gene He had acquired was Jing. Considering Jing's genetic compatibility, his genes should be capable of inhibiting his malevolent transformation. Jing expressed elation at the sight of the perfect mutant, observing that even high-ranking mutant beast, sovereigns on the southern frontier, who had assimilated human genes, typically devolved into mindless behemoths, consumed by frenetic instincts to consume. However, this particular specimen not only possessed self-awareness, but also obeyed human directive. Jing believed that deciphering its genetic enigma and achieving mass production would yield extraordinary outcomes. Tian interjected, declaring the matter settled. It was Jing's turn to honor their accord. He presented Jing with a numerical sequence, requesting assistance in tracing it. He solicited all communication logs associated with the number, including signal locations spanning the past 10 days. Tian aimed to gauge Jing's information-gathering capabilities, expressing contentment with his selection of instrument. Jing retorted that the task was more challenging than it appeared. He required a blood specimen and possessed fewer than 5 days to decipher the code. Tian commented that Jing lacked the necessary influence to bargain. Conditions with him, therefore, Jing needed to exert himself and locate the individual expeditiously. Jing concurred a short while later. A rotorcraft descended upon Tian's residence and touched down. A gentleman disembarked and advanced towards Jing, inquiring why Jing hadn't sought him out at his headquarters, rather than summoning him there. The gentleman preferred not to be outdoors. Jing presented him with the correspondence, and the gentleman inquired if that was the extent of their communication after his arrival. Jing retorted, advising him against excessive shrewdness and to examine the transmission origin of that number. Moreover, Jing requested him to identify the electrical wiring in Tian's house as compensation for deploying the electroshock devices. Tian mused that the gentleman appeared proficient in this area. Lon activated his apparatus and informed Jing that he wasn't the supervisor, but simply a senior citizen. Tian inquired if Lon was genuinely dependable. Jing affirmed that Lon was unparalleled with technology. Lon commenced his task. Tian then questioned Jing how he had undergone mutation and metamorphosed into such an otherworldly, phantom-like entity, suggesting it resembled entering a divine epoch. Jing responded that it was foreseeable. Tian had accessed the data within his flash drive. He conceded that Tian was superior in that facet of human progression. A decade after global upheaval, Jing's squad extracted the V-virus from a radioactive celestial body. This virus was the origin of transformations in those who ingested it. Through his investigations, Jing ascertained that the V-shaped virus induced rapid cellular division and significantly amplified the probability of malevolent mutations, ultimately engendering misshapen, ephemeral grotesqueries driven solely by their hunger. Jing postulated he might glean insights from Hei's genes in his research, Tian remarked. So these deductions were predicated on extensive human trials. With that virus, Jing retorted that he didn't deem his actions inhumane, highlighting that innumerable data on human physiology throughout time had been procured from dispassionate human experimentation. Furthermore, prior to his affiliation with Tianrun, they had already engaged in unethical experiments under Liang's directives. Instead of clinging precariously to life, it was preferable to allow their test subjects to serve their function and optimize their utility. Jing appended that he wouldn't object to serving as a test subject briefly before his demise. Even in failure, he constituted invaluable data. Tian commented on the sheer lunacy of it. Jing chuckled and stated that biological and scientific advancements had frequently been realized by exploiting countless lives. In such a post-apocalyptic reality, this was improbable to alter. Lon acquired the data and subsequently transmitted it to Tian. Tian, receiving the data on his device and feeling perplexed, informed Lon that he hadn't yet furnished him with his email address. Lon became exasperated and inquired the duration of their cohabitation with only a single image of Tian. Lon unearthed all his information within a mere 10 minutes. Lon added that he had overheard their dialogue concerning his current aptitudes and cautioned that further questioning of his skills would result in him compromising their cameras and broadcasting their bathing rituals. Tian was stunned by this menace. Jing disclosed that despite Lon's loquaciousness, he nonetheless adhered to a professional code of conduct. Jing admonished Lon that persistent gossip gossiping would lead to a reduction in his remuneration. Lon, becoming apprehensive, pledged silence. The setting transitioned to an ominous fortress, where two sentinels in white lab coats stood watch, their firearms primed. One of them yawned and detected an insect before his eyes, which proved to be a hummingbird dispatched by Tian. He pondered the unusual size of moths in such frigid conditions. Tian cautioned him to be vigilant, clarifying that the hummingbird was non-venomous, but acknowledging the prevalence of genetically altered fauna in the present day. He hypothesized that the hummingbird might be a transmuted organism, or something analogous. Just as Tian's hummingbird reconnaissance agent assaulted one man's head, the other guard was startled and disoriented by the abrupt onslaught. Then Tian discharged his weapon, rendering both men insensate with shots to their foreheads. Tian situated himself atop the edifice, the individual accountable for incapacitating them both. From the rooftop vantage point, Tian peered within and observed numerous individuals garbed in identical attire. One among them proclaimed that the Supreme Being, the genuine deity responsible for the creation of the cosmos and all its contents, was deserving of gratitude for bestowing upon them her volition, potency, and affection. They believed she had conferred upon them the gift of hope for rebirth into eternal forms. He called for the initiation of the R, under the authority of their deity Surket, unveiling a container holding something of great importance. The man directed two kneeling figures to consume its contents. He clarified that subsequently, they were required to nourish the fruit with the lifeblood of the offering, to guarantee its maturation, expediting the culmination of their rebirth cycle. They exposed the remains of a deceased female, and the two individuals commenced devouring her flesh. Tian experienced revulsion and fatally shot one of them. The remaining individuals succumbed to terror and escaped. Perplexed by the unfolding events, Shang pondered who had interrupted the reincarnation ritual. He detected Tian aiming a firearm from the rooftop. Shang demanded to ascertain his identity and the reason for his intervention. Ayan declared himself their sovereign and commanded his hummingbird reconnaissance to annihilate them all. One individual implored the others to safeguard the sacred leader, but his pleas went unheeded. They were preoccupied with self-preservation amidst the gradual massacre. As the protectors were eliminated, they recognized the gravity of their predicament. Someone urged the holy leader to retreat. Tian descended, expressing astonishment that they were not plunderers, but instead contemptible villains, more abhorrent than beasts. Sheng inquired if Tian was indeed Tian. Tian affirmed his identity and demanded Sheng surrender his parents' remains, pledging a swift demise in exchange. Observing a shadowy entity emanating from a deceased individual's mouth, Sheng cautioned Tian that eliminating him would preclude Tian from locating the ashes. Tian warned against incitement. The shadowy entity materialized into a terrifying humanoid manifestation, prompting Shang to propose distracting it with inane chatter until they could discreetly withdraw. The being metamorphosed into monstrous configurations. Bellowing as more emerged, each adorned with wings. Tian brandished his weapon, denouncing the creatures as hideous and repulsive, but discovered his projectiles were ineffectual against their resilient physiques. As they lunged to assault him, he evaded them and unsealed the entrance to his storehouse, aspiring to discover an assortment of lethal armaments. He contemplated a rocket launcher or something comparable, but acknowledged his insufficient credits to procure them, having expended them on seedlings the preceding day. Summoning his hummingbird combatants, Tian observed as they engaged the monsters, only to ascertain their firepower was incapable of breaching the creatures' thick hides. He mused that while he had anticipated common ruffians, capitalizing on the apocalypse for personal gain and wickedness, he had not foreseen their possession of such peculiar monstrosities. He resolved to deploy some of his elite fighting units. Tian located a concealed position while Shang beckoned him, questioning his mental state. Tian recognized his precarious situation, devoid of any albino maze, and conventional weaponry proving futile against the creatures. He contemplated obliterating their ocular orbs to gain time. Tian observed the monsters encroaching. As they attacked, Tian narrowly evaded their incredibly swift blows, acknowledging their remarkable velocity. Abruptly, a tremendous detonation reverberated through the vicinity, destabilizing Tian. The scene transitioned to Yuan in her workplace. As the telephone sounded, she responded and identified herself as a representative of the Southern Military Police Precinct. On the opposite end, an elderly gentleman expressed solace that she had finally answered, recounting a detonation near his residence accompanied by peculiar sounds, the consequence of mutated creatures wreaking havoc. He implored Yuan to investigate, as he was accompanied by terrified youngsters. Yuan consented to come and requested the coordinates of the explosion. Subsequently, Yuan directed the police force to deploy a cleanup squad and accompany her, alluding to the potential encounter with level 2 or 3 mutated creatures on the city's periphery. One man confirmed his directives to notify the others. Another individual eagerly inquired if there genuinely were mutated creatures of that tier within the city, conveying enthusiasm at the prospect of apprehending one alive. For a bounty from their commander, Yuan advised against underestimating level 3 mutated creatures, stressing their significantly greater challenge compared to standard level 1 creatures. In the meantime, Tian was propelled against a barrier as the monsters converged upon him. Despite obliterating their ocular orbs to impede them, his ribs were fractured, and he resorted to utilizing ancient, pharmaceutical-grade tomatoes for self-remediation. Sheng remarked that Tian was on the precipice of demise, yet continued to retaliate. He observed that Tian had not even defended himself when gravely wounded, and was likely to become sustenance for the monsters. The creatures lunged to assail Tian, propelling him beyond the wall. Shang questioned if Tian had perished, comparing the monsters to swine. He recollected Tian's admonition against entering that chamber. Oblivious to Shang's caution, Tian believed the attack had nearly struck him. He perceived distress calls and rotated to identify his potential rescuer. He uncovered a multitude of women confined by shackles, imploring for liberation. They wept, petrified by the monstrous beings, yearning for the sanctuary of their homes. Tian pondered if the sacrificed girl was also deemed a commodity, and the extent of Shang's deadly acts. He witnessed the creature's approach, sensing impending peril. Terror gripped the women as the monstrous entities drew nearer. Tian resolved to impede their further advance. He then discerned a structure resembling a storage facility. It appeared the women's exploitation extended beyond mere commodities. Abundant provisions were also present. Gold ingots, jewels, and artifacts were amassed. He hadn't anticipated discovering such treasures concealed within the depot. Tian then spotted a blade clutched by a sculpted figure. He swiftly ascended the statue, retrieving the weapon. To his astonishment, it was an authentic Tang Dao sword. Its exotic craftsmanship represented a pinnacle of global weaponry. The blade possessed remarkable resilience, impervious to breakage, and incredibly keen. It epitomized the zenith of swordsmithing. It was a magnificent armament, a lethal instrument. Tian grasped the sword as the women's shrieks pierced the air. He surmised the creatures were closing in, an ominous sign. Thus, he resolved to test the blade's capabilities. He aimed to ascertain its effectiveness against the monstrous foes. He lunged forward, striking a creature with the sword. It connected, yet proved insufficient. His current prowess lacked the force for a single, fatal strike. This merely enraged the creatures, prompting his hasty retreat. As the monsters entered, Tian lured them into pursuit. They reached an open expanse, where the creatures launched a ferocious assault. He brandished his sword, striking at a monster. One creature lashed out with its tail, propelling Tian against the wall. He was forcefully thrown against the barrier. Tian disentangled himself, recognizing the difficulty in inflicting mortal wounds. Superficial attacks merely prolonged the battle, placing him at a disadvantage. He needed to exploit their vulnerabilities. A creature lunged at Tian, prompting him to analyze its weaknesses. He then aimed his sword at the creature's head, finally achieving a decisive kill. Tian then perceived the next adversary on the opposite side. Shang examined his prized possessions, envisioning his brethren tearing Tian asunder, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Tian arrived, his sword directed at Sheng. Sheng declared it was finished, incredulous at the turn of events. The worker ants' exoskeletons were impervious to gunfire, making Tian's victory unbelievable. Shang cautioned against provoking his superiors, threatening dire consequences. Tian retorted that, having slain monsters, he feared no one, declaring, "Damn you all!" Tian poised to strike Shang, but a shout commanded him to halt. Tian saw Yan arrive, firearm drawn, demanding he lower his weapon. Zhang feigned innocence, begging for aid, claiming Tian intended to murder him, inciting the officers to fire upon Tian. Tian insisted the firearm be aimed at Sheng, not himself. Yan questioned his meaning, and Tian instructed her to observe their surroundings. She witnessed women bound in chains, their faces etched with fear. An officer informed Yuan that several women matched prior missing person reports, recognizable from photographs. There was no doubt. Yan was stunned by this revelation, observing the supplies with bewilderment. Another officer alerted Yuan to a significant development. A female corpse, grotesquely mutilated, was discovered in the central chamber. Several cult adherents were fatally shot, and 2 mutated beast carcasses lay in the adjacent hall. Wen commanded everyone to remain composed, assuring them the situation was contained. She instructed them to alert the bureau at the medical facility, along with allied units, requesting all available personnel for reinforcement. Shang was apprehended. As officers escorted him away, he taunted Tian, questioning his recourse. Tian, momentarily enraged, regained his composure, retrieving his sword. Yan recognized Tian, inquiring if he recalled her. He nervously inquired her identity. She alluded to the incident 3 years prior, where they both participated in body identification. He concurred, remembering a female officer's presence, commending her sharp recollection. He remarked that she seemed to have deduced his intentions. When she intervened, she responded that while his actions were comprehensible, recklessness was unacceptable. She introduced herself, explaining that Tian's DNA from the vehicular accident 3 years ago led them to him. She implored him to remain calm and heed her words. She stated that Sheng's predicament wasn't concluded and that the authorities wouldn't execute Sheng. She acknowledged Tian's exceptional strength, remarking that despite their numbers, they were powerless to prevent Tian from eliminating Sheng. Nevertheless, she stressed that the Yan-Huang alliance remained under the jurisdiction of the armed forces, law enforcement, and the legislative body. She proceeded to clarify that this was not the appropriate venue for self-administered retribution, and implored him to have faith in the military police. They would not exonerate any culpable individual. It was their obligation, she insisted, requesting him to assist with their inquiry and divulge his knowledge. Upon his acquiescence, she expressed gratitude for his collaboration. Subsequently, emergency medical vehicles, additional officers, and citizens whose female relatives were unaccounted for congregated. The liberated women emerged clad in white garments. The wounded were transported to medical facilities, while those unscathed were reunited with their kin, resulting in poignant displays of emotion. As Yuan escorted Tian, an officer inquired about the appropriate documentation for the deceased. She advised him to report that during the apprehension, they encountered vehement opposition, necessitating the use of force. This resulted in grievous harm and fatalities among the adversaries. The officer concurred. Wen then addressed Tian. "Let's go!" As Tian departed, he noticed a corpse being removed, its hand protruding from the stretcher's covering. A young woman and her mother approached to express gratitude to Tian, hailing him as a rescuer. She explained that if not for the commotion he caused, which alerted the military police, they might have been sold as commodities to the affluent and influential, and ultimately immolated. She reiterated her thanks. The reference to commodities perplexed Tian. Yuan inquired if the girl possessed further knowledge. The girl revealed her former affiliation with a support group, which had deceptively portrayed itself as a cooperative association. They alleged that by recruiting members, they could procure provisions at reduced costs. However, eventually, she uncovered their actual objective and attempted to flee. They apprehended and confined her. Prior to her capture, she observed the whereabouts of their financial records. When prompted for a detailed account, they engaged in a protracted discussion. Meanwhile, 2 individuals observed from afar. One commented that the Sacred Council exerted complete authority, then directed the chauffeur to depart. Afterwards, Tian was allocated a room. He informed the officer that most matters were resolved and requested permission to leave, citing unfinished business at his residence. Outside the window, Yuan and an officer monitored Tian. Yuan stated her disapproval of the current course of action. The officer countered that since time immemorial, virtue and transgression have been inherently incompatible. Even Tian's commendable actions could not absolve him of his criminal conduct. He was merely a civilian, lacking the authority to usurp legal prerogatives and pronounce judgment or inflict harm upon others, Yuan conceded, affirming his lack of entitlement, but appended that this held true only if the missing women had been located prior to his intervention, and if a warrant for his arrest had been issued by superiors. The officer mentioned that they awaited a response from the municipal council, but it was improbable. The superiors would not condone the presence of a perilous individual like Tian. Yuan noted that in contemporary times, the world had undergone transformation, and both military and law enforcement personnel were significantly depleted. She added that forecasting the trajectory of law enforcement was challenging, despite the lack of response from high command. The man hastened to condemn Tian. Frankly, she posited that he was likely apprehensive about his negligence. Consequently, she intended to submit Tian's evidence of legal infractions directly to the highest authority. Upon receiving a response from High Command, she asserted that this would facilitate his duties. She questioned whether such leniency would genuinely provide redress for the women, who were victims of homicide and human trafficking. Expressing skepticism, Chen retorted angrily, ordering Yuan to be silent. He declared his indifference towards her background, asserting his authority as sheriff and her subordinate status. He commanded her to apprehend and confine the suspect. At that juncture, someone approached Chen, questioning his actions. Chen was astonished to encounter his superior. Respectfully, Chen inquired about his presence. The newcomer was Chief Inspector Yun, from the Handing Province Military Police Department, accompanied by high-ranking Officer Yi. Jun remarked to Yang that Chen had been effectively mentored, demonstrating increasing potential, though he lacked aptitude for apprehending offenders, but excelled at provoking animosity. Chen explained that he was adhering to directives from higher authorities. Chen questioned if the directives were coming from Yang or Dong. He then commanded Chen to remain in place and repeat the law enforcement regulations 20 times. Turning to Yuan Zhen, he stated that the department had filled him in on the circumstances via telephone and requested she escort him to Tian. She consented and notified him that Tian was in workstation 03, gesturing for him to accompany her. As they neared Tian, who was seated in silence, Zhen inquired if he was indeed Tian. Tian rose and verified his identity. Zhen introduced himself as Head Detective Zhen from the Handing Provincial Authority. Tian expressed surprise at this turn of events, and Zhen, staying seated, commented that if a situation necessitated a high-ranking officer like himself to personally question Tian, it suggested Tian would not readily escape the predicament. Zhen chuckled and soothed Tian, telling him not to be anxious, clarifying that he had arrived with a document he wanted Tian to examine. He presumed Tian would be intrigued by the alterations in the two transformed creatures. Displaying the file, he declared the data was specifically brought for Tian's perusal. He presented the file to Tian, who inquired why him. Chen responded it was intended for individuals like Tian, those who comprehended such subjects. The document detailed a mutated creature, located in the Karangma mountain range, by a patrolman 5 days prior. When they cornered it, they observed it consuming humans. Subsequently, they discovered human visages on its back, suggesting it was becoming more astute, occasionally even outmaneuvering their forces. Zhen inquired if Tian grasped the ramifications. Studying the images, Zhen remarked that the monster's intellect and conduct were progressively more human-like. He pondered if their genetic obstacles had been overcome. Zhen nodded in affirmation, elaborating that they had progressed beyond merely merging genes from various animals. To amplify physical capabilities, they had effectively integrated human genes to augment intelligence, birthing a novel species they termed Beast Kings. At least 5 such advanced mutant creatures had been detected in Yanhuang, and that figure was anticipated to rise. When Tian questioned why Zhen was divulging these confidential details to him, Zhen gestured towards a nearby container holding 3 crimson objects. Tian started to comprehend the implications. Zhen affirmed that these were the 2 eggs that had stopped developing. After Tian shot 2 disciples who had transported them, laboratory analysis confirmed they contained genetic code from insects, animals, and a substantial amount of human DNA. Tian inquired what this signified. Zhen responded that in the southern sector, there was a high probability a Beast King was concealed and procreating amongst its own kind. Tian asked to hold on, but with the devastating potential of the Beast King, how could it remain hidden within the city unnoticed? Zhen stated this led to another matter, the registry. Tian inquired if he had located the registry. Zhen answered that, while the Beast King possessed a certain level of intellect, it was still far from reaching the cognitive capacity of an ordinary human. It was improbable for it to establish a structured group. In mere weeks after the mutations began, Tian asked if Zhen was implying there were humans aligned with the mutant creatures, and why this was occurring. Zhen replied it was undetermined. Tian inquired why Zhen was disclosing all of this to him. Zhen responded he wanted to provide Tian with some understanding of the events, and was confident Tian could form a more informed assessment of the circumstances. Tian requested clarification. Zhen answered that, considering Tian's violent assault, which led to the demise of numerous individuals, and caused grave repercussions and adverse societal effects, the military and law enforcement agencies were directed to apprehend him. A warrant for the detention of the offender, Tian, had been issued. Yuan was on the verge of speaking, but Zhen silenced her. Tian slammed his hand on the table, and remarked on the supposed severe repercussions and detrimental societal effects he had caused by eliminating those gang members. Declaring such regulations and laws were truly laughable, Jen advised him to calm down and simply listen. Now that the world had transformed, Jen was going to be completely frank and state that, in the future, the military and law enforcement within the cities might be incapable of safeguarding all citizens, but until the current societal structure crumbled, they would remain the most formidable powers. Based on the current rate of evolution of the mutant creatures, there was a movement towards merging the military and metropolitan police forces. This would entail the military police assuming control of the cities. Unlike the city police, the military police had zero leniency for legal infractions and were as merciless as instruments of war. They had the capacity to harbor Tien and expunge his history. However, they would lack that authority once the military police assumed control of the municipality. Tian requested Jen to elucidate his intent. Jen responded that it was uncomplicated. They desired Tian's enrollment. They could bestow upon him a preferential standing, and even if the military police seized the city in the future, Tian could retain certain unique privileges. Tian inquired if Jen wished for him to enlist in the military police. Jen clarified that possessing an official designation wouldn't be detrimental to him. It would guarantee the safeguarding of him and his kin. Tian stated he required a period for contemplation. Yuan proposed restoring Tian's blade to him, and declared that they expected his response by the morn of the subsequent day. Yuan appended that if Tian consented, he should complete the application, and if he declined, she would dispatch the enforcement squad to locate him. The following day, Tian questioned how someone could utter such frigid remarks. She presented him with the document and the weapon, remarking that fawning over her was futile. But if he joined the military police, none of this would pose an issue. Tian affirmed he would certainly provide his answer by the day after tomorrow. Tian then noticed several men accompanied by a law enforcement officer passing him. Thus, he inquired of Yuan if those individuals were implicated in the illicit commerce, documented in the ledger. Tian sensed a familiarity in their visages and pondered if they were affiliates of the Southern City Council. As one of the men pivoted to gaze at Tian, he discerned the inspector's veracity. These weren't merely affluent and prominent figures. They were members of the legislative body. Tian hadn't anticipated their involvement, and questioned if they were solely engaged in trafficking, or if they were already adversaries of humanity. Tian returned to his dwelling and inspected the level 4 divine, Gain Cherry Tomato. He inquired of Han if she would assist him if he became a military policeman. She assented. He informed her that in that scenario, he wouldn't be able to be in her company as frequently, and she might weep during solitary nights. She responded that she hoped he wouldn't forsake his aspirations on her account. She reminded him that 3 years prior, he relinquished his employment and returned to manage the farm, and she felt she had been a hindrance to him. He retorted that she committed no wrongdoing. He made that decision autonomously. As he placed his hand upon her head, she expressed her desire not to be perpetually under his protection, and yearned to mature swiftly as well. She continued that irrespective of his decision, she would undoubtedly support him. She had Hay and Grandpa Nan to care for her, therefore she wouldn't be apprehensive. He remarked on her maturation, and that he would now entrust her with applying the growth elixir to the divine Gain Cherry Tomatoes, adding jocularly that there should be no idleness for watching animated programs. The setting transitions to the penitentiary where a man approached Sheng's confinement. Sheng maintained a perpetual grin. The man conveyed a small, seed-like object into Sheng's cell. Sheng retrieved and consumed it. The scene changes to Tian, where they extract blood from Hay and provide it to Lon. Tian stated that he fulfilled his pledge. Lon inquired if this was the exemplary mutant beast, observing that unlike the Beast Kings, this one lacked significant alterations in its appendages and vital indicators, and didn't appear particularly formidable. Tian responded that perfect mutation had numerous trajectories. The transformation of the existing beast. Kings might be misguided. The correct course to perfect mutation could entail augmented strength, a metamorphosis in physical structure, or an elevation in intellect. The process of mutation was variable. Therefore, it was inherently improbable for it to be identical each instance. Lon concurred with Tian's assessment and admitted his initial misconception. Each creature possessed a distinct genetic composition. Thus, the same perfect mutant gene might yield disparate outcomes in different organisms. Then Tian inquired about Jing's well-being. Lon responded that Tian had dismantled a sect and Jing had been incarcerated for a duration. If Tian hadn't furnished that blood specimen, Lon feared his superior's gravesite would be overgrown. The scene transitions to Jing, where surgeons were scrutinizing his physique and discovered that the bone spurs regenerated in under 30 minutes after extraction. Presently, they were proliferating even more rapidly, rendering surgery unfeasible. Lon arrived with the blood sample. Jing sat upright and remarked on its auspiciousness. He instructed the physicians to analyze the specimen immediately, noting no. Following examination, a surgeon documented alterations in the configuration of the 20th chromosomal pair. Based on the hematological analysis, the skeletal density was over 10-fold greater than that of typical canines. Furthermore, it possessed 79 chromosomes, one exceeding the standard canine complement. Jin deduced that Tian had deciphered the genetic blueprint. The surgeon elaborated, stating that the supplementary chromosome would significantly augment its size, potency, velocity, and skeletal density. A different physician postulated that the supplementary chromosome could practically be deemed sacred, and that these constituted the genetic makeup of an exemplary mutation, not the genetically compromised ones present in their aberrations. Engineered by the V-shaped pathogen, the initial physician remarked that while the prosperity rate wasn't substantial, they would endeavor to duplicate it. Jing instructed them to prepare to reproduce the procedure. The locale transitions to Tian, where he inspected the Tier 4 Divine Gain cherry tomato, which had commenced the maturation phase. Now, Tian would have the capacity to witness its consequences. As he scrutinized it, he contemplated the prospective repercussions of a divine gain fruit. In its maturation phase, Tian discerned that the evolutionary trajectory, subsequent to ingesting a Tier 4 fruit, entailed triggering the ancestral recollection of the lineage genes, amplifying the inherent information of the physique, and obtaining the primordial aptitudes of the species, with a likelihood of activation of 80%. He observed the various categories of potential augmentations. The sapient cerebrum type involved the human form exerting influence over electromagnetic fields, granting capabilities like hypnosis, telepathy, and manipulating electrical devices. This had a likelihood of manifestation of 4%. The divine type enabled the human physique to acquire extraordinary powers, such as achieving immortality, developing wings, and attaining superhuman velocity with a manifestation likelihood of 4%. The primordial divine type encompassed abilities like commanding the elements, including water, fire, and other matter, with an activation probability of 0.4%. Tian was astonished by the prospects and commenced to ponder the ramifications of these extraordinary talents. Tian mused that the sapient cerebrum and divine types were already sufficiently alluring, but the chance of atavistic regression was excessively high should he devolve into the most ineffectual of all types. He resolved to seek guidance from the system. Tian contemplated the possibility of resetting his evolutionary path. He pondered whether consuming a level 4 fruit and transforming into the atavistic form revealed that the host retained the capacity to ingest level 4 fruits, and should alternative evolutionary pathways subsequently activate, the host possessed the option to retain a single evolutionary type. In essence, provided he acquired a sufficient quantity of divine gain fruits, he would ultimately attain the ancient divine form. The perspective shifted to Zhen, who inquired of Yuan whether Tian had consented. She responded that Tian had established contact with her and conveyed his intention to submit the application document the following day. Jian expressed his satisfaction upon receiving this news and remarked that his journey to the southern region had not been futile. She questioned whether he intended to depart. He affirmed that his superiors had already exerted sufficient pressure, and he intended to return after concluding the cult investigation. His presence in the southern region was solely due to the fact that he had received a specific appointment from the Ministry of State Security. Wen remarked that they had apprehended Congressman Li and Guo for over 10 hours. However, the Political Affairs Bureau hadn't initiated any measures, and she sensed that something was amiss. Jen inquired if there had been any activity from Wang's faction. She concurred and requested Jen to remain in the southern district for a few more days, as she felt apprehensive the following morning. Tian was exiting his residence to file the application document. As he ventured outside, he spotted a deceased individual suspended from a nearby tree. Initially, he questioned the girl's identity, and upon closer examination, he recognized her as the girl who had disclosed Shang's scheme. When Tian rescued the girls, a stunned Tian rushed toward her. An attorney acting on behalf of Congressman Li and Guo conferred with Zhen and declared that he had been engaged by the Southern District Council, particularly to manage the matter regarding the apprehension of the two legislators, Li and Guo, by the military police force. Just as Zhen fielded a call from an individual, the attorney requested he answer it. Zhen answered the call and was stunned to learn something. The location transitions to the medical facility, where the mother of the deceased young woman was weeping, questioning how this transpired. Tian sat beside her, empathizing with the lady. The legal representative was present with Li and Guo, remarking that they must have endured hardship. The woman continued to sob, and as her gaze shifted towards Li and Guo, the counsel guaranteed them he would oversee their legal proceedings so they wouldn't experience any burden. Smiling, Li inquired what sort of strain they could possibly be under. The woman walked toward Li, addressing him. He turned and questioned her identity. The woman clarified that her daughter had spoken of Li upon returning home PR and had entangled Li in a dubious enterprise. She lunged at him, vehemently blaming him for her father's demise and vowing to end his life. Li forcibly repelled her with a kick, sending her sprawling to the ground, sharply warning her against physical contact. Yuan approached the woman to inquire about her well-being, then cautioned Li against excessive behavior, reminding him of their location within a military police precinct, and challenging his audacity to resort to physical force within those walls. The attorney interjected, commending Yuan's exemplary character and asserting that the woman was the instigator of the assault, with Li and Guo merely acting in self-defense. Li remarked on her lack of civility. The lawyer admonished the woman to moderate her language, observing that Congressman Li and Guo had already secured their release through bail and should no longer be designated as detainees. Yuan reacted with astonishment upon hearing this news. The lawyer implored the woman to compose herself, highlighting her unwarranted aggression towards the congressman and the potential for legal repercussions against he. Yuan vehemently objected, declaring it an impossibility. He inquired as to the circumstances of their discharge. The legal counsel retorted that he would issue a formal caution to the Yuan, given her endeavor to apprehend a parliamentary representative. He referenced tangible proof, recorded documentation, and eyewitness accounts. He cited victim testimonies, investigative reports from law enforcement, the accused's declarations and alibis, professional assessments, detailed analyses, and thorough examinations. He further enumerated confirmations, inquiries, and documented lab results. He proceeded to include the existence of auditory and visual resources along with digital information. He underscored that only such compelling substantiation could secure a conviction. Congressman Tian absorbed the information in silence. Yuan maintained that they had seized the principal culprit and obtaining a sworn statement was merely a matter of time. The attorney countered that, regrettably, the legally mandated confinement limit of 24 hours had expired. He declared his intention to escort the men away. Departing with an air of contempt, he left. He remarked that she was overexerting herself to handle the case, but he expressed hope that in the future, she would be capable of accurately differentiating between offenders and law-abiding individuals to avert similar occurrences. He alluded to their demanding schedule, insinuating they lacked sufficient time to collaborate with her inquiry. Moreover, he discredited the reliability of the eyewitness she cited, asserting that the eyewitness had already received a medical diagnosis and been furnished with a psychiatric evaluation, thereby rendering their account inadmissible. She cautioned him against presuming the matter was concluded and pledged to remain vigilant. The attorney maintained that it was a categorical directive from the Ministry of State Security. If she harbored doubts, she could confirm with her commanding officer. The attorney concluded that he had merely adhered to established protocols in his office to secure the release of Li and Guo, and is guaranteed the observer would subsequently be placed. Dr. Yuan of the 4th Hospital was stunned by this revelation. At that moment, the attorney observed Tian gazing at him, sending a shiver down his spine. The trio entered their vehicle and departed. Meanwhile, the woman wept, bemoaning that her daughter had been correct. They were powerless against these individuals. If even the military police were unable to bring them to justice, who could? Etienne spotted a dilapidated document, recognizing it as his own application. After ripping it to shreds, he hastily departed and arrived at his farm. There he discovered that the level 4 Divine Gain cherry tomatoes had ripened and required immediate harvesting. He collected them all, amassing 2.5 kilograms. After consuming a few, he perceived the activation of his 47th evolutionary chromosome, culminating in a successful evolutionary advancement. This was an atavistic evolutionary type, and amplifying his fundamental capabilities. The setting transitions to the attorney's vehicle, where he informs Li and Guo that they had successfully mitigated the crisis. Since only a limited number of individuals were aware of the predicament, he guaranteed them that with appropriate subsequent action, the repercussions for them would be minimal. He recommended they collaborate to de-escalate the situation. Li was smoking and commented that they comprehended, implying they could manage the lower-income individuals with bereavement payments and provision. Guo dissented, highlighting that popular sentiment online remained significant, particularly with pictures circulating of them, clasping hands with the deceased kin and dispensing bereavement funds. He proposed persuading journalists to publish more complimentary articles about them and convening a media briefing to debunk falsehoods, which would readily influence gullible individuals and restore their public image. Li complained about the inconvenience of feigning respect for such imbeciles. Guo advocated for forbearance, stressing that this was a pivotal moment for their ascension to imperial power, and only by placating the populace could they guarantee their future sustenance. Li replied that he comprehended, but abruptly a blade severed Guo's head. Incredulously gazing upwards, Li discerned it was Tian. From atop the vehicle, Tian nonchalantly inquired about the provisions. Li, dumbfounded, exclaimed in disbelief at Tian's audacity. He reminded him that he was a member of Congress, and that Tian hadn't been forewarned of the repercussions. Tian was inviting his own demise. Tian impassively declared that since they had ingested that substance, only bloodshed could absolve them, as they were no longer worthy of being human. Without a moment's pause, Tian eliminated them both. After stationing the vehicle and sanitizing the bloodstains, Tian observed a minuscule organism emerge from the vehicle. He promptly crushed it, and then consumed something himself. Tian perceived the successful culmination of his transformation. He had acquired a primal form. His newly awakened ability, Flash, amplified his fundamental attributes twofold. This reflected his consumption of the 40th, divinely bestowed, Valhero tomato. It represented the least potent evolutionary stage. Tian consumed more, feeling invigorated and poised for another metamorphosis. He completely processed everything he had ingested. He then resumed the primal evolutionary path. He felt content momentarily. Experiencing a shift, Tian sensed his evolution taking a novel course. Upon examination, he obtained an uncommon artifact. He determined it to be a sentient brain. It augmented his core capabilities. The effect was analogous to the primal form's enhancement. Evolutionary augmentation data was displayed. Intrigued, he resolved to evaluate his telepathic aptitude. Upon activating it, Tian discovered he could detect life forms. His perception extended to a radius of APPR. Noticing an avian creature nearby, Tian fixated his attention on it. He perceived the bird foraging for rice due to hunger. Tian discerned that upon making physical contact with a living being, he possessed the ability to perceive its thoughts. However, this was insufficient. Leaving the bird, it declared that humans were malevolent, while birds were benevolent. Tian contemplated this before commencing a new evolutionary trajectory. He determined to contact Lon. Tian arrived at an unusual edifice and established a digital connection with Lon. He apprised Lon that the individual confined to the hospital chamber was not the designated subject. The captive had been replaced by an individual, bearing a striking resemblance. Lon reassured Tian to remain calm, pledging to locate him regardless of the circumstances. Shortly thereafter, he pinpointed Sheng's location and transmitted a cartographic representation to Tian, forewarning that the objective was in perpetual motion and intermittently beyond the scope of electronic surveillance. Tian was compelled to exercise caution. Examining the map, Tian deduced that Sheng was situated underground in the vicinity. The atavistic type, it would be a big loss. To be in charge of recruiting special talents, enhancing his ability to hard-avoid awakening skills, as Lon wouldn't be able to assist him during those times. This clarified why he couldn't detect his presence. Moments earlier, the perspective shifted to a man garbed in white attire. Traversing alongside a subterranean waterway, Tian materialized, declaring his search for Shang, and promptly launched an assault with his blade. However, Shang responded with agility, evading the strike. Tian acknowledged Shang's heightened reflexes, but cautioned that he wouldn't elude the subsequent attack. Tian succeeded in severing one of Shang's limbs, but with astonishing swiftness. Shang vaulted to the opposite bank of the canal. Tian inquired if he was attempting to flee. Shang maintained a smile, provoking Tian to leap over the canal to renew his assault. Brandishing his sword, Tian discovered that Shang had vanished, noticing insects in the vicinity. A monstrous being approached Tian from the rear, rebuking him for his tardiness. The creature expressed remorse, clarifying that it had recently matured into an adult form and hadn't yet acclimated to its transformed physique. With insects teeming around Tian, he brandished his blade forcefully to repel them. Shang reverted to his human form and implored Tian to disregard the event. Devoid of the strength to reprimand him, the creatures were astonished to observe Shang's wounded arm, but he brushed it off as trivial, asserting he was amidst a transformation. Tian endeavored to strike Shang's head once again, but Shang dematerialized once more, infuriating the beasts. They questioned Tian's impudence in assaulting the sacred leader. Shang materialized behind the creature, recommending improved composure while the insects continued to swarm him. The creature expressed remorse, acknowledging its current inadequacy. Shang commanded it to eliminate Tian. The creature consented and advanced toward Tian, pledging to Shang that it would return for him upon completion. Shang insisted they disregard the matter and spare Tian's life, requiring rejuvenation after finalizing its transformation. The creature confronted Tian head-on. Tian lunged towards the beast, expressing his contempt for those who engage in self-aggrandizement. Meanwhile, Shang reappeared and was compelled to rejoin his mother, choosing to enter a chrysalis state there, enshrouding himself in pale garments. Tian engaged the creature in a ferocious struggle. The creature recognized Tian's prowess, contemplating how a mere mortal could wield abilities akin to its own. Tian's visage offered no indication of metamorphosis, and the creature questioned why Tian could circumvent its onslaughts, as if anticipating its actions. Tian believed he was merely provoking the creature to decipher its patterns. Provided he concentrated, Tian was cognizant of every maneuver the creature executed. Tian inquired if the creature was acquainted with him. The creature responded in the affirmative, but observed that Tian did not discern his adversary. The creature intended to bestow a present upon Tian, marveling at Tian's tenna and the captivating sight of a young woman suspended from a tree branch. At that moment, he seized Tian's blade. Tian adamantly demanded the insect be rinsed down the drain. The creature inquired of Tian if he comprehended the adversary he faced, disparaging him as a mere mortal. Tian countered the monster's attack, sparking a recollection of a scene where Wang genuflected before Shang. Shang advised Wang to not be content with the position of a low-ranking magistrate, proposing a collaboration with Shang instead. Shang vowed to bestow upon Wang an immortal physique and transcend his human limitations. Wang readily consented, proclaiming his willingness to undertake any action for everlasting life. Shang inserted an object into Wang's mouth, highlighting the necessity of veneration from devotees, specifically vibrant, youthful women as sustenance. Wang acquiesced, pledging to offer homage to the deity. The monster mused that the pursuit of power wasn't inherently flawed. In a post-apocalyptic realm, for survival, where the natural order privileged the powerful and relegated the feeble to the role of quarry, he deemed those wretches deserving of demise. He conceded that facilitating his metamorphosis would provide them sustenance for his ascension. The creature inquired of Tian's actions towards him. Tian pondered that probing someone's psyche was draining. He then accessed his inventory and ingested an ancient, superior medicinal carrot, completely replenishing his vigor. He informed the creature that he had ascertained its true nature and hadn't anticipated Mayor Wang to be such a craven, fearful of mortality. Intrigued, the creature questioned how Tian discovered Wang's actual identity. Tian responded that he had perused the creature's recollections, replete with hubris and utter self-absorption. The creature questioned the feasibility of this and speculated if Tian was a transcended human. He confessed he had never encountered a transcended human possessing such capabilities. In the Southern Territory, according to the Divine Sovereign, transcendence necessitated consuming the fruits of hope. Tian inquired if the creature was referring to those viscous, revolting insect larvae, contending that Xing didn't require such a repugnant technique for advancement. It resembled parasitism more than genuine evolution. Bewildered, the creature inquired about Tian's implication. Tian clarified that he had perceived within the monster's psyche the insect's sentience vying with him for dominion over his physical form. It was apparent from the monster's subconscious mind that it was poised to undergo a sinister transformation, and it was merely a question of time before Wang's cognition disintegrated. Tian questioned how long Wang's persona could persist. Prior to devolving into a mindless beast, the monster cautioned Tian against comparing him to insignificant insects, declaring that the larva he ingested was second only to the royals. Even if his consciousness could no longer preside over his body, he had ascended to a superior entity, discarding the frail and ineffectual human shell. Tian pondered the royal figure and hypothesized whether Sheng had devoured a higher-ranking larva. Nearby, he detected a living organism. Out of nowhere, another creature abruptly assaulted him. Tian was astonished by the rapidity of its incubation. The onslaught severed Tian's hand, precipitating his plunge into the waterway. Wang felicitated Shang on the heir's arrival. Shang was enraged that Wang failed to eliminate a mere mortal, and was now obligated to handle it personally. Wang refuted this, asserting that Tian was a Samsung evolver. Shang, the monstrous being, remarked on the unexpected survival on the southern flank. Wang concurred, admitting his inadequacy for the task. Shang added that regardless of the extent of his transformation, Tian remained a base elven human devoid of any physical augmentation. He lamented the squandering of the third-tier eggs his mother bestowed upon Wang. Wang requested Shang to observe Tian. Tian retrieved and consumed the archaic medicinal-grade carrot. The onlookers were astounded by a human's capacity to regenerate a limb. Xing commented on the peculiarity of the event. Tian pondered. Recognizing the ease of tissue regeneration requires time, and should they detect this imperfection, Tian will face dire consequences. Xian observed that Tian's hand had regenerated with such rapidity that he reconsidered his desire to eliminate Tian. He expressed an interest in acquiring Tian's genetic material, but deemed the notion of simply consuming him mundane, particularly given Tian's numerous enigmas. Instead, he proposed an arrangement. Tian requested to be informed of the specifics of this proposition. Zhang responded that evolved beings such as themselves, possessing superiority over the human species, should consolidate their power. Succinctly stated, the contamination of the land had already precipitated a critical scarcity of sustenance, further exacerbated by the emergence of evolved beast sovereigns. Considering prevailing human advancements, the eradication of humanity was merely a matter of time. Originating from Blue Star's lower echelons, feeble entities like humans would inevitably become provisions for the dominant. Only the evolved possessed the capacity to flourish within the transformed environment. Shang entreated Tian to align himself with them, capturing the south flank before powerful beast monarchs dominated it. They could access sustenance, essential provisions, and attain superior evolutionary stages collectively. Shouldn't that sway Tian? A realm governed by them awaited. Tian retorted that Shang's proposition was compelling, yet it was regrettable that humans weren't simply his reservoirs of blood. He cautioned Shang against underestimating their capabilities. Shang discerned that the parley had collapsed and voiced his inquisitiveness about Tian's prowess. Though presently, Tian could merely serve as Shang's sustenance. Shang assaulted Tian, condemning him to perdition. The perspective transitioned to Tian's dwelling, where the remaining individuals were cultivating the land. Han experienced an abrupt pang, compelling her to release the food from her grasp. Inan inquired about her well-being. She placated them, stating she was all right, ascribing the discomfort to a sudden pulsation in her chest, accompanied by lightheadedness. She anticipated feeling improved after a period of repose. She reflected that the feeling was potent, evocative of cardiac arrhythmia, and it imbued her with a sense of impending doom. Han requested Nan to continue gathering fruit. Meanwhile, Tian cautioned them about the necessity of accumulating provisions. Prior to the arrival of the second destructive surge, Nan's condition improved, and she asserted she wouldn't impede their progress. The perspective transitioned to Tan, who emitted a scream. Shang proclaimed that he had finally uncovered Tian's hidden truth. Tian possessed the ability to mend his physique only after ingesting the peculiar fruit. Consequently, Shang resolved to prevent Tian from consuming it, leaving Tan with both his hands bound. Shang emphasized their numerical advantage, 2 against 1. Despite this, Tian still presented a formidable peril to his own species. Unsure of his subsequent course of action, Xian confessed his inability to terminate Tian's life. Concurrently, Wang drifted in the waterway, wounded by Tian. Shang displayed escalating inquisitiveness regarding Tian's fruit, disregarding Wang's pleas for assistance. Shang proposed a bargain to Tian. Should Tian divulge his secret, Shang would contemplate granting him a swift demise. Just as Tian's miniature hummingbirds launched their assault on Shang questioned why there were still more remaining. Tian appeared unrelenting, deploying every tactic at his disposal. The offensive capability of the minuscule creatures proved futile against Shang's robust armor. They were mere errant projectiles, potentially posing a greater threat to their own allies if they struck them. Tian was cognizant of this, but it wasn't his objective. Shang commented on the irritating buzz of the mosquitoes and inquired if their purpose was to merely tickle him. Tian parried Shang's sword with a hummingbird, then swiftly retaliated with his own blade. Shang was momentarily stunned. Tian observed that while the hardened armor presented a challenge, the joints remained susceptible to attack. He inflicted a forceful blow upon Shang, eliciting a cry of anguish from Shang and wounding his legs. Tian retreated, recognizing the unsustainability of his current approach. He needed to enhance his strategy and consumed some fruit for sustenance. Shang collapsed onto his knees, confessing that he had recently transformed and hadn't consumed anything yet. He lacked the vitality to mend his physique and felt ravenous. Wang implored Shang to rescue him, elucidating that the prior skirmish had depleted his strength, rendering him unable to stand. He beseeched Shang to return him to Shang's mother so Wang could restore his form. Wang stressed that Shang required him to oversee the southern sector and that metamorphosing had demanded significant exertion from him. He protested against dying, Zhang responded, amid the clamor and his famishment, declaring he had just undergone transformation and required sustenance. Bemoaning his depleted energy levels, he likened Tian to an elusive insect, adding that he was in a foul temper. Wang urged him to simply consume something and refrain from infiltrating the southern sector's military police force, accentuating his yearning for survival and the strenuous effort he had invested to attain his current condition. Sheng clarified that Wang's duty was to hasten food gathering and that his promotion to level 3 was a commendation for his diligence. Although he hadn't foreseen Wang's utter incompetence, he then divulged that their mother was approaching, the culmination of her metamorphosis. He prophesied that upon emerging from her chrysalis, their lineage would reign over the entire southern territory. And when that moment arrived, Shang's followers would be capable of generating an unlimited supply. He was ravenous and required sustenance to restore his vitality. Wang refuted this, but Shang eliminated him, asserting that after a brief interruption, they would be capable of self-repair. Nevertheless, consuming a level 3 evolver was incredibly satisfying, and Shang felt invigorated. Tian discerned on-screen that his primal awakening triggered the bloodline's ancestral memory. It augmented his body's inherent data, and he obtained the archaic aptitudes of his ancestry. With an evolutionary likelihood of 80%, Tian was astonished that Shang had devoured his own. The monarch had exhausted his supply of fruit. After consuming a multitude of valuable Tier 4 fruits consecutively, all the resulting evolutionary forms were of the primal variety. Shang remarked that if he devoured Tian as well, he could augment his own power. Tian consumed the final one, recognizing that Shang had attained such velocity that escape was impossible. Tian contemplated that not only had the ancient divine form been reinstated, but also the exceptionally uncommon regulatory framework. He discerned that the ancient divine form's evolutionary process was classified into elemental, transhuman, and regulatory systems. The very fabric of the Blue Star world was dictated by fundamental principles. These included gravitational acceleration, stored energy, and the principle of inertia. Mastery over these core and indispensable forces granted one the power of a deity. In the most literal sense, that Tian firmly held the conviction that this system of laws was undeniably the most potent evolutionary pathway of the ancient divine archetype. He ascertained that the influence of his gravitational manipulation extended 3 meters. Amplification of the field permitted a 10-fold increase, but demanded a significant expenditure of mental and physical exertion. He seized command of Sheng's physical form, compelling Sheng to cry out in pain as Tian delivered a forceful strike. Sheng reasoned that Tian was demonstrably only a level 3 evolver, yet he had demonstrably grown more formidable. Tian was convinced that the potency of the ancient, divine archetype evolution was already remarkable at the initial stage. Consuming level 4 or higher flora and fauna would further augment his capabilities. He contemplated the prospective advancements this could engender. He found it exhilarating. His pulse quickened with anticipation. He savored the immense potency and intoxicating gratification it provided. Fatigued and racked with coughs, Sheng knelt. He pondered how Tian had acquired such formidable strength. In a mere instant, Tian easily demolished Shang's robust armor with a single airborne blow. Recognizing he couldn't persist in this manner, Shang resolved to escape. Remaining would guarantee his demise. Thus, he commenced his flight. Tian, observing Shang's attempted retreat, pursued him utilizing his abilities. However, the outcome was unexpected. Tian discerned his mastery over gravity was still insufficient. As Tian progressed, he discovered Shang had successfully evaded him, leaving a trace of azure blood in his wake. As he fled, sprinting, Shang arrived at a colossal cavity where his mother was undergoing incubation. He expressed his remorse to her, confessing he hadn't fulfilled her aspirations and had fallen short. Overwhelmed with disillusionment, a sudden detonation erupted from Tian's previous location. Tian entered, observing that the sewer egress unexpectedly connected to the municipal building's ground level. This clarified why Sheng's movements had evaded military detection. Officer Wang had secured a well-concealed sanctuary for Sheng. Tian Riley pondered that Sheng had never anticipated perishing at the hands of the sect. He privately relished the lingering specter of irony. Shang reminisced about his maternal bond as tremors coursed through the floor. His mother's metamorphosis finally concluded. She materialized from the cavity, now colossal like Tian. Qian remarked that he had assumed Shang was desperate enough to consume his fellow evolved beings and inquired whom Shang was referring to as mother. Enraged, Shang demanded to know who Tian was calling Leek and Tahi, emphasizing his mother's unparalleled affection. She possessed a fiery temper and frequently resorted to physical discipline. She denied him sustenance and berated him with insults, calling him a simpleton. And if he failed to achieve top marks in examinations, she would strike him and force him to kneel in humiliation. However, when encircled by a swarm of mutated ants, she was the one who rescued him while he fled in terror. Overwhelmed by shame and cowardice for abandoning his mother, Tian assessed Shang's physical condition as sound, yet perceived him as rather peculiar. Shang addressed Tian, but Tian abruptly silenced him with a harsh retort, refusing to hear further. Shang informed his mother of his hunger and depleted energy reserves, imploring her to save him after all that had transpired. A recently transformed BDIT would inherently be vulnerable. She consented, declaring they could remain together in unity. Tian deemed this unwise, particularly with the monstrous entities joining their ranks. He surmised that Shang deliberately allowed the Break King to consume him. He questioned the rationale behind such extreme measures. The fusion of those two seemed inherently wrong. Shang's physique abruptly began to radiate a brilliant luminescence. The perspective transitioned to the scientific laboratory, where the team expressed elation at the successful duplication of the celestial gene. This constituted a momentous breakthrough. One member promptly proposed apprising Jing to introduce it intravenously. Unexpectedly, a man perceived the table oscillating intensely and inquired if an anomaly was transpiring. Another responded that he hadn't discerned anything atypical. The initial man insisted they examine the quivering apparatus. However, another disregarded it, asserting Jing's survival was paramount. Concurrently, a journalist was reporting an unprecedented tremor had been registered at the civic edifice, postulated to be triggered by a high-ranking mutated creature. Military and law enforcement personnel from the southern sector cordoned off the vicinity. With rotary aircraft hovering above, Yuan was present amidst them in one of the choppers. Abruptly, a detonation erupted from a structure, exposing a level 8 apex predator. A colossal ant queen unleashed devastation. Yuan was astonished to observe this, and inquired how such a formidable creature could materialize within the city. The journalist enthusiastically narrated the spectacle, predicting it would generate a sensational news story. Amidst the pandemonium, Tian bellowed, inquisitively asking Yuan how he had arrived there. The journalist and cameraman were briefly dumbfounded. The journalist confessed he was so exhilarated that he inadvertently exclaimed, divulging their origin from the southern sector, Daily Journal. Yuan sharply interrogated if they had gone insane, demanding to know who authorized their flight there. He underscored the peril and commanded them to withdraw. The journalist defended himself, asserting as a news correspondent he couldn't overlook such a significant event. Yuan then indicated that high-ranking beast monarchs typically emerge solely in borderland and isolated territories, not in the southern region. The journalist was overjoyed at that, experiencing it firsthand and being the initial reporter on such an event. Shortly thereafter, they detected something unusual near the beast monarch. They directed the videographer to magnify the azure luminescence. Approaching cautiously, they zoomed in meticulously and identified it as a person. Tian, soaring towards the scene, contemplated that by modifying his gravitational pull, he could attain a state of levitation. By minimizing bodily friction and integrating this with his augmented capabilities, he could accelerate to phenomenal velocities. However, sustaining levitation would persistently deplete his mental and physical reserves. On the monitor, he observes the archaic divine rune script, human evolver, and its associated aptitudes. Gravitational domination, area expansion. Radius 3 meters. Enhanceable by ingesting flora exceeding level 4. Area expansion amplifies the range of gravitational domination. Tenfold for a brief duration. This process expends significant mental and physical stamina, believing the insects would aid in regenerating his injuries. At this pace, he's unable to eliminate all the insects. Furthermore, the gravitational Dominion Assault's radius is too limited to inflict any mortal wounds upon the sovereign beast, and there's a continuous influx of insects to provide healing. He would deplete his stamina at this rate. If Tian utilizes domain expansion to deliver a decisive strike, it should succeed. But then he discerned something and relinquished that strategy. He was apprehensive that employing domain expansion would leave him at his absolute weakest point, both mentally and physically. If it failed to vanquish the sovereign beast with a single blow, lapsing into unconsciousness would likely prove fatal. He was struck by the sovereign beast and recognized the severity of the situation. Multiple blasts landed in close proximity, but Tan successfully evaded them. Yuan shouted to Tian, pledging covering fire, and directing him to aim for the sovereign beast's core. Obliterating its brain would cease its regeneration. Tian contemplated her remarks thoughtfully. Tian indicated that the Beast King's nucleus was typically situated near its cranium, the most fortified section of its carapace. Yun cautioned him to exercise prudence, pointing out the unusual nature of the environment in that vicinity. Tian acknowledged the warning and proceeded to assault the creature, contemplating the precise location of its core. As he neared the Beast King, he noticed the insects congregating around what appeared to be its central organ. With the aid of the military police, he unleashed the full extent of his psychic abilities. Resolute in his intent to finish the beast, Tian braced himself for the decisive strike. After expending all his energy to assault the Beast King, Tian commenced his descent. However, a helicopter swiftly arrived with nets, preventing him from plummeting. When she remarked on the near catastrophe of witnessing Tian's fall, she pondered his true nature. She deemed him an enigmatic figure. At last, the Beast King was vanquished. The news anchor reported that at precisely 6:14 a.m., a colossal mutant materialized at the city hall, inflicting devastation across a 10-kilometer perimeter. It was assessed to be at least a level 8 apex predator, judging by its dimensions and energy signatures. The monstrosity was subsequently neutralized by a formidable azure humanoid figure enveloped in a radiance that obscured its features. Countless viewers observed the broadcast, alongside the correspondent, conjecturing whether this entity constituted a novel governmental armament or a previously unseen mutant strain. The reporter conceded they possessed no supplementary details. The destitute individual whose shop was inaccessible, a youth in a hooded sweatshirt, viewed the news segment and remarked that the figure was a revolver. The perspective transitioned to Tian reclining on his mattress, grasping that the subsequent surge of devastation was unavoidable. With a mere 8 hours remaining, he felt compelled to prioritize bolstering his sanctuaries, tier and fortifications in anticipation of its advent. He remembered losing consciousness after depleting all his physical and mental strength. Luckily, he hadn't been out for an extended period, and the system alerted him that the current homestead's defensive measures were insufficient for the impending second destructive surge. Observing the countdown, Tian discerned the second wave would probably inflict more havoc than the initial one. Looking ahead, humankind's existing technology might only endure until the third surge, after which society could utterly crumble. Accessing his points display, he noticed he possessed 79, almost 80 points, but required a few more to enhance the sanctuary to level 2. He resolved to gather another yield of crops to finalize the upgrade. Despite consuming a considerable amount during the latest skirmish, there was ample room in the system's repository, and he pondered if he could deposit a weapon there to withdraw when necessary. Qian opted to place the Tang horizontal sword into his storage, and much to his astonishment, it functioned. Upon examination, he discovered it was at level 1. He pondered if tangible objects could be enhanced by being stored in the inventory. He hypothesized that with each level increase, the blade would wield amplified might. Rising from his slumber, Tennessee discerned that this was no moment for repose. He understood that time marches relentlessly onward, particularly given the duration required for crops to ripen and be gathered. He recognized that Officer Yuan had provided opportune counsel. He would express his gratitude appropriately at a later juncture. Springing forth from the medical facility, Tian later found Yi and Yuan at his bedside. Realizing he had absconded, Yi inquired whether Yuan planned to retrieve him. Yuan dismissed the notion, asserting Tian would refuse. Yi voiced apprehension about Tian instigating turmoil outside. Yuan retorted by questioning if Yi believed the southern. Shang drew near to Tian, his extended finger approaching Tian's eyes. Jian was abruptly halted, bewildered by the unforeseen interruption. Immobilized, Tian grasped that he had finally accomplished his goal. The evolutionary trajectory had been reset, and the transformation was successfully concluded. The awakened ability was gravitational manipulation. Area of effect expansion. Fundamental attributes remained constant, amplified by primal evolutionary information, tenfold in a short period. He summons the insects. wondering what it could be. Military authorities could detain a metahuman, single-handedly capable of vanquishing a beast king. Possessed only augmented strength and physical prowess. Yi recognized Tian's aptitudes, but affirmed he had no intention of coercing Tian. He elaborated that the implication was that they should endeavor to persuade individuals with such extraordinary abilities, and they couldn't compel him to act against his will. He was likely indignant at their current ineffectiveness. The military police were so feeble that they were incapable of safeguarding a single girl. And why should he place his trust in them? Wynne declared that she would also persuade her father, and she didn't believe he harbored any malevolent intentions toward humankind. On the contrary, he was aligned with them. Refrain from disturbing him. Simply observe and await developments. She anticipated Tian's future potential with excitement. He requested her to proceed and inform him. Then Tian returned to his residence. Han and Nan were overjoyed by his arrival. Tian expressed his apologies for causing them anxiety. All three embraced him warmly. Tian believed he had grown significantly stronger. But what about his special ability? Tian requested his release. He hoisted Han and instructed her to continue lifting. Observing Nan, Tian remarked on his apparent development. Nan concurred, stating he awoke transformed like Lady Day. He was uncertain which food caused his transformation. Han urged him to acknowledge her increased strength as well. Tian examined Nan and Han's statistics. He deduced that the members had undergone atavistic evolution. He discovered the anti-radiation corn and peppers were ripe. Tian announced the maturation of a fresh harvest. He proposed harvesting to upgrade their farm. Everyone agreed, and upon retrieving the peppers, Tian recognized the camouflage chili pepper as a rare purple item. Upon consumption, it grants the user 10 minutes of camouflage. This allows merging with the surroundings and becoming undetectable by sonic detectors. It also evades thermal and optical detection technologies. He believed he had accumulated sufficient points. He was again questioned whether he was certain about expending 80 points on the Tier 2 shelter enhancement voucher. He discovered that post-upgrade, the sanctuary's defensive fortification zone would be significantly expanded, and Haven privileges would be bestowed. The user would also acquire a novel aptitude called Defect Mastery. Tian finalized the purchase, and the enhancement commenced autonomously. Amidst the upgrade process, he noticed 3 hours remained, until the second destructive surge. The original Haven's attributes were conserved while livestock enclosures underwent refurbishment. The aquaculture basin and cultivation plot were also modernized. A thermal detection sentinel tower was erected with a 30-kilometer radius. Furthermore, an electromagnetic disruption sentinel tower was constructed, possessing a 20-kilometer interference perimeter. Automated defense systems were undergoing fabrication. Upon observing the aquaculture basin, Han exclaimed its substantial enlargement, likening it to a manufactured reservoir. Tian observed the completion of the enhancement process. The cultivation area had been enlarged to 300 acres, the animal husbandry zone to 3 acres, and the aquaculture zone to 5 acres. Tian was commended for successfully elevating the sanctuary to level 2 and obtained a reward package. This unlocked authorization for the camouflage function and the life flaw mastery ability. Tian mused that it now bore a resemblance to a military stronghold, which was impressive yet still rather noticeable. He contemplated concealing the level 2 shelter's exterior, making it mimic a level 1 structure. It reverted to its previous guise. Tian reasoned that engaging the camouflage would cause outsiders to perceive the formerly ramshackle farm as it appeared before. This would prevent numerous complications. He had recently acquired a new aptitude. He realized that at level 1, he could analyze the attributes of all objects, while at level 2, he could discern vulnerabilities in all living beings. He could pinpoint their most critical weaknesses. He pondered these critical deficiencies, and how he might exploit this capability against adversaries. Comprehending if any constraints existed on utilizing imperfection mastery. By the framework, he discovered there were none. No species or entity in existence was devoid of vulnerabilities. Even the most uncommon archaic celestial transmuters possessed concealed shortcomings. Tian discerned that with this aptitude, he could vanquish metamorphosed beings in the forthcoming with a solitary action. He further perceived that his Tier 4 divine acquisition, the miniature tomatoes, had matured, and he was instructed to gather them expeditiously. Tian contemplated that with this capability, he could potentially reconfigure Han's transformative trajectory if he didn't persist with primeval celestial forms. These fruits should suffice for Han. and himself to finalize their metamorphosis. Han and He both collected tomatoes for consumption. Han informed Tian that she was the individual continuously resetting, and they were entirely atypical. She experienced a sensation of impending nausea. Perhaps she might triumph in the subsequent round and couldn't afford a defeat against He. She retorted that failure was not an option and proceeded to consume multiple tomatoes. He was astonished to observe a sudden occurrence, and Han acknowledged her responsibility for the event. Tian discovered her astute brain enhancement ability to be magnetic field manipulation. He attained proficiency in the Eye of Truth and expressed admiration for her. They perceived a transformation occurring within He as well. Han expressed delight, remarking on the impressive nature of the spectacle. Tian recognized it as the sacred beast skill, specifically the Sovereign's aura. He determined that 30 seconds remained before the commencement of the second destructive surge. The perspective transitioned to Jing, who had recently undergone inoculation with the beneficial virus. An inquiry was made regarding his current well-being. Jing responded that he was presently in excellent condition, not solely due to the complete restoration of his physical health, but additionally due to his conviction in successfully replicating the celestial gene, thus establishing himself as a trailblazer in the epic of divinities. He discovered an involuntary tremor coursing through his body. The final 5 seconds of the second destructive surge commenced. As it concluded, the water surges arrived with ferocious intensity, completely transforming the atmospheric conditions. Tian contemplated that the vibrant, thriving aquatic life on Earth would vanish from that location. With the third cataclysmic wave approaching in 60 days, Tian was resolute in his desire to relish the remaining time. He pondered the freshwater reserves, when abruptly a colossal ring materialized in the heavens, triggering bolts of lightning. The perspective shifted to a vessel amidst the ocean, where the crew ascertained that the ship was not detecting any transmissions, or radar. All communication was severed. A crewman summoned the captain to emerge and observe the sea. Upon inspection, they were stunned. The captain inquired about their genetically altered marine creatures and perceived that the ocean's hue had become peculiarly abnormal. They questioned whether this phenomenon was localized, or if it impacted all bodies of water, overflowing with genetically modified organisms. An individual was nearing acquisition of the celestial gene, and upon securing it, he expressed astonishment that gene had actually managed to synthesize it. Just then, a skeletal appendage lunged to snatch the celestial gene, inflicting minor harm to the man's hand. The man demanded to know the identity of the perpetrator of such audacity. He located Jing and remarked on the impressive progress of his transformation and his unexpected swift arrival. He deduced that the man must have activated a trigger. Jing confronted the man, inquiring about the source of the security code for the strongbox. The man affirmed Jing's lineage, confirming him as a descendant of their family. He declared that headquarters' decision to entrust Jing with that duty was justified, as he had successfully procured the celestial gene. Jing recognized Ming and questioned his presence there. Ming explained that he was a courier, relaying directives from headquarters. He then addressed Jing fraternally, declaring that henceforth, all of Jing's scientific endeavors, initiatives in the southern sector would be assumed by Ming, and Jing was required to return to Central Command that very day to debrief on his assignments. Jing inquired if Ming was the sole individual present. Ming retorted that it was evident he hadn't arrived unaccompanied, adding that Jing's developmental metrics had been relayed to him considerably earlier. Therefore, how could he have appeared without any prior arrangements? Subsequently, numerous individuals materialized behind Jing, brandishing firearms. Jing, bewildered, questioned Ming's implications. Ming responded that it seemed Jing harbored a personal motivation. Why hadn't Jing immediately disclosed the successful investigation to the Central Authority? Was he endeavoring to solely claim the accomplishment? Despite not having interacted for several years, Ming observed that Jing remained as imperious as ever, audacious and unjustifiably seizing everything from him. He termed it recouping losses rather than outright theft. The Bai family's headquarters had furnished Jing with every resource, encompassing research allocations and technological aid. Consequently, his findings should inherently be disseminated with them. But Jing needn't be concerned. He had generated substantial advantages for the Central Command, that even if he returned immediately, he would still be handsomely compensated. Ming wasn't stealing Jing's accomplishments. He was retrieving him to relish his triumph. Jing inquired what was there to savor in felicity, and expressed his apprehension. He feared he would be coerced into becoming a test subject for the Celestial Genesis Initiative. The moment he touched down, Ming countered that Jing himself had utilized his own physique for experimentation, so it shouldn't pose an issue for him if they were to analyze that particular trial. To Ming's knowledge, Jing had only produced 2 duplicates of the divine gene. He employed one on himself, and the other remained in his possession. Ming desired such an invaluable specimen. Lan and the other scientists materialized as well. Lan informed Jing he had no involvement with their kin, and given his employment status, his departure should be permitted. Ming remarked that an individual of such significance couldn't simply depart in that manner. Jing inquired whether Ming intended to utilize them as leverage against him. Ming concurred, affirming that, by seizing authority over the Southern Side Research Institute, he could demonstrate to Jing that despite his transformation, Jing remained a human with inherent mortality. He wouldn't emerge unscathed when confronted with their superior firepower. Ming instructed Jing to cease his futile resistance and relinquish the divine gene without further defiance. He added that Jing's current predicament was both pathetic and humiliating. Jing assessed that his present physical capabilities were insufficient to withstand such a barrage of automatic weaponry. However, augmented by exceptional velocity, escape remained a possibility. Ming observed Jing's apparent unwillingness to cooperate and alluded to rumors of enhanced regenerative abilities among some evolved individuals. Therefore, even with severely damaged limbs, Jing's survival was probable. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. The scene transitioned to Tian's residence, where a meal had been prepared. Han remarked that it appeared delightful. Tian declared there wasn't anything she disliked consuming. Nan inquired why there was a feast. Tian responded that it was a celebration, commemorating the acquisition of all evolutionary pathways. Consequently, he invested significant effort in preparing the meal, incorporating numerous premium ingredients. He noted that the second destructive surge had transpired, and everyone remained at level 1. Therefore, he desired to see everyone advance in level quickly. Han observed that despite the festivities, He hadn't joined them for the meal. Tian pondered the prerequisites for Hei's reversion to his Beastman form. Initially, Hei deactivated Beast King mode due to insufficient physical strength, rendering him too feeble to sustain the transformation. Yen mentioned that Hei greatly favored his current state. Thus, Tian prepared a separate meal for Hei to consume elsewhere. Han concurred, adding that Hei appeared more attractive. Abruptly, Tian received an alert, indicating 2 thermal signatures were swiftly converging on the homestead. He ascertained they were humanoids moving at 38 meters per second. The subjects had sustained considerable injury, their core temperatures plummeting. Estimated time of arrival at the ranch, 23 seconds. Tian contemplated the velocity of these individuals, postulating that only genetically modified beings could attain such speed. Utilizing his abilities, he discerned Jing transporting soil. Jing materialized at the entryway, inquisitive about the occurrences at the property. He encountered an unseen barrier impeding his progress. He replied that if she ate some more, the entire sea turned red. He probed whether there was anything noteworthy. She affirmed that all the data she held had already been conveyed. Furthermore, given his status as an insider, he ought to be aware that she hadn't invested much time with Jing. Ming remarked that Ren appeared somewhat antagonistic toward Jing. Ren attributed it potentially to Jing's interrogation techniques and his dismantling of her meticulously assembled laboratory. Following a discreet arrival in the Southern Territory, Ming clarified that the verdict was reached by the 3 clans because Jing had pilfered the sacred gene that rightfully belonged to them and double-crossed them. Ren contemplated that, assessing the gravity the Central Command had assigned to the issue. The elixir's potency must greatly surpass her comprehension. She ruminated on the divine gene and envisioned those monstrous aberrations in the laboratory. Aside from the metamorphosis of Jing's physique following the injection of the incomplete concoction, the consequence of that genetic modification was Liang's demise. Then, a notion struck her that Tian might be the culprit. Ren informed Ming that the commanding officer's true investigation centered around human transmutation. Ming responded that to the extent of his knowledge, it wasn't a subject she should probe. Currently, the 3 clans possessed a chance to narrow the power differential. Therefore, he was obligated to locate Jing and request her cooperation. Ren deemed him rather disagreeable and highlighted that, with the influence of the Ming family, they should have already obstructed Jing's avenues of escape. If even the clan couldn't locate Jing, how could a simple administrator without privileged information possibly succeed? Ming informed her that reproach was unnecessary, and that given that the patriarch of the Ren family hadn't granted her access to such knowledge, it implied she lacked standing within her own family. He attributed this to her gender, claiming she lacked the leverage to be a central figure. Ren concluded she wouldn't divulge anything even with further insight. She expressed regret and stated that was the extent of her understanding regarding Jing. After all, she viewed herself as a person with circumscribed capabilities. After taking her leave, Ren was departing, when Ming commented that this validated his long-held belief that women's place was in the domestic sphere, raising offspring. Externally, Ren contemplated briefly before entering her vehicle and contacting Tian. She disclosed her identity and insisted on an immediate meeting, aware that Jing was residing at his residence. Tian initially pretended unawareness, but Ren asserted that Tian understood her implications and implored him not to let her down. In a display of uncommon generosity, she vowed to reach his farm within 30 minutes. Upon arriving at the farm, Tian was already present. Ren lost no time and demanded he surrender Jing. Tian dismissed her request as audacious, questioning her unexpected emergence and allegations. Ren pressed him to stop playing coy, disclosing that her subordinates had procured a DNA analysis report, indicating Jing's connection to Tian. She stressed that their personal affiliations should not impede headquarters operations, and threatened to escalate the situation if Jing was not relinquished. As she had not yet reported the discoveries to headquarters, a sniper suddenly launched an attack on Tian. He narrowly evaded it. Ren was startled and questioned the origin of the sniper fire. Ming appeared with his entourage, conveying astonishment that Jing had been concealed on such a dilapidated farm. He mockingly expressed gratitude to Ren for inadvertently guiding them there. He cautioned her to contemplate how she would justify revealing the betrayer's location to her relatives. Ren was astonished that Ming had located them and inquired whether he had pursued her. Ming retorted that he lacked faith in even his own kin's illegitimate offspring, let alone her. He elaborated that he surveilled all communication devices, anticipating to incite her, and she walked directly into his snare. Exasperated, Ren resolved to discreetly escort Jing away and deliver him to his protector, believing Ming's derogatory remark about women's intelligence was targeted at both her and Jing. Deeming them worthless, Tian and Ren found themselves targeted by the marksman. Ming commanded everyone to remain stationary and resolve the matter amicably. Ming assured Ren that as long as she didn't defy him, she could retain her familial status and would remain unharmed. He then requested Tian to argue. Noting Tian's humble attire and evident economic hardship, Ming inquired about the advantages of harboring a runaway. He demanded that Tian surrender Jing, pledging riches and provisions in exchange. Tian wavered, apprehensive of Ming's well-armed entourage. In response, Tian denounced Ming as a self-aggrandizing individual and emanated haughtiness. He unleashed his hummingbird drones, catching Ming's cohorts unaware. Ming's troops were perplexed by the unexpected assault. He commanded his sharpshooters to eliminate both Tian and Ren. Ren sought refuge behind her vehicle, but as projectiles hurtled toward Tian, he employed gravitational manipulation to divert them harmlessly earthward. Ren and Ming were astonished by Tian's aptitude. Tian inquired why Ren still appeared uncertain, implying she hadn't completely placed her trust in him. Han arrived, soaring in, and stated her current inability to control such a multitude simultaneously. Tian reassured her it was acceptable considering her present capabilities. He then exerted neural control over Ming, rendering him immobile. Ming was astonished by his paralysis and inquired if Tian was a superior mutant. Ren clarified to Tian that she was proceeding cautiously for her own well-being. Tian acknowledged her concern and promptly neutralized Ming's remaining subordinates with his avian drones. Ming accused Ren of deception and demanded to know when she had uncovered the subterfuge. She disclosed that she had suspected a mole within Jing's organization, leading her to inspect her phone for listening devices. Upon discovering one, she utilized a co-worker's device to transmit a message to Tian, orchestrating their interaction as a component of a strategic ploy. Ren pointed out the benefit of Ming assembling all his men in one location, sparing them the effort of apprehending them individually. Ming became progressively enraged and quaked with fury at the disclosure. Jing materialized from behind, positioning the sharpened tip of his appendage against Ming's throat, asserting that he was deserving of death. He declared that this was no longer a realm governed by wealth, strength, or military might. Ren's associate quipped derisively to Ming, regarding the prospect of perishing at the hands of a female, and the illegitimate offspring he loathed. He inquired how Ming felt at that moment. Ming yelled, "Don't you dare lay a finger on me!" He warned that both their clans would relentlessly pursue her, and demanded if she could bear the consequences of eliminating the Bai family heir. Ren retorted that the Bai family wouldn't probe the vanishing of an inheritor. A bewildered Ming insisted on an explanation. Jing brought to Ming's attention that his surname was also Bai. Ming inquired whether Jing was apprehensive. With a sneer, Ming questioned why he should be afraid. He stated, "If I were eliminated, you would be the sole remaining Bai offspring." He prompted Ming to contemplate if the family patriarch, despite his fondness for Ming, would designate Jing as his successor after such a deed. Ming disdainfully responded that Jing was born from a woman of low status and would never receive acknowledgement from their patriarch. Zheng anxiously scratched his neck and informed Ming that he was not obligated to make that choice. Ming responded harshly, accusing Jing of audaciously eliminating a possible danger to the Bai clan, but understanding he would never receive acknowledgement from them. The family's enforcers would not allow Jing to escape consequences. Jing inquired why the Bai family's acceptance was so vital, having already forfeited everything and possessing nothing left to dread. He himself was a descendant of the Bai lineage. With determination, Jing beheaded Ming Tian. Those who observed this inquired of Jing the whereabouts of the Bai estate. Jing contacted Ming's father on his mobile device, and upon his answering, Jing expressed remorse for failing him. Ming's father recognized Jing's voice and divulged that he was also his offspring. He implored him to refrain from any rash actions and to come back with Ming. Everything would continue as before for Jing. Jing somberly recognized that only during circumstances like these did his father recall his existence, and he possessed the lamentable tidings to convey regarding Ming, the prospective leader of the Bai clan, who had perished at Jing's hands, was stunned to learn that Jing had eliminated a blood relative. Jing placidly declared that he hadn't perceived himself as a family member. Since the age of 8, he officially notified his father that if the pursuit of him persisted, he would readily relinquish his holdings to the government, or to Zeus Pharmaceuticals and Lion King Corporation, organizations intrigued by his innovations. Now, as the exclusive inheritor of the Bai family fortune, Jing proclaimed his entitlement to the inheritance, proposing that if his father desired to maintain their familial bond, he should permit Jing to guide the family toward affluence. Following this, his father became increasingly enraged by Jing's pronouncements. Unfazed, Jing proceeded, conceding that if his father opted to utilize all his influence to exact retribution for Ming's demise, Jing would acquiesce. Nevertheless, he cautioned his father that for as long as he remained alive, he would dismantle the Bai family dynasty and bring devastation upon anyone carrying the Bai surname, guaranteeing they met an ignominious end. Jing proclaimed his intention to remain absent from Yanhuang for the foreseeable future. He recommended that his father prioritize his well-being. He warned that should his father succumb to rage and its debilitating effects, the Bai family might not endure until Jing's eventual return. Subsequently, he terminated the communication and observed Lan at the helm of the helicopter, which had touched down in the meadow. Jian inquired whether Jing anticipated his father's acquiescence. He pointed out that even the most composed individual would become deeply distressed upon receiving news of their cherished offspring's demise. Jing offered a wry smile and commented that this was the inherent predicament of wielding authority. Despite experiencing profound fury, one must maintain composure and meticulously consider the ramifications. He sardonically appended that individuals like his father functioned primarily for financial gain. Firstly, his father held the patriarchal leadership of the Bai family, one of the 5 principal stakeholders within the corporation. Moreover, he was Ming's paternal figure and lacked the fortitude to relinquish authority. Over the ensuing hours, the Bai household would concentrate their efforts on Jing, unaware of Tian's and Ming's autonomy. Even if Tian discovered Jing concealed at the ranch, he wouldn't divulge it to the corporation or the Bai clan to preclude the Ren or Lan families from taking a claim, provided they eradicated all the individuals Ming had abandoned. In the southern metropolis, Tian's homestead would remain secure and clandestine. Ren inquired about Jing's opinion of her, given that she also contributed to Ming's downfall, placing them in the same predicament. Jing clarified that it wasn't that he was reluctant to believe her, but he couldn't discern a persuasive motive for her to aid him. Aligning with headquarters appeared the least perilous choice for her. Ming's unexpected emergence caught him unprepared, and as a safeguard, Jing apologized for his tardy response. He voiced apprehension that Ren, whom he deemed unreliable, might unintentionally disclose Tian's true identity. Tian intervened, asserting that Jing hadn't caused her any harm, and requested Ren to allow her to complete her thought. Ren conceded that a temporary alliance with Tian was logical, but voiced a desire to gamble. She felt they possessed a reciprocal faith in one another, superior to that with the individuals at headquarters. Furthermore, Ren recounted a misogynistic remark she had accidentally heard from Ming, which annoyed her. She observed numerous disparities in how the 5 prominent families treated individuals, predicated on sex and lineage. Ren had resolved to aid Jing, aspiring to facilitate her rise to family leadership. The thought brought a smile to her face, imagining the responses of their male counterparts if 2 undesirable offspring seized control. She inquired whether Jing anticipated that day with eagerness. Jing deemed her viewpoint captivating. Subsequently, Jing and Lan embarked on the helicopter. Surveying the city's wreckage, Lan commented that Tian had efficiently sanitized the entire area, eliminating all evidence. He then inquired if Jing had granted Tian's petition. Jing recollected Tian's adamant assertion that he couldn't sanction human experimentation without obtaining informed consent. Jing had pledged to amend the executive protocol accordingly. He asked if there was anything special. Jing hesitated, pondering that implementing the Nuremberg Code within such a post-apocalyptic environment felt idealistic, yet he acknowledged the necessity for certain guidelines to prevent himself from rapidly succumbing to moral bankruptcy. Furthermore, survival had become so arduous that test subjects wouldn't be scarce. Lan concurred, stating that this was the leader he recognized, notwithstanding his seemingly callous pronouncements. She contemplated that their paths might intersect again someday, when they all reached the zenith of their influence. With that, they exited the devastated metropolis. Naval forces conducted patrols and secured Maritime Zone Number 50. Within the vessel, the aviator notified Colonel Miao that the operation was a triumph. However, Colonel Miao appeared displeased. Instead, he voiced his contemplation on the apparent ease with which the marine creatures were subdued. He commented that they were no match for the formidable vessels and weaponry at their command. This instilled in him the conviction that they could eradicate them all. The aviator urged him to proceed further. Colonel Miao retorted, asserting that they could undoubtedly blockade the ports and shoreline, but their knowledge of the monster's potential hiding places and routes to the city was limited, particularly through the inlets. He inquired whether, should a monster infiltrate the city, the Navy would be capable of utilizing their advanced missile launchers for its destruction. The aviator then questioned if Colonel Miao had perceived anything unusual regarding the sea beast assaults. Miao requested elucidation, and the aviator elaborated that the creatures appear to be engaging in suicidal assaults. Their actions are growing progressively more unpredictable. Nevertheless, the aviator has detected a recurring trend in the manner in which the marine behemoths are assaulting the vessels. They appear to be adhering to a rhythmic pattern. He proposes that the aquatic creatures might be operating as a cohesive collective. Their offensives seem far too calculated to be arbitrary. Colonel Miao is astonished by this discovery. He contemplates whether the marine creatures are structured into distinct communities, or if they have established societies in an incredibly brief period. The aviator replies that it's premature to presume they have cultivated a civilization. However, he contends their assaults are far from senseless. They seem to have gained knowledge from their interactions with human armed forces. They are adapting their tactics and becoming progressively more formidable. The aviator cautions that if this proves accurate, Colonel Miao pondered the circumstances and his apprehension intensified. The aviator added that the colossal creatures' rulers seemed to possess intellect on par with that of humans. They both harbored the hope that their suspicions were unfounded, but the menacing feeling of imminent peril hung heavy over them. At that juncture, a crew member approached Colonel Miao, bearing pressing information. It was a communique from the Ministry of State Security, which declared that the armed forces would assume authority over the entirety of the Yanhuang nation. Within 72 hours, the man then inquired about the precise locale, and he responded that it was the Baju combat zone, situated on the southern periphery of the metropolis. As dusk descended, a woman roused, detecting the proximity of a monstrous being outside their window. She endeavored to awaken her spouse, but he dismissed it as a mere figment of her imagination. But an instant later, she witnessed a creature observing them from the window. Meanwhile, the military swiftly transitioned to a state of maximum readiness, while verifying that a creature has indeed infiltrated the metropolis. That evening, catastrophe befalls Mexi Town, where upwards of 5,000 individuals perish in the wake of the monster's destructive frenzy. The residents are strongly advised to evacuate promptly. and the entire community unites to provide aid in any capacity they can. Meanwhile, the behemoth, lured by the aroma of sustenance, advances towards Tian's farm. As the beast draws near, a siren blares, indicating the proximity of a significant thermal signature. Xiaohai stands poised, braced for the imminent danger. The creature, identified as a Prussian crocodile species, is a formidable adversary, possessing a velocity of 105 and a power rating of 850. Nevertheless, despite this, our protagonist, who is observing the situation, asserts that while the monster appears colossal, it lacks genuine substance and is unworthy of the regal title. He then instructs Xiaohai and Tian to subdue it for its flesh, as the farm's supply of meat for his canine companion is dwindling. Later, Han inquires of her sibling if the meat has been prepared, but receives the recipe. Due to the creature's flesh being challenging to prepare, Tian proposes that Xiao consume the monster's limbs if his hunger is urgent. Han deems this suggestion unjust. He clarifies that he can consume uncooked flesh because of his canine nature. Meanwhile, our protagonist notices that the beast's hide could be crafted into footwear. Furthermore, its fangs could serve medicinal functions, and its flesh could be utilized for a variety of culinary delights. With an approximate weight of 10 tons, the meat provides ample sustenance for the dog for numerous days. Once the meal is prepared, he partakes in a bite alongside Han, and they both discover the meat to be exceptionally palatable. After consuming a few morsels, he perceives the meat's distinctive tenderness and pale coloration, dissimilar to anything he has previously tasted. He promptly discerns that it amplifies his physical prowess, while initiating an uncommon alteration in his evolutionary attributes. From this he deduces that ingesting the flesh of such creatures can unlock avenues for advancement. However, he contemplates whether the creature had consumed members of its own species, as the flesh and blood of the evolved significantly benefit fellow evolved individuals. Amidst these contemplations, Li ruminates on the second catastrophic wave and the looming menace of the V-shaped pathogen, grasping the grim prospects for humankind. He ponders how certain transmuted individuals might resort to cannibalizing their own for augmented power. He deems such expedient measures, while uncommon and morally reprehensible, as a potential outcome. Meanwhile, Xiaohai, fully satiated, relishes the meal without apprehension, while our protagonist contemplates amplifying his own capabilities. In another sector of the metropolis, the armed forces receive an intelligence briefing, affirming the sovereign beast's absence, a fact they find inconceivable. The sole remaining indication is a fragment of scale armor, exhibiting bite indentations. With no further vestige of the creature, Yu Chung, a former legislative representative, is stunned by the Beast King's vanishing. Despite his deteriorating physical condition, evidenced by episodes of blood-tinged coughing, he remains resolute in his pursuit of the Beast King. He dismisses his ailment as insignificant. In comparison to the tribulations he has endured, the military reports that the region is deserted, with inhabitants having been relocated, save for a single farmstead near the vicinity of the damaged armor. This revelation astonishes you and the council members. Suspicions escalate as they resolve to examine the homestead. Meanwhile, the female soldier contemplates the prospect that Tian might be implicated. Within the farmhouse, Han is observed honing her psychic abilities, but stumbles and collapses onto the floor. Our companion perceives that her mental fortitude has amplified. Although she expresses her aversion to practice due to fatigue, he guarantees her additional fried poultry drumsticks and proposes exploring novel methods of amusement. Resolving to experiment, Han engages in play with Xiao. He deduces that her cognitive capacity is amplified, yet her proficiency level remains static after consuming the creature's flesh. He discerns that her psychological fortitude is contingent upon her augmented mental faculties. He contemplates how ingesting meat elevates scores, but observes that the impact fluctuates depending on the evolutionary pathway. He further infers that all fundamental traits are enhanced after consuming the flesh, owing to the intellect associated with the primal brain. Despite confronting a behemoth exceeding Xiaohei in size, the beast possessed a mundane nature, and they effortlessly vanquished it. At that moment, he contemplates the difficulties inherent in encountering a level 7 primal beast, which possesses significantly greater power than its predecessor. He recognizes the rapid pace of organismal evolution, with an absence of human activity in the ocean, implying that newly emerged species will eclipse their forerunners. This line of thought compels him to contemplate humanity's fight for survival, and the urgent imperative to acclimate. These aquatic beings haven't adapted to terrestrial existence, without water providing humankind with an opportunity. He grasps the imperative to enhance human capabilities. He then ponders nurturing a powerful beast, acknowledging its regenerative properties, which could yield a sustained supply of meat and other precious commodities, while simultaneously bolstering Xiaohe. His contemplation is disrupted by an abrupt feline vocalization, prompting him to question the origin of a cat. He ventures outside and discovers Xiaohe mimicking a cat's sounds. He turns towards his sibling, who clarifies that she was engaging with Xiaohe and manipulated his memories to induce feline behavior, because she desired a feline companion. Her brother, who is visibly displeased, informs her that this was not his objective, but she disregards his objections. Later, Jiao, with his memories restored, inquires about his discoveries. Han discloses that Zhao encountered novel organisms within the town. The aforementioned creatures with tough carapaces resembling foul-smelling crustaceans were now progressing towards a military vehicle. The armed forces now confronted a relentless onslaught of crabs. Despite their endeavors, projectiles proved futile against the beasts. A female commander directed them to aim for the creature's eyes. Meanwhile, they discovered that the crabs regenerated swiftly after sustaining injuries as the crabs encroached upon them. The military jeep collided with an obstacle, leaving its passengers wounded and disoriented. Within the jeep, Yucheng frantically attempted to rouse Yuan, imploring her to escape. Battling against time, they succeeded in fleeing the location, barely evading the advancing crabs as they ran. One crab was on the verge of assaulting her, but Yucheng rescued her. Nevertheless, the monster seized him, and both plummeted to the earth. Moments later, when Yuan opened her eyes, she discovered the crab's pincer perilously near her face. To her astonishment, it halted at the last instant. The young man subdued the monster with his companions, and conveys his pleasure at seeing her once more. But she instantly cautions him about a creature lurking behind him. However, he assures her it's merely Xiaohe, and that the young lady accompanying him is his sibling. Abruptly, a colossal male crab advances, which is dealt with by the boy's large canine. Leek swiftly directs Xiaohe to consume its heart and leave the flesh, while his sister desires to eat crab roe. In the meantime, she attends to Yucheng, making every effort to stabilize his condition. She urges him to persevere until they can transport him to the medical facility. Despite her endeavors, Yucheng insists that the medication be allocated for the younger generation, while expressing newfound optimism after observing Tian's fortitude. As anxiety escalates, the boy inquires about Yucheng's role as a legislative representative, but she interjects, imploring for aid in conveying Yucheng to a hospital. Exasperated, yet resolute, she implores Li for assistance, even proposing prospective military aid in exchange. He perceives her insistence as relentless, but he placates her while guaranteeing Yucheng's survival. As a compassionate and righteous individual, he retrieves a level 4 divine cherry tomato and presents it to her. He directs her to utilize it to facilitate Yucheng's recuperation. Yuan contemplates the peculiar manner in which the man offers her a tomato, deeming his actions preposterous and suspecting jest. Injured and desperate, she continues to beseech him to proceed to the medical facility. Her escalating frustration aggravates our protagonist, as he becomes increasingly exasperated by her tenacity. He inwardly deems her conduct vexing. Wordlessly, he takes the level 4 divine cherry tomato and personally administers it to both of them. The instant she ingests it, her bodily energy transforms and she becomes visibly apprehensive and uneasy, uncertain of the unfolding events. Abruptly, an intense surge of heat overwhelms her, causing her to crumple to teeth. Han was startled by the sight and sought answers from her brother. While maintaining his composure, he clarified that her body was entering a state of dormancy, a crucial prerequisite for self-regeneration. He further disclosed that the tomato was a transcendent, highly evolved fruit with an 80% activation capacity. Its attributes not only facilitated healing, but also stimulated latent potential within the physique, expediting recuperation and amplifying physical prowess. As Yuan remained immobile, he reassured his sister that the procedure was innate and would soon culminate in a remarkable metamorphosis. He then verified that Yuan's unique ability was exceptional velocity, while Yucheng possessed a robust, resilient constitution. He contemplated the circumstances and determined that obliterating their memories would be advantageous for Han. His rationale was that it would safeguard them. Nevertheless, he conceded that returning them to the authorities might be more prudent in the long term. Han, conversely, dissents. She contends it's unsuitable to incorporate evolutionary components into their surroundings. While captivating him with her insightful viewpoint, he redirects his attention to the menace of marine life that could adapt and emerge onto land in the foreseeable future. As hitherto only amphibians have possessed this capability, he initiates plans to solicit supplementary personnel from the governing bodies for assessment prior to the arrival of the sea behemoths. The escalating peril necessitates readiness, and he places his confidence in the Yanhuang armed forces. Meanwhile, Han appraises him that she has altered their energy supply. Acknowledging her requirements, Li directs Han, and Xiao to transport the crustacean flesh to the agricultural site. When she states that the energy conversion procedure has induced a feeling of hunger, he guarantees them that upon his return, he will whip up a savory stew and delectable meat for their consumption. Thereupon, on the military installation, Mao Yu arrives and is welcomed by Yuan Yi and Yang Yang. Miao informs them he's been appointed to supervise the southern sector of Yanhuang. He clarifies that he's been reassigned and will assume control of the Huangxian district at 15 o'clock. Intrigued by human metahumans, individuals possessing superior abilities to ordinary people, Miao inquires about their potential. Yuan Yi acknowledges their prowess and, at Miao's behest, consents to join him for a more in-depth conversation. Despite his composed disposition, Yuan Yi grapples with a persistent cough, which he attempts to dismiss as trivial. The group proceeds to meet with Professor Nan, who provides the latest information on his studies of mutated creatures and the successful fabrication of nanoglass. However, the presentation takes an unexpected turn when a human metahuman, lacking control over his exceptional strength, inadvertently fractures the laboratory's nanoglass. Exasperated, Professor Nan adamantly declares that the destruction will be rectified. The metahuman is unveiled as Yu Cheng, a representative from the Southern Municipal Council. He advances and earnestly expresses remorse for his transgression. Miao Yu is astonished to discover that human metahumans experience physiological metamorphoses. Yu Yi elucidates that their transmuted forms differ from those of military metahumans. He further discloses that Yu Cheng's biometrics have augmented, and he has acquired a unique ability known as blood frenzy. He deems this especially captivating, observing that Yu Cheng might enter a frenzied state temporarily. His inquisitiveness intensifies, as his fascination with understanding other metahumans deepens. As the dialogue progresses, Yuan, another human metahuman, she promptly appears. She inquires if he is the one who superseded her father, adding that she has heard numerous accounts about him. Awed by her velocity, Miao attentively listens as Yuan Yi presents her. While elucidating that her forte is covertness, she was gratified by the preface, then articulates her esteem and divulges that her aptitudes are more appropriate for managing lesser creatures. Conversely, she discloses that Yu Cheng, possessing superior strength, is well equipped to confront the formidable Beast King. Miao recognizes the daunting nature of vanquishing a Beast King with a solitary blow. As they proceed with their dialogue, Yu Cheng appears and inquires if they were speaking about him. She acquaints him with Colonel Miao, and the two exchange salutations. His inquisitiveness intensifies as he commences to inquire about the provenance of these potent human metamorphs. Keen to ascertain further information regarding their histories and capabilities, he questions them, having heard that they were discovered beyond the threshold. He ponders why they were seated there, particularly given the absence of evidence. Furthermore, the recording device was malfunctioning at the time. He proposes it might have been a deliberate act, but there are no indications to corroborate this hypothesis. Yu Cheng confesses that he has been attempting to recall, but his recollection is entirely obliterated. She adds that her memories are also absent. Professor Nan interjects, asserting that there's no necessity to concentrate on their provenance. He highlights that they possess superhuman genetic repositories at their disposal. Nevertheless, he acknowledges a substantial obstacle, the scarcity of resources for replicating evolved individuals. The destructive potential of these entities necessitates comprehensive instruction, armament, and attire, all of which entail considerable expenditure. With the majority of Yanhuang's finances designated for sanctuaries, he anticipates Colonel Miao can facilitate securing financial support. He consents to solicit aid from his commanding officers. As the dialogue progresses, Miao grows progressively apprehensive. He discerns that the marine creatures are encroaching upon the shore, and the Dongyan naval force must respond swiftly to address the menace. He also apprehends the potential need for additional metahumans, required to combat the escalating peril. Concurrently, in the Southern Ocean's Mariana Trench, A novel beast metamorphoses, enraged and resolute. It advances towards the metropolis. Night descends when an abrupt noise startles a young boy in his dwelling. An object collides with the windowpane of his residence. Filled with curiosity, he peers outside and observes an item resting on the earth. Upon closer scrutiny, he identifies it as a planarian offshoot, which constitutes a fragment of the sovereign beast. The sight repulses him, but as he draws near, the organism unexpectedly fastens itself onto his countenance. Overcome by distress, he struggles, yet the creature penetrates his cranium, seizing complete dominion over his physique. Now under its sway, he commences his pursuit of its intended quarry, who was the monarch of humanity. In the meantime, Han is conducting an experiment on an unusual marine creature resembling a fish. As she concentrates on it, she penetrates the mutated fish's mind with her own potent mental abilities. While harmonizing their thoughts and recollections, the link enables them to access each other's past experiences. However, the exertion overwhelms her. She begins to expectorate blood, her physique unable to withstand the burden. Jen swiftly lifts her and rushes to her aid, but the connection initiates something perilous. The aquatic creature starts receiving Han's cerebral impulses, attracted to her distinctive magnetic aura. Conversely, Han is ashen and quivering and conveys her current state to Tien. Surges of brutality and terror wash over her. The ocean teems with swarms of brainwaves emanating unadulterated hostility. She murmurs that the marine beast has located her, and its concentration is fixed on her whereabouts. Tian endeavors to soothe her, guaranteeing her safety, but his mind races with inquiries about the sea creature, who is perceiving the immense energy of Han's psychic emissions, misidentifies her as the sovereign of humanity. Resolving to confront her directly, the entity directs its aquatic minions to pursue and capture her. Pandemonium engulfs the city, as the marine behemoth seizes control of ordinary citizens, transforming them into marionettes. These individuals violently assault non-combatants. Their minds are completely dominated, depriving them of volition. Yuen appears to manage the emergency. She expertly clears Sector D of the manipulated individuals, and soon after proceeds to secure Zone F. Concurrently, Yu Cheng, also on the scene, concentrates on determining the source of these automatons. The academic interjects, requesting that a living specimen of the controlled individuals be retrieved for examination, instead of eradicating them all. Yu Cheng informs him that the individuals incessantly reiterate two expressions, the ruler of humankind and young female. This epiphany astonishes the professor, who deduces that the marionettes are seeking something, or someone of significant importance. He surmises a grave predicament is developing, and a subtle nod of acknowledgement betrays his mounting apprehension. The puppet's harmonious utterances corroborate that a potent force is masterminding their movements. Meanwhile, unaware of the intensifying turmoil are Dude and his sibling, relishing their dinner while savoring the final morsels of the crab legs. The cheese-baked crab meat gratifies Han, although she experiences a touch of melancholy, knowing they will soon exhaust their supply of seafood. She marvels at the taste of the mutated creature's flesh, acknowledging its distinctive and exquisite savor. Nevertheless, she also voices concern about the insufficient meat production on the homestead. To nourish Xiao, he contemplates this dilemma, while recognizing that, while the volume of monster flesh could satiate Xiao's hunger, it offered no advancement towards his progression. The ranch-grown meat, conversely, directly contributed to his development. Engrossed in his thoughts, he scarcely registered Han enthusiastically devouring the cheesy dish. Abruptly, a status display materialized before him, revealing that he had successfully progressed from Tier 1 to Tier 2, signifying a considerable enhancement in his capabilities. He was astonished to realize that his rank had ascended. Accompanying this progression, a message disclosed that he was now qualified to undertake optional missions. Nevertheless, this newfound prospect presented inherent hazards. Han perceived her sibling perspiring and experiencing excessive warmth. Meanwhile, the on-screen prompt only amplified his inquisitiveness regarding the essence of these tasks. Despite the ambiguity, he resolved to embrace the endeavor, trusting it might yield an improvement for his homestead, prior to the unavoidable onslaught of the marine creatures, which could boost his score, and address the escalating provision shortage. Amidst his contemplation, anxiety for Han intensifies. He discerns that a formidable marine behemoth has already targeted her mind. Should it reach the shore, her life could be in grave peril. Resolute in safeguarding her, he vows to rapidly gain strength and devise a method to disrupt the neural oscillations that make her perceptible to the aquatic monster. With the clock ticking, he opts to commence the secondary mission instantly. Fully aware that each moment is crucial, the initial objective mandates the elimination of the automaton, wreaking devastation upon the city. The subsequent assignment is even more formidable. He must arrive at the city's core, pinpoint a crystalline gem, and obliterate it. He is allotted a mere 48 hours to accomplish both tasks, and failure will incur dire repercussions. Our protagonist arrives in a metropolis teeming with marionettes. He detects a luminescence emanating from a particular locale. Surmising it to be the invocation gemstone, he's poised to commence the optional mission. He observes the automatons meandering about, all fixated on him. A status display materializes, revealing that obliterating a shard will empower him to vanquish the puppets. It's a fragment of a secondarily metamorphosed sovereign beast. Thereupon, he brandishes his blade and readies himself for an assault. As the marionettes advance, he unleashes a potent strike, eliminating several, while numerous more automatons surge towards him. With a mere 26 hours remaining to accomplish the task, he dispatches 429 puppets during this interval. After consuming sustenance, he experiences a surge in power, the Planarian offshoot fragment is demolished, and he locates the invocation gemstone. He uncovers that the sovereign beast can splinter into entities capable of manipulating others, a formidable and dreadful capability. Acknowledging the impossibility of eliminating them individually, he contemplates the repercussions of failing within the 48-hour time frame. Loath to forfeit his accumulated points, resolute, he resolves to obliterate the Nexus core using all his remaining energy. Within the remaining 26 hours, the group begins to move forward to their respective destination. He understands that dangerous quests often bring greater rewards. Upon arriving at the crystal core, he encounters a substantial throng of automatons. Observing their configuration, he surmises that they are constructed from amassed smaller crystals. Various crystal clusters are dispersed throughout the area, and he elects to focus on the largest cluster to procure the summoning keystone. As a test, he eliminates several of the automatons, but abruptly experiences a precipitous decline in power. Startled, he discovers his gravity manipulation ability drastically depletes his energy. He deduces that accomplishing the objective will be challenging. Contemplating potent restorative strategies to augment his stamina, he opts to conserve energy by refraining from using gravity manipulation to avoid provoking an attack from the automaton horde. Our protagonist begins eliminating the puppets individually. His vigor gradually diminishes with each puppet defeated, yet he concentrates exclusively on their eradication. He discovers the carrot's energy boost only lasts for 20 minutes. He examines his inventory seeking an enhancement. He finds it devoid of items except for antiquated pharmaceutical-grade soybeans. These beans provide a mere 5 energy units. With a mere 4 hours remaining in the mission, his stamina continues to wane. He contemplates the albino corn, estimating he could dispatch the remaining puppets in 30 seconds. However, he recognizes his odds of survival are minimal. Exerting all his remaining power, he persists in his sword attacks. Ultimately, he chooses to consume the soybeans despite recognizing its futility. Left with no viable alternative, he becomes cognizant that the cumulative effects of blood loss and energy depletion could prove fatal. A status display materializes, informing him of the acquisition of a camouflaging chili pepper. This pepper bestows invisibility for 10 minutes while under its influence. He consumes premium provisions while being served a chilled lunchbox. The repast augments his physical prowess by 5 points. It staunches the blood flow and alleviates his hunger. After a brief period, the cloaking mechanism disengages, leaving 3 hours remaining on the mission. Systematically, he vanquishes all 1,000 automatons. With a mere 20 minutes remaining and his energy nearly exhausted, he retrieves his blade and advances toward the massive configuration. His vigor surges momentarily as he shatters the crystalline core. However, he once again senses his vitality waning. Only 15 minutes remain in the assigned task. He resolutely attacks and demolishes the crystalline core, fulfilling both objectives. He triumphantly concludes the mission and is granted 2,000 points, along with a weapon enhancement voucher and level 4 cultivation seeds. Nevertheless, his endurance reaches its threshold and he succumbs to fatigue. Meanwhile, the Leviathan discovers the annihilation of the invocation crystalline core. It directs its aquatic legions to pursue the perpetrator. Conversely, Tennessee, he awakens and receives notification of a secondary mission. It requests his agreement. Its arrival is premature, fully rejuvenated but with depleted provisions. He opts to accept upon observing the weapon enhancement voucher. He ponders whether he acquired it prior to losing consciousness. He arms himself with the Q1 blade. It's capable of inflicting grievous wounds with persistent hemorrhage. He comprehends the immediacy of the new task. The primary goal is to eradicate the heavily fortified Legion. With a mere 4 minutes remaining to consent, the earth abruptly trembles. It signals something nearing from the coast. The marine monstrosity troops proceed, adhering to their directive to terminate him. The oceanic behemoth breaches the city, wielding subjugation as its aptitude. It's a crustacean sovereign detecting a thermal signature, which belongs to the sole surviving human on the planet. From this crab, the communication is relayed to the entity within an oceanic expanse, which recognizes that this human has decimated its configuration and eradicated its minions. The behemoth contemplates whether other humans also wield exceptional abilities, aside from the sovereign of humankind. He had intercepted a communication from the subordinates, which conveyed that humans are less developed than marine life. While solidifying his determination to refuse this human absolution, he cannot endure the notion that humans might possess superior capabilities to aquatic creatures. The colossal being resolves to engage in combat with the individual accountable for obliterating the formation. The commanders and the monstrous entity, consumed by a thirst for bloodshed and warfare, ardently anticipate the impending clash. The creature maintains that only the most formidable beings, who are denizens of the sea, should prevail. Initially, he intends to eliminate the human monarch and subjugate the metropolis, but the allure of confronting this human, endowed with extraordinary powers, proves more enticing. The monster commences its preparations for the imminent battle. The decline of its dominion is displayed on a status monitor. He perceives Tian through the crustacean and deems him too inconsequential to have shattered the invocation crystal stone. He now desires a stimulating battle, finding the prospect of a tedious one unbearable. Tian realizes that someone is manipulating the Crab King and highlights its fury over the stone's destruction. The behemoth is astonished to find Tian, comprehending the marine creature's language and discerning its thoughts. This aptitude originates from his Eye of Truth ability. This skill enables our protagonist to understand the monster's tongue. He observes that the dialect of the aquatic tribes is quite rudimentary and easily acquired by anyone. Conversely, the monster struggles to grasp numerous human languages. He recalls when Zhao's communication system was underdeveloped, and he procured a translation device to aid him, which proved significantly beneficial. However, our friend is merely attempting to intimidate the monster with his fabrications. The Crab King is stunned to learn that the dialect of the ocean is deemed simplistic and rudimentary. He senses he's undervalued. He perceives their remarks as demeaning to the marine clan. The creature retorts by declaring that his kin don't acquire the vernacular of inferior entities. Instead, they rely upon unmitigated dominance. He even disparages all of his metallic devices as frivolous, juvenile diversions. Etienne then inquires why, if the oceanic tribe possesses such might, haven't they subjugated the land in a single endeavor? He probes whether it's a matter of deliberate choice or the necessity for a more substantial legion. The behemoth, enraged by his taunts, deems his queries absurd and extraneous. The setting transitions to the homestead where Zhao slumbers serenely, while Han remains apprehensive. Abruptly, she detects a presence and implores Zhao to accompany her. Meanwhile, the crustacean monstrosity cautions Tian against overestimating himself. Our protagonist unsheathes his blade and assaults the creature, but it skillfully evades the blow. Tian anticipates that the monstrosity will now conceal itself within the horde and dispatch the lesser ones to battle. The behemoth within the crustacean monarch, already wielding a mastery ability, it directs its underlings to seize him. Instantly, a throng of small crabs surges towards him, endeavoring to strike, but he retaliates with his blade, exerting his full strength. He quickly discerns that he shouldn't undervalue the might of the Beast King monstrosity. As more subordinates encircle him, the colossal creature derides him, insinuating that if he can't vanquish the inferiors, the endeavor will be futile. The crustacean monarch commands its legions to assault in unison. In a flash, he observes with a stunned countenance that someone is already engaging them, and upon turning, he discovers his comrades present. Han jests about the injustice of overwhelming a lone individual. Ultimately, she proclaims that their companion's formidable legion has arrived to bolster him. The crabs persist in their onslaught. However, their companion instructed Han to direct everyone to engage in combat. She inquires about his condition, and he conveys his appreciation for her opportune appearance. She clarifies that they had already commenced traveling toward him. Upon detecting his signal and observing numerous blemishes on his hands, she becomes enraged when he informs her that crustaceans inflicted them, resulting in his bleeding. Nevertheless, Tien pacifies her while elucidating that his wounds are already mending, owing to the restorative properties of carrots. Despite this, he contemplates that Han should be shielded from such perilous circumstances. He ponders his perceived inadequacies as a sibling, but Han reassures him, reminding him of her unwavering presence by his side and their preparedness to confront any obstacle together. She asserts that she has become more formidable. He then inquires if she has brought provisions of ancient medicinal quality. She unveils the supplies utilizing her mastery of levitation through magnetic fields. Thereupon he commends her and examines the items on the inventory. He then indicates the colossal creature situated in the center. Intrigued by the creature's capabilities, he inquires if any of them possess a mental link to her. Immediately after, Han commences examining the monster's cognitive functions, while Xiao persists in his assault on the crustaceans. Meanwhile, the behemoth detects a recognizable brainwave pattern and identifies Han as the sovereign of humanity. He is the very individual the monster has been relentlessly pursuing. It even proclaims, using its crab as a medium, that Tien's power originates from her allegiance to the human ruler. Both our protagonist and his sibling remain oblivious to the monster's epiphany. Subsequently, the monster resolves to vanquish them and is convinced that nothing can impede its execution of the aquatic invocation ritual. It envisions submerging the metropolis by conjuring the abyssal depths and achieving absolute dominion over the terrestrial realm. Conversely, our hero also comprehends that the ritual serves as a conduit for the marine races to encroach upon and devour the entire landmass. The monster commands its underlings to obliterate anyone who dares obstruct its path. The Crab King assaults Tian and Han with tremendous force and agility, landing a crippling blow on Tien. He swiftly deduces that the beast's genuine objective has always been Han, as its attention is not directed at him. This prompts him to ponder whether Han might actually be the sovereign of humanity. The misapprehension leaves him perplexed as he advances toward the creature. He contemplates the scenario if the ruler of mankind is eliminated. The monster could potentially dominate humankind. While the notion seems preposterous, he examines it from the viewpoint of a marine animal, which strikes him as rational. Despite these ruminations, he resolves to prevent the monster from reaching Han. Meanwhile, she struggles to evade the Crab King, but her attempts are thwarted by its relentless surveillance. She gestures for Tian to proceed towards the dense network of structures. He cautions her to be careful. He sustains numerous wounds from the crab's onslaught. Its lacerations leave him debilitated. Zhao battles alongside the protagonist's uncle, engaging the lesser marine creatures. Despite eliminating a majority of them, Zhao sustains multiple wounds. He perceives his own physical capacity diminishing, and Zhao's form and power weakening, which progressively hinders their struggle. As the combat continues, he observes in astonishment as Zhao lands a colossal strike on the Crab King. Initially, a sense of relief washes over him, awed by Xiao's capability to inflict harm upon the beast. Nevertheless, his respite is fleeting as he witnesses Zhao forced to the earth. Clearly dominant, the Crab King persists in its relentless onslaught, determined to pulverize them. In direct confrontation, Han utilizes her powers to restrain and decelerate the monster, but her energy rapidly dwindles. She signals Tien to intervene swiftly, as she can no longer contain the creature for much longer. The creature deems them astute. It's startled when Tien abruptly materializes before it, completely unaware of his proximity. Tien dismisses the notion as preposterous, confident that every combatant has a strategy. He acts swiftly, landing a forceful strike on the crustacean sovereign. Meanwhile, Han, depleted from manipulating the beast's consciousness, commences to falter. The young man offers her a carrot to consume, aiming to replenish her vigor, and commends her aptitude in dominating such a colossal entity. She perceives it as exceptionally arduous to sustain command over the monster's psyche, even fleetingly, as the exertion has depleted her mental reserves. She considers herself fortunate that the creature's cerebral structure is rudimentary and limited. If not, subjugating it would have been virtually unattainable. Elsewhere, the behemoth bellows in exasperation, finding it inconceivable that its perceptions were manipulated for a single instant. Our protagonist calmly elucidates that while its sensory perception is indeed potent, its concentration on regaining autonomy had substantially diminished its vitality. He appends that the creature's intense fixation on reclaiming its consciousness led it to disregard the Beast King's dominion. He indicates that by capitalizing on its vulnerabilities, he could initiate an assault from behind the high-density structures. Upon hearing this, the monster denounces Tien as deceitful and unscrupulous. Conversely, our hero retorts by challenging its allegations, while reminding the behemoth of its own deployment of underlings to assail them. He then inquires if it intends to make another endeavor. At that juncture, a status display materializes, proclaiming that the Hard Armor Legion has been eradicated, and their secondary mission is accomplished. They are granted Abyssal Diving Apparatus Level 1. Tian is astonished by the recompense. Subsequently, his uncle emerges carrying Xiao on his back and implores him to aid his canine companion. He consults Nan while inquiring about Xiao's state. He details that Xiao has assimilated the surge of Lupin energy after sustaining injuries and will make a swift recovery. Chen consoles Han, assuring her that Xiaohe is merely in a state of dormancy. He then proceeds to inquire with his uncle about the magnitude of the lupine energy emanated by Xiao. He appraises the young protagonist that the energy discharged by Xiao is considerably greater than previously observed. He elucidates that the canine has depleted its reserves and momentarily assumed its sovereign beast, a form. Han proposes offering Xiao a carrot and allowing him to recuperate. With the objective accomplished, they finally experience a feeling of tranquility as the turmoil subsides. Concurrently, the marine behemoth grapples with the indignity of being vanquished by mortals. The aquatic clan cautions him against venturing ashore unaccompanied, while underscoring his significance as their paramount leader. They remind him that with the aquatic summoning matrix obliterated, they must devise an alternative method to attain the terrestrial realm. They implore him to reevaluate his course of action. Nevertheless, the monstrous entity remains defiant. He is convinced that his inability to overcome the human monarch would sully his reputation and portray the denizens of the deep as inferior to humankind. Resolute in reclaiming his honor, he resolves to challenge the sovereign of mankind. The tribe, comprehending the seriousness of the predicament, concurs to engage in battle alongside their leader if required. Nevertheless, he commands them to remain in the abyssal depths while he contends solo. He proclaims that as long as the Hadal realm endures, they may persist in metamorphosing into something even mightier. The behemoth feels profoundly mortified and becomes unwavering in his commitment to battle. Irrespective of whether it culminates in the spilling of monster or human gore, at that juncture, the ancient deity Kraken Mount rouses. This being is a considerably more colossal and formidable entity than the beast. The monarch advances toward the Kraken, while petitioning for augmented power to vanquish the adversary single-handedly. Instead of depending on its aid, the gigantic cephalopod articulates that defeat would bring ignominy, not solely to itself but to its liege as well. It even pledges to the king that it will escort him to confront the one accountable for their humiliation. Concurrently, Han firmly opposes Tian undertaking the optional mission. Etienne contends that declining it would impede their capacity to accumulate additional points. However, Han maintains that the quest's prerequisites seem dubious. Upon inspecting the status display, the progress indicator is absent, and it indicates something akin to completion exclusive to players, which amplifies their apprehension of a potential snare. He unexpectedly concurs with Han, which he deems peculiar. Han elucidates that their security levels are already substantial, thus there's no urgent need to be concerned about the farm's harvest. She cautions that if Tian sustains injuries during the mission, the restorative properties of the carrots might dwindle, imperiling him. She recommends against accepting the hazard. While rationalizing that the points forfeited by bypassing the quest can be readily recouped, she calculates that the farm's yield would enable them to recover the points within 10 days. Moreover, she posits that utilizing the growth elixir could enhance the farm, in anticipation of the impending destructive surge. The young man is quite taken with Han's deductive reasoning. Although he perceives the predicament as complex, he endeavors to articulate his sense of obligation to fulfill 2 missions concurrently, but ultimately discerns that he is overthinking matters. When Han encourages him to elaborate further, he elucidates that he has a premonition that embarking on a secondary mission frequently immerses him in its unfolding narrative. He illustrates this concept with a specific instance, detailing how traversing a storyline presents 2 alternatives: accomplishing the objective or remaining passive. He designates this framework as the apocalyptic survival game. He postulates that functioning as a participant, without adhering to the game's plotline, could engender detrimental repercussions. The young lady contemplates his exposition and hypothesizes that neglecting to initiate a new quest might result in the demise of those with lower scores, or a diminished harvest yield from the farm. They both recognize the system's intricate architecture. Ultimately, Tian resolves to undertake the mission, acknowledging that his prior endeavors were at a rudimentary stage, and that he is now prepared for more demanding undertakings. As they deliberate, the Kraken materializes alongside the monarch. Bracing for combat, our protagonist ultimately embraces the mission and elucidates to Han the futility of resistance. Shortly thereafter, the Kraken behemoth emerges, generating colossal surges of water throughout the metropolis. Tian, promptly directs his kinsman to escort Han and Xiao to elevated terrain. Han voices apprehension for his well-being, but his relative hoists Xiao upon his shoulders and ushers Han away as the deluge inundates the vicinity. He glimpses the monstrous entity, perceiving its tremendous might, which conforms to his anticipations. As denizens of the abyssal depths are typically gargantuan, owing to the immense hydrostatic pressure, the Sovereign is present beside the colossal cephalopod and fixes its attention upon our protagonist, declaring that the moment for their confrontation has arrived. Our protagonist surmises that this creature must be the sovereign of the aquatic tribe. This aligns with Hans's previous portrayals, particularly the piscine tail and potent, menacing presence. Tian recognizes that this entity's strength vastly surpasses that of typical mutated creatures. He affirms the correctness of his initial assessment, concluding that this being is indeed the monarch. Nevertheless, the data displayed on his interface remains ambiguous, regarding the colossal cephalopod only disclosing its abilities, mist and phantom. Tian starts to contemplate whether his eye of truth capacity is restricted when confronting high-tier beasts or particular phases of evolution. He deduces that his skill might lose some effectiveness against the Kraken. Meanwhile, the Sovereign addresses his prior conjecture that Han was humanity's ruler. Acknowledging his error, he divulges his realization that Tian himself is the true king of humankind. However, our protagonist remains apathetic, proclaiming that any entity endangering his sibling will meet its demise. The monarch deems his words presumptuous and indifferent to the severity of the predicament. Tian unleashes a ferocious strike with his blade. However, the cephalopod retaliates with a nimble and unforeseen maneuver, employing strategies he perceives as dishonorable. He instantly recognizes the octopus's remarkable velocity and power, comprehending that this adversary will prove considerably more challenging to vanquish than any foe he has previously encountered. Gazing upon his new nemesis, he deduces that the regenerative capabilities of these marine beings are exceptionally troublesome to overcome. He then goads heatedly, asserting that the Sovereign had previously dispatched inferior entities. But now, when confronted with him directly, he inquires why only the monarch himself has come to battle. He interjects, proposing that perhaps other creatures are too apprehensive of humans to fight beside him. Concurrently, he assesses his observations regarding these beings. They don't appear particularly intelligent or hostile. He verifies that they must utilize their nutrients for muscular growth, rather than cognitive development. He resolves to gather more intel on them, to obtain some insights. Meanwhile, the tribal leader retorts to his provocation, declaring that his tribe adheres to the principle of absolute authority. That is why he, as the Sovereign, has come to confront another ruler, our protagonist. He then proposes a one-on-one duel to quell his rage. At this juncture, Tian perceives that the king's prowess is supremacy. Before Tian can comment on the challenge, the king assaults him, but he evades the attack nimbly. The king proclaims that, due to the bothersome atmospheric pressure on the surface, his tolerance is dwindling. Therefore, it would be prudent for our hero to descend to his domain. Upon hearing this, Tian deduces that he is correct. Deep-sea organisms cannot acclimate to the surface atmosphere. However, he's also annoyed that this intel is nothing more than a conjecture. In the next instant, the cephalopod assaults him again, but he evades the attack, severing several of its appendages. During this onslaught, he sustains a laceration near his eye from a tentacle. This immediately alerts him to the venomous nature of the creature. The suckers are brimming with minute, densely packed barbs. He promptly submerges himself. He must consume a carrot underwater to neutralize the toxin. He berates his own negligence. He only recalled the asphyxiation risk posed by the octopus, failing to consider its potential toxicity. He hastily ingests the carrot to counteract the venom. He's aware that this octopus is the chieftain of the marine clan. Therefore, it's unwise to disregard the potency of its venom, a small dose of which could fell a pachyderm. He replaces his mask, feeling a surge of gratitude. He recognizes his swift action in consuming the carrot saved his life. He then directs his gaze towards the tribal leader. However, before he can initiate any action, the cephalopod's appendages ensnare his leg and arm, immobilizing him. The chieftain is certain the identical tactic will not succeed against him twice. The perspective shifts to a gentleman, attempting to locate something before an obstruction, but is halted by Han. He discerns that he is unable to move. She, conversely, insists on responses to her inquiries, while menacing to inflict cerebral harm should he decline. She proceeds to inquire about his identification and his reason for presence. The gentleman responds that he intends no malice, but she does not receive the desired clarification. He pivots while presenting himself as Ding Lu. He informs her that even if she restrains him, he will not object because he acknowledges her as his patron. Meanwhile, Sister Han assesses his motives and deems him innocuous. Ding rejoins that he cannot address her secondary inquiry until he has a meeting with Etienne. In the meantime, Etienne is on the verge of being ensnared by the octopus's tentacles. The tribal leader observes this predicament, but in a flash he severs all the surrounding tentacles, harnessing the potency of the consumable white corn. The king is perplexed to witness Tian liberate himself from the tentacle's confinement despite being envenomed. Charging towards the king, Tian elucidates that he had already implemented the necessary measures. To prevent initial intoxication, he manipulates the gravitational field around himself, generating a slender vacuum around his form. This shields him from the tentacles penetrating his skin. He then utilizes the white corn as his primary tactic. While confined within the restraints, nevertheless, the corn's after effects begin to impact him. As his endurance swiftly diminishes, the effects start to subside and he prepares to act. With limited time remaining, he promptly dashes towards the king, since he lacks the stamina to expend on the cephalopod. But the monarch appears apprehensive, and our protagonist finally engages him. In the ensuing moment, however, he discerns that it's merely an apparition. The sovereign proclaims that if our hero believes his capabilities are solely limited to commanding marine creatures, he is mistaken. The ruler discloses that he can also assimilate their powers. He has now acquired the ancient deity's aptitude known as Phantom, which grants him the ability to manifest countless replicas. This renders it impossible for Tien to locate the genuine one. Tien, conversely, derides him for divulging his skills to his adversary. But the monarch retorts that it's inconsequential, because as Tian nears him, the monarch's prowess amplifies tenfold. Thus it would be more prudent for our protagonist to yield. Meanwhile, Tian is ensnared within the mirage, provoked by the sovereign. The countdown of the albino corn's influence diminishes to 75. In the ensuing moment, Tian assaults the monarch with his blade. Simultaneously employing multiple abilities of the ancient deity, he ultimately impales the king with his sword. As the timer ticks down to 45, he has already perceived the king's genuine form utilizing the Eye of Verity. He discloses that the ruse is entirely ineffectual against him. He extends apologies to the sovereign, while stating that his aptitudes perfectly counter the king's powers. Tien sits depleted, contemplating that he has minimal time remaining before the countdown concludes. Conversely, the cephalopod becomes increasingly frenzied after the demise of its leader. Its murderous intent intensifies as its tentacles assail our protagonist. As he endeavors to evade the onslaughts, the carrot is expelled from his mouth. The countdown reaches 15 and Tian is devoid of strength, velocity, or spirit to retaliate. Abruptly, his vigor is restored and his enfeebled condition dissipates. Now he's prepared to engage the cephalopod. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Anhuang Federation, within the shadowy town on the outskirts of Anhui City, a commander barked orders at a group of squalid individuals demanding they move faster. Rescued from starvation, they were destined for experimentation. He then turned to Ming, his face wearing an obsequious smile. He inquired about the advancements in the experiment. Ming, visibly irritated, declared that there had been no significant developments. He elaborated that the gene therapy trials had also been unsuccessful. Consequently, headquarters had dispatched him to utilize radiation and poisonous substances to engineer evolved beings. He acknowledged that the likelihood of success was a mere 1 in 10,000. The commander retorted that these individuals were expendable. He offered no response to this callous statement, but directed him to select several dozen individuals and substitute the toxic injections with standard dextrose solution. He further commanded that they be provided with nourishing sustenance to ensure their survival. Otherwise, he reasoned, no one would willingly participate in the experiments. Abruptly, a gunshot echoed through the crowd, instilling fear. The commander reassured them, explaining it was one of his men, eliminating the marauders who had attempted to pilfer the food. Upon hearing this, Ming murmurs in his ear that, should the need arise to eliminate the subjects, those who will experience detrimental transformations, blades should be employed instead of firearms to avoid alarming the remaining individuals. Concurrently, Ming contemplates the arduous nature of managing this destructive metamorphosis. They've conducted experiments on half the surviving population, yet haven't generated a single advanced human. The foul odor emanating from these individuals is unbearable to him. Abruptly, they are all startled by the emergence of an intense azure radiance. Initially, Ming is bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. However, his expression swiftly shifts to one of exhilaration. Simultaneously, the others prostrated themselves, believing they are witnessing a divine intervention. The perspective transitions to the central command of the Umbrella Federation, situated within the Yanhuang Federation. In Magic City, the rotorcraft touches down on the rooftop, and Mr. Bei disembarks. His aide cautions him to retreat, as one of the enhanced individuals could pose a significant threat. But he dismisses the apprehension. He's keen to observe the valuable resources of his enterprise. The haze dissipates, revealing two evolved humans restrained at gunpoint by the troops. He's gratified to witness the two individuals' transformation. Simultaneously, his aide informs him that subsequently, the other clans within the traditionalist faction will lack the grounds to challenge his judgment. By then, he insists on rousing the second evolved human. His deputy cautions him that this individual could pose a threat, and it would be prudent to refrain from awakening him, as they would be compelled to utilize a tenfold dose of anesthetic to maintain his unconscious state. By then, inquires about the first-tier evolved human who is conscious. The aide explains that the evolved human's capability is appendage regeneration. He is currently restoring his missing hand, forfeited in his previous engagement. He appends that the second-tier evolved human succumbed to unconsciousness due to his volatile nature, or else they would have forfeited the primary revolver. He elaborates that to apprehend him following the combat, a multitude of troops were dispatched. Yet as they neared him, they were afflicted with intense cephalalgia, and several succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, 2 were declared to have experienced brain death. Bai is considerably pleased upon hearing these particulars. He subsequently directs his underling to duplicate their genetic material. For only by engineering a legion of evolved beings can he dominate the globe. On the opposing side, Tennessee emerges triumphant from the fray while securing the cephalopod. He is perplexed to observe Ding bound by Han and inquires about the circumstances. Han, however, desires takoyaki immediately upon sighting the octopus. He advises her that they will dine later. Firstly, he inquires whether she has verified everything, to which she affirms that she has. He then requests permission to speak, and she abruptly rips the adhesive from his mouth. The individual beseeches him for sanctuary, and is prepared to go to any lengths for him, provided that he accepts him. Tien is bewildered by this and requests clarification. He elucidates the entire situation. According to his account, he's the younger sibling of a young woman rescued by Tan during a reprisal. His entire family perished. However, he was resurrected after acquiring certain powers. He vehemently recounts that he sustained grievous injuries from multiple stab wounds. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, his wounds had vanished and he perceived an unusual energy. He subsequently located Tien by detecting his energy signature. He then expresses his appreciation for cremating his sister's remains. Our protagonist conveys remorse for his sister's ordeal. He proceeds to inquire about the energy phenomenon. Ding clarifies that he can sense this energy emanating from Tien's being. Therefore, he presumes they are kindred spirits. Upon hearing this revelation, Tien deduces that Ding is a naturally evolved regressor, and he could develop into a formidable partner. He subsequently chooses to evaluate Ding's capabilities. Ding possesses 3 distinct types of abilities. The first is chameleon, enabling him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings. The second is petrified skin, allowing him to triple his defensive strength. The third is called rage blood. When activated, his blood surges, amplifying his powers twofold, for a duration of 30 seconds. However, upon its conclusion, he will undergo a significant decline in physical condition, reducing his capabilities to 30%. While observing Ding's skill set, Etienne is astonished to discover that Ding is a divinely evolved being, whereas the majority of evolvers transform into atavistic forms. He proceeds to inquire if Ding possesses culinary skills, to which Ding responds in the affirmative. He then questions Ding's aptitude for agriculture and livestock management. Ding replies that he can manage such tasks, possessing a rudimentary understanding of them. Ding further adds that he will attend to domestic duties. However, Tien interrupts him, compelling him to acknowledge the commitment he's undertaking. He will be expected to labor for 8 hours daily without remuneration, while perpetually facing imminent peril. Ding then clarifies that he has already undergone a transformation into a monstrous entity and is left with nowhere to go, so it's preferable to live among similar individuals than perish in isolation. Furthermore, he desires to compensate Tian by exacting revenge for his family's demise. He's determined to accomplish this regardless of the inherent perils. At that moment, Tian recalls observing Ding utilizing the earth as camouflage and promptly declares him employed. This announcement illuminates Ding's countenance with joy. He assigns Ding the task of preparing a quantity of takoyaki using octopus appendages, serving as his probationary assessment. The setting transitions to the Central Command, where Professor Nan addresses General Miao. While elucidating his discovery of the secrets of genetic duplication, he commences by explaining his initial belief that the compound was ineffective due to the subject's compromised physical state. Consequently, he endeavored to identify a neutralizing substance. However, he has now ascertained that the issue stemmed from the superhuman donor's HLB gene type. Perceiving Miao's bewilderment, the professor draws a parallel to blood types, explaining that their arrangement within each individual is arbitrary, with myriad permutations at that. Miao anxiously attempts to soothe him, but the professor persists, while proclaiming that it's akin to bone marrow compatibility, where only a couple of individuals might possess the identical HLB gene sequence out of a multitude of people. He rambles incessantly for a period, which dampens Miao's spirits, and he ultimately covers the professor's mouth with his hand, requesting him to reach the crux of the matter. The professor nervously discloses to him that he has successfully duplicated an evolver. Miao is displeased that he has divulged this information in the end, and implores him to be earnest. The professor informs him that his team is conducting studies on the evolver, but the obstacle lies in the fact that they can only transform humans into evolvers, whose HLB arrangement corresponds to Yu and Yuan's. But rather than heeding his rambling, Miao hauls him to the laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, they are astonished to discover it unoccupied. Miao voices his apprehension that something is amiss and detects the scent of blood. The professor attempts to dismiss his worry by stating that bleeding in test subjects is commonplace during research. However, the subsequent scene horrifies them, as they are surrounded by corpses. Moments later, military personnel arrive at the facility, and the professor appears defeated. He explains how he had anticipated the unpredictable nature of the evolver, and was prepared to intervene if the situation escalated. But now, having witnessed this firsthand, he fears the evolver's capabilities after observing the carnage. At that moment, the UN clarifies that the patrol unit located a monitoring device implanted within the evolver. It appears he lacerated his own flesh to extract the device. Consequently, she deduces that this was a premeditated act by the evolver and that he was disloyal to them. Demoralized, the professor requests a status report on the circumstances. Yan responds that the news is unfavorable, as she has dispatched 6 squads to apprehend him, but acknowledging the evolver's capabilities, she has already ceased communication with 2 of them. She conveys that Yu, along with the remaining units, is still endeavoring to seize him. At this point, the professor states that despite their inability to utilize him, they require him as an invaluable research specimen. The professor elaborates that it will be challenging for you to detain him, since he possesses identical genetic material. Furthermore, apprehending him will require a considerable amount of time, due to the absence of a tracking device. For the time being, he commands you to participate in the pursuit. In the meantime, our protagonist is engaged in angling at his homestead. He has grown weary of consuming stew and steak recently. Therefore, he instructs him to procure some seafood for the evening meal. Lu promptly obeys the directive. However, Tian advises him to relocate his fishing endeavors, and Lu departs from the area. As Lu departs, Ten contemplates her adorable nature. He muses that he hasn't been assigned a secondary mission since concluding the previous one. Furthermore, it appears that cultivation has become inadequate following the acquisition of the quest reward. This sudden avarice consumes him in the ensuing moment. He ultimately snares the silver crustacean, which brings him contentment as he gazes upon his catch. He likens fishing to a game of chance, akin to opening a mystery box. He now comprehends the allure of angling. However, Han emerges from behind him, cautioning him that regardless of fishing's tranquility, it inevitably becomes monotonous over time. Initially, he attempts to dismiss her, but abruptly he detects something amiss. While being questioned by Han, he divulges that the patrol unit from the southern sector has apprehended a source of concern. He then advises her to remain at home and requests that she contact him if the need arises. Upon his departure, she contemplates the activation of his neural activity. He surveys the scene, where meta-humans from the Yin Kingdom are engaged in combat. with metahumans from the Yanhuang populace. Gager, a member of the Yin Kingdom's metahuman contingent, articulates his surprise at the feebleness of the Yanhuang metahumans. They deliberate on their recent infrequent emergences. However, one of them pivots towards the protagonist's location. Tien ponders if his presence has been detected. He then addresses Gager, instructing him to refrain from killing him, as they are required to escort him to the organization. He adds a sarcastic remark about the captive's lack of intelligence. Following their exit, he commands Hummingbird number 10 to pursue them.